through for a very comfortable single. So Surrey one for no wicket after 2 deliveries.
Yeah, the men outside the inner ring are Allison, deep square, and Jamie Porter is lurking at, well, he was actually lurking down at third out on the boundary, but he's come up into the circle for the right-handed Dominic Sibley, and Jamal Richards looks like he's dropped down towards the newly christened Graham Gooch end.
Yes, indeed.
That's better, isn't it? Graham Gooch and Sir Alistair Cook, as opposed to he's close and.
Well, I'm not absolutely convinced it is actually, because once you start, come back to that in a moment. That's just played defensively by Sibley, moving forward and getting to the pitch of the ball. Once you start naming ends or stands after former players, you know how, or even more important, or as important, who chooses and how do you choose, because Essex have had many illustrious players in their time.
Yeah.
And I don't envy those who make these choices, and inevitably, particularly on social media, well, they're saying if those two got named as a stand, why didn't so and so from former times? Trevor Bailey is a name that often crops up as Snater moves in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I think it should be the Brian Hardy and the Alan Lilly ends.
Well, yes.
Both part of that wonderful side.
Well,
End of
yes.
the 70s, early 80s.
Yes, I was talking to Brian Hardy on Sunday, because they had a Robin Hobbs, who sadly died just before the season started. I think it was, or was it once the season had started? Not sure. They had a memorial day to him last Sunday, and virtually the whole of the Essex side, that's outside the off stump. Well, those who are still with us, who were contemporaries of his, were there, including the oldest current Essex living player, a chap called Jeff Smith, who's now, I think he said he's 90 in the autumn. So yeah, there were a lot of people there. Graham Gooch, obviously, Keith Fletcher, John Lever, halcyon days of Essex cricket. The Snater moves in again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Sibley, who just watches that go by.
Quite a good carry, though,
yes,
into the gloves of Fernandez.
Yeah, so end of the over, and Surrey having won the toss and chosen to bat, and won without loss.
Yeah, Robin Hobbs bowled leg spin when it was unfashionable, didn't he? I can't remember too many guys around that era. Probably Harry Latchman, perhaps. I think he was a leg spinner, wasn't he? And Inticab at Surrey.
Yes.
But not too many leg spinners were around in that era. It wasn't deemed cool, was it?
Well, it was really the late great Shane Warne who sort of brought it back.
Revived it,
yeah.
But to see a leg spinner in full flow is wonderful, isn't it? It's an art. It's an art, isn't it?
Well, there's also always something happening, because it's very difficult to control. And so, yes, if the leg spin isn't bamboozling the batsman, then it's because it's been a less than perfect delivery and it's being dispatched to the boundary. So it's never dull when there's a leggy bowling.
Yeah, Cameron Steele will twirl away for Surrey later on. He's picked up, I think he's Surrey's leading wicket taker. I think he's picked up 12 in this competition. Anyway, Jamie Porter is going to come in from the Graham Gooch end to Ryan Patel, and that's a thick outside edge, runs away down below us, and they pick up a single as Allison does the fielding. His brother's injured at the moment, is he, Charlie Allison? He's not in the side?
No, he's not.
So again, 2 men out. You've got Allison down at long leg, and at third, I think that's Snater down below us to our right. Porter's been a magnificent servant of Essex cricket.
He has indeed. I think now his time has gone for playing at any higher level than this.
Here he comes. Yeah, and that's just nipped back and thumps into Sibley's thigh pad. Was there a hint of an inside edge there?
Possibly.
No, leg by. So Sibley yet to get off the mark. Patel's on 2. Score is on 3. Yeah, Porter, Chingford lad, isn't he? Chingford Cricket Club. Same as Dan Lawrence, who was once of this parish and now plying his trade in South London. Porter in, and that thumps into Patel's midriff. Porter nibbling it about a little bit here.
Yes, he's a very, very useful bowler. Very useful. So steady, so reliable.
Yeah.
Seldom bowls a bad ball. Not lightning pace, which is probably why he hasn't been recognised at a higher level, where pace seems to be, the most important criterion.
But you see those guys always at the top of the wicket charts, don't you? People of that sort of pace, people like Chris Rushworth or Porter or every year. And he comes. Patel has a waft outside the off stump and goes through into the gloves of Fernandez, who's come into the Essex squad just for this tournament, I believe, isn't he?
I believe so,
He's signed on a short-term contract from Colchester and East Essex Cricket Club. I saw him the other week at Bristol. He looks a decent glove man.
Yes.
Porter in. Patel just nudges that one into the onside and they come through for a single.
Yeah, the Colchester Club have produced many a good player for Essex over the years.
Castle Park, isn't it? Lovely ground.
Lovely ground, yeah. Great shame that County don't play there anymore. They don't play anywhere other than here, which has been ironic because at one stage they didn't have a home ground. They were nomadic.
They were, yeah.
Played at 8 or 9 different grounds during the season.
And that bus used to go up and down the A12 with all the kit in it and the big scoreboard on the side as Sibley nurdles that one into the onside, scampers through, and I think he was in trouble there if that was hitting the stumps. Yeah, they used to have this bus which, for those listening in who don't know, it's quite hard to describe it. It used to have all the kit at the bottom, didn't it? And then they had a scoreboard along one side, didn't it?
With respect, Dan, I think it was not a bus. I think it was a converted removals van. Well, because it was a solid surface. Yes,
okay.
It didn't have windows in it.
Yeah.
Apart from one for the scorer, but it was basically a black furniture removal van. Maybe even have been the P company, since their livery was mainly black. Other removal companies available. The Stater moves in and bowls to Sibley, who plays that out onto the onside. And in fact, one of the snippets of news, although rather sad news, picked up at this do of in memory of Robin Hobbs, was that the old mobile scoreboard to which we refer, which was doing the rounds for years and finally sort of settled behind the pavilion at Colchester, it finally fell into such disrepair that it was demolished earlier this season, apparently.
Given up the ghost.
Yeah, even the AA couldn't fix it, or any other. As that's worked away on the onside to mid on, they go through for a comfortable single.
Yeah, I suppose Leighton was the ground that they played most often,
yes.
Wasn't it, back in those days?
Yeah.
Or
I think that they've still actually played more games, or certainly more championship games at Leighton than any other ground.
Yeah, and still the record wicket partnership as well, wasn't it, in there?
5-5-5.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sutcliffe and Holmes?
Yes, you presumably heard the story behind that.
No.
Oh, I'll tell you at the end of the over. It's gone down in legends, really, as next livery met with a very solid defence by Patel.
Yeah, these two had a good partnership at Kibworth on Tuesday against Leicestershire, putting on 138 for the opening stand. Ryan Patel with 72, Dominic Sibley with 105.
To inflict on the East Midlanders their only defeat in this competition this year.
Yeah. Yeah, and they had their stars out. They had Rahane and Hanscom and people like that.
Yeah, they're a good side. Next Livery's worked well on the onside for a single. It's fielded by Benkenstein, not at the first attempt, but there was going to be a comfortable single anyway, so it didn't really make any difference. Score moves on to 6 if they haven't put. No, 7. I've worn down that the scoreboard that we can see is often a little bit behind. It's manual, and it's a warm afternoon. And, I suppose we'd better put up another number. As Sibley nudges that down towards the sycamore tree at fine leg, or long leg, no, fine leg, and indeed the only part of the ground that's in shadow, and it goes for 4 runs. First boundary of the afternoon.
You don't bowl there to Dominic Sibley. No. You bowl around middle and leg, and he'll just work you all day long, and Snater just straying onto his pads.
Well, I mean, you don't bowl there to many a professional.
No, you don't.
But batsmen, it is their known strength, really. Yeah, it's that Jeffrey's corridor of uncertainty, on or outside the off stump, that's the challenge. And that's just played defensively, nudged down to third man for a single to complete the over. Yes.
So this story.
Holmes and Sutcliffe got 5-5-5 against Essex, batting for Yorkshire, we should say, I suppose. And between the wars, which was a record and still is. And then apparently, and it's in lots of books or websites, the scorers got together in the evening and they actually discovered that the runs scored were only 554.
Oh.
So they had a meeting, the scorers, the umpires and the captains, and they all agreed that the 2 batsmen have batted so well, we'll create a run somewhere, creative accounting, and let it stand as 5-5-5 because they deserved the record, and they were not out anyway. They could have easily got another 1.
Porter to Sibley, thick inside edge. He's going to get 2 here though, at least, as Ellison has to run round.
Yes, it's not as if they were bowled out for 5-5-5, well, by the fact that it was the opening partnership, so they could have gone and gotten thousands more. Probably.
And the record before that was 5-5-4?
Yes, that's right. The whole point, you see. Yes.
Right, okay.
So it was a gentleman's agreement. Oh yes, let them have it. They batted so well, they deserve it. Can you imagine that happening now, can't you?
Yeah. Porter in. Sibley gets onto the front foot and plays that out into the covers. Yeah, Debbie Beasley, the Surrey scorer, she'd have none of it.
No, I'm sure. Well, not many professional scorers would now.
No.
They probably weren't paid in those days, were they?
No.
Sort of a bit like club cricket, who fancies a go on the scorebook, which obviously was just books then, pen and pencil, paper and pencil.
Well, I believe also, like the 12th man would often be from the home side and would field for both sides and get a few quid from the opposition captain.
Yes, it was all very, very different.
Porter, in, that's a good delivery, goes past Sibley's outside edge, thumps into the gloves of Simon Fernandez.
And the aspect I like, which sums up how very, very different it was in those days, was that because none of the counties had any money, often when they went to away games, the players would stay with the players of the
would they really?
The home side. They'd get to. I think it's one of the old players was saying they were going to come back to that after this.
Porter into Sibley, bowled him. Sibley leaves that one alone, and Porter, as he is always there or thereabouts, clips the top of off stump, and Dominic Sibley departs for 9, and that is a big wicket for Essex, given the form that he's been in recently.
Yes, it is a big wicket, and it's a big blunder as well on the part of Sibley. I don't think...
It nipped back quite a bit. I thought it nipped back quite a way, but
yes.
Porter has been nibbling it about, hasn't he?
But declining to play and just losing your off bail is not a good way to go. Yes, I can remember one of the old players of many years ago, and it was probably when I started doing this. as if to emphasise. I remember going to, I think it was either Trent Bridge or it might have been Grace Road, and they'd get there on the evening before the match, and the whole of the host side would be there, and they'd sort of say, oh well, you're staying with me, you're staying with me, you're staying with me. So they'd stay overnight and have breakfast together, and then a couple of hours later they'd be playing against each other.
Well, I believe even up until the 80s, Yorkshire put bottles of beer out for the players, even at lunch, whilst they were playing.
That is club cricket.
Yeah, Ben Geddes, the new batter. He's been in decent form. He got 61 against Leicestershire at Kipworth, and he got 62 at Rugby School against Warwickshire. So he's been in pretty decent touch. But I think this could... You need runs at Chelmsford, especially playing so close to the pavilion as we are today, as Porter comes in and that goes past the outside edge of Geddes' bat. This gentleman getting rather excited. What's his name, did you say? The chap shouting?
Oh, Dan, yes, Dan. Dan the man. Yes, he's easily Essex's most loyal fan. And he always gets here before almost anybody else, so as to get the absolute prime position. He's there in the corner of the stand, in the front row, as near to behind the line as he can get.
Porter in, Geddes drives nicely out to mid-off. That completes the 4th over. Surrey 14 for 1.
Yep, so good start for Essex.
Yeah.
Very good start. They'll be pleased with that. As I say, that if Essex win today, then they are in with a chance, although I think our colleague Nick says it also needs Gloucestershire to lose today, which we'll keep an eye on that. But I think you were saying, Dan, that Gloucestershire looked as if they were getting plenty. Oh no, that was Nottinghamshire you were referring to.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire are playing Gloucestershire, so that game's going on
right.
at Trent Bridge, and
yeah.
Nottinghamshire had about 270, 280 last time I had a look, after about 43 overs with only 4 wickets gone. So
should get 300 and a few.
330s. Well, they 350 for 8. 320.
320.
So Gloucester recovered a little bit there.
Yes, Snater bowls to Patel, works that away on the leg side for a comfortable one. Yes, in doing the introductions, it was very remiss of me not to mention our worthy scorer, David Jackman, who's in the back row as ever. Been working for the radio station probably longer than virtually anybody.
Certainly a sun trap in here, isn't it?
It is, yes. I did warn you. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
You can push the seat back a little bit to be out of the full rays, but yeah, I think I did say it's sort of middle afternoon.
It's quite pleasant, isn't it? It's very nice.
Yes, there is at least quite a stiff breeze today, which makes it pleasant, as Dan said. Sometimes it's not pleasant at all. The Snater moves in, bowls, and that's hit with great flourish and conviction for 4 through extra cover.
That's a lovely shot from Geddes there. It's not short and it's not a half volley, and he's just punched it off the back foot through the covers.
Bowls, and that's
really good shot.
Hit with great flourish. Shot of the day, conviction.
Already.
Well, you've got to have one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Snater moves in again to get his appeal for LBW and given. So there again, came back in outside the off. We're in a good position to see what the ball's doing, and I don't think that gave the umpire too many problems actually. I don't think, had they been here, I don't think that would have been even referred. It looked to me pretty plumb.
Yeah, nip back and trap Geddes in front. I think the only doubt there was, did he get outside the line? But the umpires today, Bilal Shafiyat and Simon Widdop, had a far better view. Cameron Steele is going to come in at number 4.
Appeal for LBW and given. He's just made those 4. So there again, came back in outside. Shot through the covers. Moves in again to get his. And appeal for LBW and given. Yeah, Patel's not out. So 5. And according to the scorecard, it should be Adam Thomas coming to the crease, making his debut. I think you said, Dan.
Yeah, no, it's Cameron Steele.
Oh, it's Cameron Steele.
So I think that you know, the two 18-year-olds for Surrey, Thomas and Sykes, will probably be, you know, 5, 6. Josh Blake 7. But I mean, they bat pretty deep. Conor McCurr can give it a good whack. Maybe Blake might split Thomas and Sykes perhaps. But Blake's had a very good one-day cup. Surrey haven't had a good one-day cup, but Josh Blake has been a beacon of light in it. He's got very good hands, and he's already got a 50 in this competition, and he's been he looks a star.
Snater into Steele. Ooh, and a little bit of an indifferent shot outside the off stump, inclined to sort of hang the bat outside a bit.
I think all 4 Surrey batters have been beaten outside off stump first ball, haven't they, so far?
Yeah, I think you're right, Dan. I think you're right. Yeah.
Decent crowd in, actually. It's pretty busy up here on the...
Yes.
Is this the river stand still called? Is it?
This is, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the Tom Pearce away to our right, which
Okay.
is always the first place to get occupied, the members' enclosure, especially the upper deck on a day like this. The Snater moves in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Well, it's now 20 past 2. My friend and colleague Paul Newton phoned me up at what would it have been, I don't know, about an hour and a half ago, and he was stuck in traffic on the A12, which can't be much fun this weather. Well, it's never much fun, but stuck in the traffic on a hot day. So I assured him there's no need to hurry. I said I'm with a very, very capable and competent and likeable commentator, and Dan will be happy to go on all afternoon on his own if need be.
Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind, Dick.
Outside the off stump goes through to the keeper, and Gareth Batty just walks past in front of us.
Yeah, sorry, struggling here at 19 for 2, but the beauty of the one-day cup is sides can recover, can't
Oh,
they?
good Lord, yes.
Because you've got the time, haven't you? You've got that sort of...
That's the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. And too many batsmen, Essex are very guilty of this, but they're not the only county. Too many batsmen go into a 50-over competition still with a 20-over mentality and try. It's a much longer game than that.
Yeah,
and if you push 5 or 6 and over, you're going to have a good. If you get one boundary and push 1 or 2 others in an over, then you'll get a good score at the end of it.
Yeah, well, we saw at Bristol, Essex were 86 for 4 after 20 overs. As that's down the leg side, angling down. Patel wants a single. There's a little bit of indecision there. And Steele sends him back. No harm done from a Surrey perspective. Yeah, the game at Bristol, Essex were 86 for 4 after 20, yet recovered thanks to a really good partnership between, I think it was Das and Benkenstein, and they got 262, which in the end was a match-winning score.
Yes.
So there is time to recover.
Plenty of time.
Yeah. Porter into Patel. That's thumps into the pads and they scramble through for a single. But having Porter and Snater in your side, who are, you know, probably 2 of the finer seamers in the country,
Yes.
is a big bonus for Essex. You a fan of the Essex kit, Dick? The purple?
It's
Would we catch you wearing it out on a Friday night?
no, you wouldn't. In fact, you wouldn't catch me out on a Friday night. Well, you're going to have to tonight, unless it finishes very early. But it's a lot more tasteful than some of them have been. I'll put it.
Yeah.
And yes, they've had some horrendous colours over the years, but then so have most counties.
Porter into Steele, who tucks this one behind on the leg side, and Allison's in quickly and keeps them down to a single. So Steele gets off the mark.
In fact, it adds a touch of sort of regalness, doesn't it, really? I mean, purple is a regal colour.
Yeah. Yep. Porter. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. That's the first one today, actually, isn't it? I think. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. Have you got any royal towns in Essex? Any royal places?
Any royal places in Essex? What a good question. I can't think of any, and I've lived in the county for all but the first 4 years of my life. No, not Southend Pier.
Porter, that's well bowled. Don't know what that's come off, if it's a leg by or a run, but it's going to be one to the total. Here's a run. So Patel didn't really know a lot about that one.
No. Well, I suppose Colchester Castle has royal connections. It must do, since at one stage Colchester was the capital of England.
Porter in, and that's defended out into the covers. Queen Boudica as well.
Queen
Elizabeth's hunting lodge.
in Epping Forest. Well, David would know that because he's from that neck of the woods, very posh. Thank you. Of course, Epping Forest, yes, was a big hunting ground. That's presumably Queen Elizabeth I's hunting lodge.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Jamie Porter in, and Steele plays that into the offside. That's... Who's that doing the fielding out there at point, actually? Is that Robin Dass?
Sorry. Yes, probably. I wasn't
Yeah.
really...
That's the end of the over anyway. 6 gone. Surrey 23 for 2.
Yeah, so a good start from Essex. Just under 4 and over, and taken two wickets. Those of Sibley for 9 and Geddes for 4.
Yeah, Sibley's the key. No Rory Burns in this side, he's been rested.
As Slater continues round the wicket to the left-handed Ryan Patel. And again, outside the off stump and beaten. Looking for that outside the off stump and failing to find it.
So last time we commentated was that controversial game, wasn't it, when Jordan Cox went off with appendicitis
Yes,
and wasn't
that's
allowed
right.
a
Oh, yes.
substitute, and
Yes.
there was a bit of a hoo-ha, wasn't there?
Well, there wasn't there? Yes, which I still to this day don't understand, because it's in the regulations quite plainly.
It is, but at the same time, I thought Essex should have been allowed one in that sort of scenario.
Yeah, I think we disagreed then. And
Yeah,
if you
we
want to, we'll have a. You know, you're in Essex now. Do you want to come outside? That's nudged down to long leg for a single.
Well, I've been here 25 minutes so far, and I've already been offered out outside. Welcome to Essex.
Most people don't last 25 minutes.
Yeah, I've done well.
You have.
Yeah.
As Snater moves in, bowls, and that's just played defensively. It trickles out on the onside.
I did go to one of the roughest pubs actually I've ever been to in Essex, in Basildon once.
Oh yes.
Yeah, sort of place, you know, where they serve plasma on draft, you know.
Very
And
good.
yeah, let's just say I had a extremely quick beer and departed. But it's one of those, once you walk in and you suddenly realise you can't just walk
Oh,
out
yes.
because it looks dodgy.
Yes, I can remember going to a pub like that. Not in Basildon. Nearly all towns have their characterful pubs.
Yes.
And that's outside the off stump. Well, saying out, yes, it was really outside the off stump. But, no ball, thanks, David. And
Is that front foot or overhead height?
I don't think it was overhead height, was it?
Yeah, he's given one over the shoulder.
He
Must be
has.
front foot.
Yes. Slater moves in. Bowls. That's just played defensively, trickles down the onside. The ever enthusiastic and vigilant Darren Bankenstein retrieves it, Luke Benkenstein.
Yeah,
He's played very well this season.
Yeah, he was excellent in the game I covered at Bristol. His father's not having such a happy time up at Lancashire as coach up there.
No,
having left Gloucestershire last year. Dale going up to Lancashire with Will Porterfield as well as the batting coach up there.
Slater to Patel, defensive shot, trickles back to the bowler who puts out a size 9 boot with a view to flicking it up but fails to do so. So he has to bend down. Maybe even size 10 boot.
He's a big lad.
Yes.
He's had his mullet shorn a little bit, hasn't
Yes,
he?
he has,
Yeah.
yes. Turns now, just on the ring of discs. Bowls. Met with a very solid defensive shot out of the MCC coaching book. And the over comes to a conclusion with Surrey having won the toss and chosen to bat after 7 overs at 29 for 2.
Yeah, the white balls are doing a little bit this year, we think. We think that there's, well, allied to the fact that we had such a wet start to the summer, but the white balls seem to be doing a little bit and for longer as well, don't they? We found it in T20.
Well, they do, but this was discussed on another broadcasting channel who was watching another form of this game, and I think it was Nasser Hussain brought this subject up, and he said actually the balls are identical to what they were last year.
Right, okay, interesting. Porter in from the Graham Gooch end and Steele, thick outside edge, plays it with soft hands though, and
that was
runs it down to Slater.
That was referring to the another version of this game, the shorter version of this game.
Yeah.
Indeed, the shortest of them all. No, it's not the shortest of them all because there's a 10 over competition, isn't there?
The T10, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but obviously there's one bowl from each end as well in this, so they're only 25 overs old.
Well,
really.
yes.
Porter in around the wicket to Patel. That's a good delivery. Goes through to Fernandez. Good carry as well. Yeah, so we're seeing. It's interesting, isn't it? Maybe it's just it's, as NASA said, the same batch, but they seem to be doing a little bit.
Yeah, oh yes.
Jamie Porter, one of the finest protagonists with a ball that does a little bit as well in the country. That's just angled in and it's Patel on the pads.
And there's quite a stiffish breeze, which on the one hand keeps the temperature quite manageable, but also helps the bowlers because it is going largely across the wicket.
Yeah, it's going from over the pavilion.
Yeah.
So the end Jamie Porter is bowling from would aid outswing to the left-handed Ryan Patel. As that's punched into the covers. No run. Essex got a sub on. There's 56. I can't see.
56 is Charlie Allison. I thought he was hors de combat.
Patel pushes that into the offside. This is good from Porter, just nagging away at that length. Just banging away at it, doing his thing. Yeah, I thought Charlie Allison was injured.
Yes.
That's why he's not in the squad, so unless someone's nabbed his shirt.
Well,
perhaps.
they do swap them around a bit, don't they?
It's a commentator's nightmare.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the person at backward point. That's pushed round the corner. I think that's going to be 4 runs. Jamal Richards can't cut that off, and I think that was a moral victory there to Porter. Thick inside edge. And that completes the end of the 8th over. Surrey 34 for 2. Ryan Patel's on 14. Cameron Steele on 2. Dominic Sibley was bowled this afternoon early on by Jamie Porter for 9. Ben Geddes departed LBW to Shane Snater for 4. Surrey just rebuilding here. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Dick Davis on BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport app, and live on the Essex stream here on a rather pleasant afternoon.
It is, isn't it? Yes.
At Chelmsford.
As Snater continues, now bowling his 5th over, outside the off stump, played defensively. Ball ends up with skipper Tom Wesley at mid-off, just tossing it ruefully from hand to hand. Well, he must be reasonably pleased with the situation at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say so, especially Surrey having won the toss and elected to bat as well. It's an interesting one because sides prefer to chase under lights, really, don't they?
Yes. As Snater moves in, bowls, and Steele advances on him slightly as he was in the moment of delivery, and picks up a single back with a square on the offside. Moving the score on to 35 for 2.
Yeah, sirens in the distance.
Yes, a feature of the ground. It's, for those who haven't been here, well, for those who have, it doesn't alter the position of the ground. It's slap bang in the middle of the city, and the big main road goes right past. Oh, that much as that delivery went right past Ryan Patel's outside the off stump. Essex are bowling well.
They are.
In helpful conditions, it has to be said, especially with that breeze, but they're making the most of it. It's one thing having helpful conditions, but you can squander them.
But you'd expect it from Porter and Snater as well, wouldn't
really,
you?
yes.
And you know, I wonder if Surrey's game plan is to see these two off and maybe, you know, have a look at maybe the guys behind it.
Allison, Thane.
Yeah, Jamal Richards perhaps.
Jamal Richards, all inexperienced players, really.
Yeah.
Yes. As that's met with due respect, a good delivery, and met with an equally good defensive shot.
But part of the beauty as well is it will probably pitch the likes of Adam Thomas or Ollie Sykes against those guys.
Oh,
and
yes.
this competition, I love seeing, these guys come through.
So do I.
And, you know, Essex are missing 5 to 100, Surrey are missing 15, and it's an opportunity for the guys to come in and take it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why some people deride it almost. There again, social media, will we? And there's a appeal for caught behind, I think it was. And Essex seemed fairly convinced, but the man who matters, the umpire, doesn't.
Oh, I heard something. I wonder if it's flicked his pad.
Yes, yes, I heard something, but no. Umpires are Simon Widup and Bilal Shafayat. I think it's Widup at this end, isn't it?
Yeah, Jason Swift, the match referee.
Exhortation from Dan, Essex's #1 fan. He's also that's just worked well on the onside while we're talking about Dan, and he deserves bigging up, I think is the phrase in modern parlance, because he's a great supporter of Essex cricket. He's also a great supporter of Ipswich Town, so he's looking forward to tomorrow, when I understand well, no, the Premiership don't get underway tomorrow, do they?
Do they not?
Don't think so. No, David says. I don't know an awful lot about football, which I've immediately demonstrated. But I know their first game, which is presumably the following week, is against Liverpool. And so.
Is the Football League starting tomorrow? Is that tonight?
But not the Premiership. No.
So Colchester in that is Porter. That's just hanging the bat out there, Cameron Steele. Porter might be just appraising his technique a little bit there.
Yes. And
And the National League, I think that gets
Southend.
underway, doesn't it? Or is that? I can't remember. Southend in there.
Southend, yeah, the renaissance of Southend starts with the first game.
Yeah, and my boys Barnet are in there as well. Apparently the bookies' favourites, Barnet.
Are they?
I'm not sure why, but well, they finished second last year. As Steele pushes that into the offside.
Well,
No run.
Southend were the bookies' favourite to go out of business during the
Yeah,
earlier part of the summer, but they've been saved, and we wish them well.
I think they had a few issues putting down a bond, didn't they, which the league
Yes.
wanted, that they would complete the season.
Yeah.
And they managed to find the Bula. Porter. Meanwhile, back to the summer game, Dick.
Yes, indeed.
That's played nicely by Steele. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Punched back with a square on the offside. And a very pleasant shot. And that's the first... Well, it wasn't a real bad ball by Porter. Slightly short and a little bit of width, but he has hardly put a foot wrong this morning.
No, he hasn't.
Or this afternoon even. I keep thinking it's the morning. I'm all discombobulated, Dick.
When you were telling me, you thought it was all day until our sports editor.
Yeah, is that a little nibble behind? Umpire Shafayat unmoved. Cameron Steele stands there and not out is the verdict.
Yep.
VAR.
Steel by name, steel by nature. Just
DRS.
stood there.
I think Cameron Steele's probably, well, I would say he's a walker, but he was brought up in Western Australia, so you never know. But he's one of the nicest blokes on the circuit, so I think he might have he's just defended that. I think he might have copped a little bit there off 1 or 2 of the Essex side.
But, you know, you allude to it. How many batsmen do walk nowadays? Very, very few.
Yeah, not many.
Whereas, you know, there was a time when they all did.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the Australians come in because they always used to say they only walk when their car runs out of petrol, don't they? So Steele pushes
Yes,
that into
that's
the
right.
offside, no run.
Yeah.
That's a good over from Porter. So a fifth of the way through, and Surrey are 39 for 2 at the end of the 10th. Steele is on 7 and Ryan Patel on 14. Yeah, I always like a trip up to Chelmsford. It's always good friendly people up here.
And easy to get to.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to say big thanks to Victoria Polly at BBC Radio Essex, who reminded me when I said that I'd probably be there at about 9:30. She said, "You do realise it's a 2 p.m. start, don't you?" I was like, "Oh, that's a valid point, Victoria." So, yeah. Right, Ben Anderson's going to come in.
Well, you could have had a look round the city of Chelmsford, which is a very pleasant city.
Yeah.
Particularly for shopping, so my wife assures me, but that aspect of life rather leaves me cold, I must admit.
Oh, I hate shopping. I hate shopping.
I don't mind as Allison moves in round the wicket. That's worked away through the onside for 4 runs. It was over pitch and it was probably on the leg stump. And
It was in the air for a while though, wasn't it?
It was, oh
Yeah.
yes, but it was not near any fielder. So, yeah, 4 runs.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of shopping. I don't mind food shopping. I'm all right with food shopping.
I'm all right with shopping for anything, as long as I know what I want. I go in, get it, and come out.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
But just to go into a shop and wander around for 3/4 of an hour,
You're not a window shopper.
no. And then buy nothing. Oh. As, that's down the leg side and gets away with it. Doesn't really. Corners are wide. Yeah, and I know I'm not the only husband or partner who does it, but you know the number of hours in many years of marriage that I've spent just standing around in fashion shops, or even standing outside. I can remember a few years ago, I think it was when Essex were playing there, which shows how long ago it was, in Dublin. And I was told, note the word told, not asked. It's just pushed out on the odd side. Oh, we must go and have a look at such and such a shop. You know, it's got outlets all over the country. They're probably exactly the same. And I stood outside that shop. I thought, we're in Dublin, we're in a foreign country, I've never been here before. Let's have a look at the place. No, let's look at this shop. And I stood out there for what seemed like 3.5 weeks. It probably wasn't quite 3.5 weeks. And what did you buy? Well, no, nothing really. No.
Does Mrs. Davis tune into the cricket?
That's played defensively, certainly offside. She is a great cricket fan. In fact, she's listening now. If she weren't, I'd say more about it than that. But she knows exactly the event I'm referring to and the shop. And no, I don't think so.
A very good afternoon to you listening in.
Yes. No, well, while we're here, let's go and see if it's any better deals at such and such. Oh, no! And then we'll compare and perhaps we'll come back. Right, enough of that. Allison moves in, bowls. That's just played backward of square on the offside. They go through for a single, fielded out towards the hospitality boxes, but only about 2/3, 3/4 of the way towards them. We will take emails at BBC Essex. I always have to look it up just to make sure. I don't want to give you incorrect information. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. We don't do T20 games, obviously, because there's not enough. There's just physically not enough time to get through them all. Everything is so hurried, but in a far more relaxed atmosphere of 50 overs, then we would warmly welcome you, whether you're an Essex supporter, a Surrey supporter, or just a cricket supporter. I was that's worked away on the onside for a single backward of square. I was watching a match on television last night from the Oval, and I was can't think of the right adjective really, moved almost by the splendid tribute that Nasser Hussain paid. It seemed to be totally impromptu to Graham Thorpe, because they were very big mates. And you could almost see the tears welling up in Hussain's eyes as he paid tribute to his former mate.
Yeah, I'll come on to that at the end of this over, actually.
Being bowled by Ben Allison, who bowls round the wicket now to Patel, who works out into the onside. They go through for a very comfortable agreed single.
Yeah, Tuesday at Kibworth was a very sombre day. Obviously, Leicestershire, I thought, handled it beautifully as a club, but Alex Stewart was his big buddy. Played a lot of test matches for Graham Thorpe. Adam Hollyoake, who's on the coaching staff at Surrey, played a lot of cricket with Graham Thorpe. Dominic Sibley was coached by him at England as well. Yeah, so, and a lot of the fans knew him, from a kid coming through the system. And, I think Graham Thorpe as a player, play 100 tests for England in the 90s. You've got to be a decent player, when there's all that chopping and changing.
Yeah.
But as a bloke, I think he was even finer than he was a cricketer. Porter is going to continue from the Graham Gooch end, and that's driven handsomely by Ryan Patel through the covers for 4 runs. Very nice shot. And is that the 50 up? I can't read that scoreboard. But yep, 50's up with that. And what a lovely way to get there.
Yes, certainly. Yeah, we've had an email from Michael. Good to have Porter back bowling today. They've been rather weak in that area, as they have. Could David Jackman tell us how many games Essex have won at so-called Fortress Chelmsford this season? Well, yes, I think that's a bit of an old-fashioned name for it, really, because I did some. That's
down the leg side, going to be a wide.
I did some research, courtesy of Cricket Archive. Other websites available, but none of them as good as Cricket Archive. Yes, they are really. About the 20 over version, and I think it was almost exactly that Essex had won the same as they've lost at Chelmsford.
Okay.
So yeah, at one stage it was a bit of a fortress, but that's a bit of an anachronism now to call it that.
Porter in, Patel covers up, pushes that into the offside, no run. Yeah, I think, Chelmsford's never an easy place to come, especially in T20 on a Friday night. It can be
Yes,
possibly the equivalent of a cold Tuesday night in Stoke, perhaps, in cricketing terms. It's partisan and parochial, perhaps, which, is fine, isn't it? It's what you want, really, out of your support, as that's just angled in on the pads and going to run away for a leg by.
it's fine as long as it's kept in check and reined in, and it doesn't sort of...
Yeah.
We used to say this, well, we still say it about banter and sledging. It's all right when it's clever, but when it just becomes downright abuse, then it's just embarrassing and does nobody any favours.
I see one of the Gloucestershire players has been charged with, he was copping a load off a fan and having to go back.
Giving it back.
Yeah, so that's left alone into the gloves of Fernandez. Yeah, but that was in the West Country derby between Somerset and Gloucestershire, which El Sideco, as they call it, and it can get a little bit heated, that one, at times.
Taunton, I maintain now that Taunton on a Friday night, there are a few places more intimidating than that.
I agree.
When the side has been flowing, and
I agree. Canterbury can get a little bit lively as well.
It can.
Yeah. Porter in, and that's defended by Steele, pushed into the covers. But I think the 50 over crowd's a very different crowd. It's a knowledgeable cricket crowd, and I think this competition represents wonderful value as well, because you get to see a full day's play, you get to see both sides bat and bowl, and providing you bat okay, you're here longer than 3 hours. Theoretically. Yeah, that brings me back to a point I meant to raise a few minutes ago. Porter in, Steele fishes a little bit outside the off stump of that one, and that completes the 12th over. 53 for 2. Steele's on 8. Ryan Patel on 24. Yes, there are a lot of people that, particularly on social media, and we know that, I don't want to go down this path, it's not my job to, but we know the damage that social media can cause on things far more important than cricket teams. But saying, oh no, I wouldn't go to a 50 over competition, it's just a development competition. To my mind, it's not just a development competition, it's the fact that it's a development competition which is its appeal, to see what's coming up, not just in Essex, but the other sides they're playing. It's quite heartening to see how many good young cricketers there are around the country. Yeah, certainly. I think Jamie Smith made his debut in this competition, and now mainstay in the England side. As Allison moves in, bowls, that's worked away into the mid-wicket area. No addition to the score of 53 for 2. We're just at the very beginning of the 13th over. You're listening to commentary by BBC Essex, BBC London, and was it BBC Radio London? Sure. BBC Radio London. Yeah, Essex, one of the few that don't have radio in their name and online. Allison again to Patel, solidly, well forward. Not a particularly tall man, but used every inch of what reach he's got to get to the pitch of the ball and head over the ball when he got there. Yeah, I think Allison here is going into the body, isn't he, of Patel? He's going around the wicket. I think he's scared of giving him a little bit too much width with that short boundary down towards the pavilion. Yeah, with Allison bowling right round the wicket, right arm round the wicket, we are absolutely spot on behind the line on. And moves in now and bowls, and that's just played just to the onside of straight, picked up by 23. That's Cushy, I think. Yeah. No addition to the score. He went on loan earlier this season, didn't he? Out to Kent, and a few Essex fans raised a few eyebrows at that one, didn't they? Yes, they did. And he's popular here. Yes. Oh, there was some got really upset about it. They do get
That's played out in the onside, well fielded by Benkenstein.
Yeah, good work there.
He's a very good. Well, I mean, most of them otherwise they wouldn't have made this level. But Benkenstein in particular stands out. Everything he does with enthusiasm and a great deal of ability. Whether he's batting, bowling, fielding. I think he skippered the England under-19s, and I'm sure he was a very good skipper as well.
Yeah, I don't think he skippered recently. I think Hamza Sheikh at Warwickshire.
Oh, really? Perhaps it was last year then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because almost by definition you don't do it for more than 1 year because then you're too old, aren't you?
Yeah. But he was in the side, so maybe they just rotate it, perhaps.
Yeah.
I know Hamza Sheikh definitely the one at Cheltenham College. But he's got good pedigrees from a good stable, as they'd say in horse racing terms. Been sired well.
Ellison again to Patel. Played outside the off stump, bat away from the body, but he played it out in the middle of the woodwork and played out to Tom Wesley. No addition to the score of 53 for 2. Thanks, David. He points out that's a maiden.
Is that the first one? Yeah. Yep, first one of the day. David's great, isn't he? Can I take him to the Oval with me? He's brilliant.
Anywhere, just take him. Just take him anywhere. We don't mind where. End of Southend Pier, you name it.
We could all do with a David in our lives, I tell you. Jamie Porter, continuing from the Graham Gooch end, here on a gorgeous afternoon in the heart of Essex, as Steele gets forward. No run. Essex just drying up the runs here.
They are 53 off 13, 4 and over more or less, give or take.
Yep. That looks a good spot to be under that Felsted school stand over there, doesn't it? A nice bit of shade there. It's the family enclosure, I believe, isn't it, over there?
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, Felsted School produced a few good young cricketers as well.
Porter in, that's a big shout for LBW, and he's given. LBW Steele goes. Shafayette raises the finger, and Steele has to depart for 8, and Jamie Porter is causing havoc. 53 for 3 now, and Surrey a spot bother.
Well, yes, I suppose they are. Yep, 53 for 3 in the 14th.
Yeah, there's the.
I didn't make a note of when the second wicket fell, did you?
19.
19, thank
yeah.
you. Yeah.
Josh Blake is coming out at 5, which means that Thomas and Sykes are probably going to be 6 and 7. Blake's had a good tournament though, as I said earlier, left-hander. And he's got lovely hands glove-wise. He's Surrey extremely fortunate to have 3 quality keepers in Ben Folkes, Jamie Smith and Josh Blake as well. Drinks just coming on for the players on a hot afternoon here. It's supposed to get even hotter over the weekend. They reckon Monday could be 31, 32. So slap on the sun cream, keep well hydrated, put a hat on. Just sit back, if you're listening in the garden, sit back and enjoy the dulcet tones of Dick and Dan here. Dick Davis, Dan
Dick
Whiting here. Essex versus Surrey from the Cloud FM County Ground, where Surrey, having chosen to bat, are 53 for 3. They're in a spot of bother. They're not quite, as we say in the trade, Mark Knopfler, they're not quite in dire straits, but they're struggling a little bit.
Yes. I had an email from the Grumbler. Thanks, Grumbler.
Porter in, and that's played out to mid-off. Yeah, the
we-
Grumbler's, he's a writer, isn't he? I know
Yes.
him. Yeah.
Oh, yes, he does a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Very good. It is
Yeah,
too.
he is. Yeah.
And yeah, he points out we were talking about the mobile scoreboard finally having to be broken up when its last resting place being the back of the pavilion at Colchester.
Porter into Blake, who gets forward, defends that into the covers.
He also points out that the famous pavilion at South Church Park, which is in my neck of the wood,
It's
was
been demolished,
pulled
isn't
down
it?
during the winter. Yes,
Yeah.
well, there again, it, like so many buildings, whether they're to do with cricket or not, they get to the stage where they've fallen down to such an extent they're beyond repair, and you just have to complete the job of pulling them down. Yeah, Bradman and Miller and all that played in that famous 721 all out in South Church Park in 1948.
In a day, wasn't it?
In a day.
Yeah. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Shafayette doing a passable impression of Christ the Redeemer in Rio there, stretching his arms.
And one of the remarkable things, well, there were many remarkable things about that day, but if you sort of analyse the scorecard, in those days they played strictly 3 sessions of 2 hours. There was none of this so many hours. It was 11:30 to 1:30, 10 past 2 to 10 past 4, 4:30 to 6:30. That was it, 3 2-hour sessions.
Porter, that's a good delivery. Goes past the outside of Josh Blake's bat.
So they had 6 playing hours exactly,
Okay.
and although 721 runs were scored, numerous centuries, the ball being dispatched all over southeast Essex, nevertheless in those 6 hours of play they bowled 129 overs.
Wow.
Ask
Yeah.
any, well over, what's that, 21 and a half per hour, something like that.
Trevor Bailey playing that side?
Yes, Bailey was playing.
But he didn't score that
Think
quickly
so.
in his life, did he?
Well, no. Barnacle Bailey.
Yeah. Porter around the wicket to Blake, who drives nicely actually out to mid-off.
Yes, there are numerous stories about Trevor Bailey, one of them.
That would have been a wicket maiden apart from the wide.
Yeah. And he lived very near me in Westcliff-on-Sea, and it was always ironic that he lived in a road called the Drive, which people thought was totally inappropriate the way he played. It should have been called the Prod, not the Drive.
Yeah. Well, they do have a sense of humour in this part of the world. There's the famous story, I don't know if it's true, that Graham Gooch left on his answer phone and after 89, who said, I'm out at the moment, no doubt LBW Alderman.
As Allison moves in, bowls to Patel, who works that down to fine leg for a single down towards the end, formerly known as the Hayes close end, now the Graham Gooch end.
Yeah, a lot riding on the shoulders of Ryan Patel here. Got 100 against Essex in the
Yes, he did.
4-dayer at the end of June at the Oval. But there's a lot on his shoulders here because he's got Josh Blake and he's got a couple of youngsters for company, and then probably Connor McCurr.
As Allison moves in, bowls. There's a bit of a hesitation as to whether to go for run or not, but they eventually decide they will, down to wide third man. I think the thought was whether a fielder would cut it off or not. And, went through for the single. Phone keeps pinging away. I don't know if that's, I'm never quite sure why it does ping actually. Allison round the wicket to the left-handed Patel. Oh, what a play and a miss, and played inside the line, the ball moving away.
Still doing a bit, isn't it?
It is still doing a bit. And that wasn't with the direction of the wind, that was against it, that was off the wicket at that moment more.
There's a group of gentlemen over there all in pink t-shirts. I don't know what that's about.
No. Oh, I see what you mean over there. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they put their whites in with their Manchester United
Yeah,
shirt.
that's it. And that's played out into the onside. Doesn't time it quite as he went in, just rehearses the shot again as Patel, but it was safe enough. They went through for a single. It was a combination of Benkenstein and Cushy completed the fielding. And still my learned friend Paul Newton is stuck on the A12 presumably. I said to him, if it gets really bad, don't mind, turn around and go home. That's outside the off stump again, more movement. Essex are bowling well here.
Yeah, they are. It's one thing having the ball doing a bit, but putting the ball in the right areas on a consistent basis, the way that Snater, Porter and Allison have done so far this afternoon, you know, that's a different matter.
It is entirely.
Addison just giving a little cheeky smile to gentlemen.
That's more on leg stump really, and it's worked its way on the leg side, but only straight to the field of Benkenstein. A very good over indeed. Comes to a conclusion, the 15th over, and 57 for 3 is the Surrey score. The Surrey, for this competition, they changed just below us, and they have use of the Riverside stand above it, so they often avail themselves of that to see what the ball's doing. Well, if some of the batsmen still to come in had a look, they'd probably rather not. Could put the fear of Chelmsford up them, because it is doing all sorts of things, although very few of them are sat out here.
Yeah, Porter's about to start his 8th. Wonder if he's going to go right through.
Well, it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah. In he comes. That's driven handsomely there by Ryan Patel. Bit of a misfield at mid-off, but no run taken. It's getting a little bit breezy.
It is, it's getting up a little bit. We've got all the windows open, both at the front and the back of our bijou accommodation, so the wind does, or the breeze does go through. We've also got the fan on, I think, so yeah.
That's down the leg side. Is there a little feather on that? Ryan Patel stands there. And more importantly, so does umpire Bill El Shafayat. But there's obviously something, because he didn't give a wide, so it's obviously flicked something along the way.
We haven't got the live stream up. I think I'm just going to take a minute while Dan's commentating to see if I can get some action.
Yeah, so Porter short, and that's crunched through the offside. It's definitely going to be 1. Is it going to be 2? Yet they come back. It's quite a long boundary out there. As I think that's Snater doing the work out in the deep. And 2 more to Ryan Patel. Patel on to 28.
Well, being very technically minded, I've worked out that the live stream will work better if we switch the telly on.
That's just worked off the face deliberately by Patel out to Jamal Richards. That often helps.
It does, doesn't it?
It definitely does help, yeah. Ah, this is it next to me.
Yes.
There you go.
We could have had that for the last hour and 7 minutes if I thought to switch the telly on.
Porter 2 for 26 off 7.4, as you see on your screen.
Ah, technology. If only, why doesn't it know we wanted to watch it and switch itself on?
Left alone by Blake. Goes into the gloves of Fernandez. So he's had an opportunity. So your regular keepers, Jordan Cox, obviously. Is it Cox or Rossington?
Cox hasn't kept for Essex since he's been here.
Has he not?
No.
Rossington, who's had a
Rossington or
finger
Pepper.
Yeah, Rossington's had a finger injury.
Yeah.
Pepper, so...
Well, they're both playing in a different competition.
Yeah. Oh, Blake just pushes that back. Porter showing silky skills. He's a West Ham fan, isn't he, Porter?
I believe so.
Yeah. Just showing the touch of Julian Dix there. Back in the day. 60 for 3.
Dear. I remember for a while, some years ago, when when Canby Island were playing in what was then known as the Conference.
Yeah.
Julian Dix, I'm not sure if he was still playing, whether he was playing for Canby in his twilight of his career, or if he was part of the managerial staff. And I think he was still playing. And I used to chat to him now and again. And that's just Allison bowls it rather, and it's played down to fine leg. And
Actually,
I said to him something about, you're a mature player now. You've been around a long time, isn't it? Now, a bit of an embarrassment to have this nickname, the Terminator. And I thought he was going to beat me up. The look he gave me. He said, "No, I like it." I said, "Oh, very well."
Yeah, he could actually play, Julian Dix. He was a decent player,
He was.
actually. But he could also mix it a little bit.
Yes. Oh, and a shot. It's one of those shots by Patel there. Had it come off, people would have said, the ball would have rattled towards the extra cover boundary and hit the boards with some considerable force. When it doesn't come off like that, he can count himself lucky not to have got an edge. It wasn't a particularly controlled shot, but
It's what David Gower always used to say, wasn't it?
Oh.
He was 2 inches away from either middling one gracefully out to the extra cover boundary or nicking off to second slip.
Yes. That's worked well on the onside. Whenever anybody asks me, which they've stopped asking now because they get bored with the answer, they've heard it umpteen times, but what's the finest innings you've ever seen at Chelmsford? Bearing in mind I've been commentating for a great many years, and before then I was a keen supporter when I wasn't playing club cricket. I watched Essex by various means since I was about 8 years of age, and I always come back to an innings that Gower played here for Leicestershire, I think it was. That's just worked well on the offside, and talk about poetry in motion, it was just wonderful. Played down to wide third man.
Yeah, it's amazing because Gower didn't really get that many for Leicestershire considering his class. Did he? Same with Bob Willis, didn't really do that much for Warwickshire back
perhaps he'd moved to Hampshire by then, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he still was pretty decent at Leicestershire.
Yes, maybe it was Hampshire, but anyway, it's the player rather than the side he represented that has left its impression. Well, very obviously, because I can't even remember who he was playing for. That's just played down the backward point in front of the executive boxes, committee boxes. No, well, yes, there's the committee room up there as well. I can remember talking about committee rooms when I was there up at the Oval. You were very pleased because you had just spoken to Sir John Major.
I had, yeah. I like to mix it around, Dick,
Well, yes, quite. And that's pulled us through the onside for any one. They thought about coming back for a second, but it would have been ill-advised. A good throw comes in at the bowler's end, just beside the stumps, and the score moves on to 65.
Yeah, I would say that one of the finest knocks that I've seen is a man who plied his trade here back in the day, Graham Gooch now. I think 154 against West Indies at Headingley on a wicket that's doing all sorts back in 1991. Got to be up there. But I think it was usurped by another knock at Headingley only a couple of years ago, Ben Stokes' knock against Australia. I think that is probably the finest knock that I've seen in cricket. Right, we're going to have a change of bowling at the Graham Gooch end. So Porter is off. He's bowled 8 overs. And we're going to see Jamal Richards into the attack. Came through Walthamstow Cricket Club. He's 17 boy. In he comes around the wicket. Oh, and Ryan Patel pushes that into the offside and thinks about 2, but Snater's got a good arm. Yeah, Richards, he's 17. Dick Davis and Dan Whiting here in the House of Love at Chelmsford.
Well, Brian in Harlow appreciates what we're doing. He says, great coverage by you chaps, really enjoying it. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
And he also says it's a pity Porter hasn't been used more in the 50 over competition. Well, he hasn't. He's been. He had a broken finger. He sustained a broken finger up at the Oval.
Let's just open the face, run back with a square by Blake. That was innocuous as well, wasn't it? It was like the ball was being thrown back to him when he was bowling, I think, wasn't it?
It was.
And all of a sudden he broke his finger there. I mean, Essex were going down like 9 pins in that game, weren't they? Jordan Cox appendicitis.
At one stage, the assistant coach, I think, they found a bit of kit vaguely to fit him.
Yeah. I think you were only one injury away from not the assistant coach but the coach driver actually coming out onto the field of play. Richards around the wicket. Is that? Oh, I thought he had a little nibble at that. Blake, but he's still there. He's on 3, but the ball's still doing bits. Richards named Player of the Month before the start of the game as well.
Yes.
So great to see, one for the future. I think he made his debut, was it this time last year in the competition? And I remember Anthony McGrath saying that he bowls quick and hits the ball a long way. Here he comes. Blake looking to push that into the offside, gets a thick inside edge and the ball dribbles away on the onside, but they get through for a single. Car alarm going off in the distance.
Thanks, John, for your email, which I won't read out in detail, but it's you raised some interesting points, so I'll certainly address them at the end of the over as I just dropped my pen. Thanks, Dan, very much. Although it's a
just turn into the leg side. Well, maybe a hint of a inside edge from Patel.
Because John is one of the many who are of a different opinion to mine about what they could have done when Jordan Cox was taken ill. But we will come back. We've got plenty of time while seam bowlers are bowling and they walk back slowly because it's a warm afternoon. So thanks, John, very much. Richards
bustling in. Just turned again into the onside. So just milking the ones here. So they're looking to rebuild. They move on to 69 for 3 at the end of the 18th.
Yes, I mean, I apologise to listeners who've heard me say this before because I've said it many times this season since the Surrey game at the Oval. But briefly, my view is that it's very difficult to change a law or regulation which covers the Jordan type situations and isn't open to abuse. I mean, John there, I think he used the phrase taken seriously ill during a match. There again, as soon as you say that, if you can't write into the regulations seriously ill, one person's definition of seriously ill could be very different from another person's seriously ill. And that's just played defensively. And as soon as you have any regulation in which there's a loophole through which the proverbial horse and carriage could drive, then it's open to misuse or even abuse. So I think I agree in principle that it should be possible, but if anybody can come up with a watertight definition as to under what circumstances, I'd be very interested to hear it. That's played out into the offside. Again, that car alarm. Isn't it strange, whenever a car alarm or even a fire alarm when a house goes off, you always assume it's a false alarm. even with house, the fire alarm goes off, even when you can, see the flames and smell the smoke, you say, oh no, it's probably a false alarm. No.
Well, it's a nice place, Chelmsford.
It is a nice place. I like it. And I don't live in it. I live, 25 miles away in Southend, which in recent days hasn't been such a nice place, but it's basically a very nice place, and I wouldn't choose to live anywhere else. That's just played out defensively, back to the bowler.
I covered a game once at Merthyr Tydfil back in the day,
Oh.
and Merthyr Tydfil at the time, I think you were most likely part of the country to come back to your automobile and it not to be there at the end of play.
As Allison moves in and bowls, and it's worked away just backward of deep square.
That's a big old boundary down
It is
there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a long way. I'm not very good at judging distances. Well, if a pitch is 22 yards long, 20, 40, 60, well, it must be good 80 to 90 yards.
Yeah, I would say so. It's straight down the ground, isn't it, here at Chelmsford?
Yeah.
That's where you've got to protect.
Oh, yes. As Allison moves in. Bowls, and that's just worked away.
There are a number of grounds like that, actually, aren't there? Cardiff's one, which is very short, straight, and Bristol's
Yes, it is.
another.
Yes. Yes, Cardiff. They lose many a ball in the River Taff.
Yeah. Well, be careful where you park your car behind the pavilion at Cardiff as well.
Yes. That's assuming you can get in the ground. You have more influence than I, obviously. When that's pulled away, it's in the air, but it doesn't. Once it pitches, it's a good 10-15 yards from the nearest fielder. Acre of untenanted territory out that way.
I got stuck in some sports centre actually around the
Oh yes,
side.
the one just before it. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, something very
Something
noisy
is-
just went over. It sounded like a helicopter. I don't know.
It was low, whatever it is.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
No idea. Even the gentleman next door in the press box sort of wake up a little bit.
Yeah. It's like watching an episode of TJ Hooker back in the day. One for the kids there.
Yes, you're talking about your car in Merthyr Tydfil. I had a come back to that in a moment.
Richards into Blake, who drives nicely down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot. I think that's Porter at mid-on, gives up the ghost pretty early.
Yeah, many years ago when I was in my 20s. Paul Newton. Oh, Paul Newton. Helicopter's bringing Paul Newton. I thought you were saying he's arrived.
BBC Essex budget is far bigger than BBC Radio
Oh,
London, flying him
yeah.
in.
Yeah,
D-
which
like
B-
Kevin Keegan, he's going to come in on the pitch, isn't he?
Which BBC Essex helicopter? Yes, they have several.
That's wide from Richards, and that's going to be just the one, I think, as Allison comes round from third and picks up a single.
Yeah, I was living temporarily in west of London, Chiswick, just coming home at weekends mainly to get my washing done by my mum, you know. And,
Yeah.
And one evening I drove off to watch Queen's Park Rangers, and this was a long time ago, so I was in my 20s, and
That's played back to Richards.
And I parked the car fairly near the ground, and 2 young boys came up to me and said, I don't know what the going rate was then in terms of money, 10 shillings to look after your car, mate. And I said, oh no, it's all right, I think it'll probably be all right. And they said, it won't. And my first dealings with a protection racket.
Well, probably say there's a Rottweiler in the back, and they'll probably respond with, can he put out fires then? Richards in, and that's flailed away by Patel. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a nice shot. It's a police helicopter actually, Dick, and a few
is it?
sirens going. I don't know if your taxi's arrived perhaps.
I'll see if I can get some assistance in our commentary, because poor old Paul's obviously... gentleman of the press next door, Paul Hiscock, sometimes helps us out under these circumstances. I'll see if I can attract his attention.
Yeah, these two just rebuilding. 30 they put on now. Richards in, Patel takes a cheeky single, just drops the ball into the offside, and he's Running's been a little bit dicey at times, Patel, but he's been a lot more.
Paul Hiscock has agreed to come in. He's a very experienced.
Do you want to have a chat with him and I'll take a.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
As you're the guest, I shall.
Yeah. I'll keep an eye on the police helicopter for you, Dick.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks, Dan, very much. Well, hour and a half we've been doing, so it's a long time, and that's outside the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper, and to the end of the over. Now I did say that Paul Newton was stuck on the M20, not the M25, the A12. He phoned me at about quarter to 1, and it's now 25 past 3. So, well, we know it's a horrendous troubles on the A12. He will get here, because I said, if worst comes to worst, turn round and go home and we'll manage. He said, no, I will be there sometime, I don't know when. So I'm very, very grateful to my colleague from next door, the gentleman of the press, a colleague of many, many years, Paul Hiscock, and I just sort of did my semaphore signs through the window and asked if he'd give Dan a break, and he's sitting next to me, so thanks very much, Paul.
Pleasure, Dick. And first mistake was referring to me as a gentleman. I think you were very, very kind. You were reading that from
I had
notes.
everything crossed when I said it.
And I'm sure a few minutes of me will only hasten Paul Newton's arrival, and rightly so for the listener.
Not at all. You've dug us out of a similar hole on many occasions, and it must be really bad, because Paul Newton, I mean, he would move proverbial heaven and hell to get here if he could. It's going to be a change of bowling from this end. The Tom Wesley, Essex will be happy with this position, won't they? 84 for 3 after 20.
They will, Dick, yeah. And I think as far as this competition goes, they have got an uphill task, haven't they, to even think about qualifying. But there's nothing like success and a victory, and you want that for some of the youngsters, don't you? They've worked hard this season.
Yes, that's played back to the bowler.
Haven't had any reward by way of positive results, or not many awards. So that'd be nice. It lifts the dressing room, doesn't it?
Yes.
We're talking next door about sort of their player of the competition thus far this season.
Wesley moves in round the wicket to the left-handed Patel, who's batted through out, and he just plays that quietly out into the covers.
Charlie Allison's name sort of was to the fore, but he only played 3 games, of course, because he's got that hamstring injury. I think the standout 2 players have been Benkenstein and Robin Das.
That's slightly short of a length and played out of the back foot, and it goes through for a single. Yes, I was just saying a little while ago, Benkenstein, I mean, naturally, but a young player, you expect all young players to be enthusiastic, but he's just sort of brim full of it, isn't he? Whether he's batting, bowling, fielding, he gives it his all.
Yes, indeed. And the concern is what happens once this competition is finished, as far as the rest of the season goes for these up-and-coming players.
Couldn't agree more. So Patel gets to the pitch, the delivery there, and just plays it quietly. No addition to the score of 85 for 3, with Patel on 42 and Blake on 13. As comes down the wicket slightly as Patel gets to the pitch, the ball, but only pushes it slowly out to Nick Brown, short mid-wicket.
Wesley does show, doesn't he, when he bowls, that his bowling is actually underused, isn't it?
Well, it is, because of the presence of Harmer normally, isn't it, I think?
Yeah.
That's just pushed out to long on for a very gentle single. It only just sort of staggers its way to Robin Das, fielding as he's inclined to do in Charlie Allison's shirt, just to confuse us, and I get confused quite easily, so you don't have to try too hard.
Well, don't look to me to help you out, Dick.
End of the over, and Surrey are 60. No, they're not. They're 86 for 3.
Yeah. So sometimes there's a discrepancy, isn't between that smaller scoreboard and the major one there.
Yeah, but when we've got the live stream on, which we now have, then we use that one, because that's gospel. And as Kamal Richards moves in, bowls, that's just played out to mid-on.
And another beautiful day, and the crowd is phenomenal, isn't it? Friday afternoon, sort of fed up reading missives that are in the national papers about 50 over cricket, or if it needs to be done away with, etc., etc. No, just come and watch some of the stuff that we've been watching.
Yeah, too true. And I just saying to Dan, because a lot of people, that's just played defensively, but with a blade of the bat, so it just allows the taking of a single down to short third man. A lot of people did cry because they call it, oh, it's only a development competition. Well, it's because it is a development competition that makes it so interesting. So as you can see, not only the up and coming players of your own side, but those of others as well.
Very true, Dick. And I find that parochially with cricket fans, they do love to see their own young players coming through and develop. You know, the way that Alistair Cook and Ravi Vipara,
yes,
I'll break off here, go on.
It's round the wicket. Patel plays defensively. Well, he plays defensively, but he times it brilliantly, and it goes through for a boundary down to long on.
Yeah, he got right in the meat of the bat, didn't he?
He did no more than really just put his bat in the way of it, but he timed it to perfection, and yeah, it sped off down towards the Graham Gooch end.
He knows which end it is,
yes.
but we know it is the Hayes Close end. It still was when I came round off the New Brittle Street,
yes.
Hayes Close. But yeah, as I say, the Sir Alistair Cook and Ravi Vipara, people are so fond of them here, not only because of their undoubted talent, but they saw them developing and coming up through the ranks, didn't
yes. they? And that's nudged down to just backward, no, just forward of square. Umpire Simon Widdup steps aside to allow the fielding of the ball.
We've already seen the ability of Ryan Patel this season, haven't we? Up
yes.
at the Oval in the 4-day game, the influential innings that was. So I think he's the key here for Surrey, isn't he? If they're to get a score which could test us in the chase.
That's just played with solid defence. Backward defensive shot as day 2 of the coaching course. Day 1 is the forward defensive, from what I remember. Day 2 is the backward defensive shot from Blake.
Yeah, I think I did myself on that, did the same course, but after 3 I think something let me down. I was moved on my way.
Actually, before that there's the stance and how to hold the bat. I'm sure they don't teach it like that nowadays.
Oh no.
Yeah, how to hold the bat, then how to stand at the wicket, then forward defensive, backward defensive. That's nudged down to third man by Blake, who moves on to 15.
Well, I wonder
16.
if the first shot that you're taught perhaps is the reverse sweep, then the ramps, the scoop, and then if all else fails, try this forward defensive shot.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
I was talking to the Surrey scorer earlier today, Dick, and they played at Kibworth as we had the pleasure, and she just echoed what our sentiments were about the Kibworth. A brilliant day they had, beautiful setup.
Yeah.
And a year ago now, but it's still fresh in the mind, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And not many days at cricket are for me, I must admit, but that one was. As, Josh Blake comes down the wicket slightly, just a pace or two to get to the pitch of the ball, and then works it away for a single to the onside. Wesley still bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Yes, and he's getting through his overs quickly as well, isn't he?
And that's met with obdurate defence. And again, it's Benkenstein, he's on that. They were never going to go for a run, but he's on the ball quickly and returns it quickly, and that's played out into the covers, no addition to the score.
That's another benefit of having players, the younger players, the benefit, the Benkensteins, Robin Das, the Allisons, young.
Noah Thane.
Yes, Noah Thane.
Who fields that now, and coincidentally.
Yeah, and another success story this season for Noel Thane. I think his career has taken a chance step forward. He's doing a lot more bowling than he had done before. And
you refer to that day at Kibworth last year, and probably about this time last year, it was Noah Thane and Charlie Allison who put together that wonderful stand, wasn't it?
Yeah.
As Wesley moves in, bowls. Oh, and that's lofted high over the infield, then bounces a few times and then over the boundary rope for 4 runs down to deep extra cover, bringing up Ryan Patel's
50. 68 balls, I think.
Yep.
Our announcer shared with us that, Dick.
Yep.
And another effective innings.
Yes.
For Mr. Patel.
Yeah, I mean, there are very few of these names looking down them that mean much to me, which is an indication of how Surrey are grasping the opportunity to blood the younger players, particularly since they're not even with a mathematical chance of going through to the latter stages, which we are assured Essex are in with a mathematical chance. We had a start nudge down to third man. Had a long email from yesterday evening come through from our colleague Nick Pledhill.
Oh, right.
Giving chapter and verse as to what the various sides need to do if Essex are to still go through.
Right. Was Pythagoras' theorem involved in it somewhere along the line?
I think Pythagoras came into it, yes. Yeah, and Themistocles and all sorts of people, Herodotus. But yeah, Essex can mathematically still go through, and that's flailed out into the offside, and an excellent piece of fielding is just not accomplished. A backward point, and
I think that was Shane Snater out there, wasn't
Shane
it?
Slater. That brings up the 100 anyway.
Yeah.
99 for 3. Oh no, they haven't put up the 100, presumably. No, 103 for 3. And yeah, at the very least, Essex need to win today. So.
Well, yeah, I'd imagine it's
and
win all three,
and the next 2 as well.
Right,
So if Essex
yes.
win, let's play defence out into the covers. If Essex win all their last 3 games, brackets having only won 2 up to now, and a lot of other things go Essex's way, then they'll be through to the final stages. But stranger things have happened. The most recent time they won the T20, well, the only time they've won the T20, they got through by, if not a quirk of nature, a quirk of all the results going in their favour elsewhere as well as for themselves, I remember.
But that's one of the beauties of this game, isn't it?
Well, of course it is. Yeah.
Expect the unexpected.
Yes. Kamal Richards bowls, and Gloucestershire 58 for no wicket off 9.4 in reply to Knott's 332. So yeah, one of the things that has to happen apart from Essex winning is that Gloucestershire mustn't. So it looks as if the second half of that might be brought about.
Sounds like a rum fest up there, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's at Trent Bridge, is it? Or is it at Gloucester?
Oh.
That's nudged down to third man for a single. Essex are at Trent Bridge on Sunday. David Brett in the commentator's seat, and then Wednesday at Hove, which I always enjoy going to, and therefore I'm doing that as well.
Delightful ground, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. See, there's talk of developing the ground as well, isn't there? Talk of a new stand
Really?
being erected here. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly among my top 3 or 4 grounds is Hove. That's outside the off stump, and it found Blake failing a bit uncertain. The ball actually missed the bat by quite a considerable distance, and of course, as I was saying earlier with Dan, there's a very helpful, quite stiff breeze going across the ground, isn't there?
Yes, yes. I thought Jamie Porter bowled terrifically well early on, didn't he?
It just showed how much Essex have missed him.
Yeah. Picked up a couple of wickets. Might very well have had a couple more. There was certainly one that on the playback looked really close, but didn't get the decision. But it was just good that we were able to contain the opposition within the first power play section of 10 overs. Some of these games,
yes,
we've rather leaked runs, haven't we?
Wesley leaks 4 there, I think. Yes, down to long leg. It wasn't a very good delivery. It was outside the leg stump. It was over pitched, and Patel just had to help it on its way, really, down towards the corner where the where a couple of hours ago I was acquiring pie and chips.
To your satisfaction, Dick?
Oh yes.
Good. Hand's Pantry never fails to satisfy.
Well, I don't think it does. No, they do an excellent job here. That's worked well on the onside. I'd also like to say, while we're handing out the bouquets, what an excellent job that all those working on the live stream do as well. But, our commentary is of nothing if it's not backed up by the excellent pictures that we receive. So thank you and congratulations to all those concerned.
Yeah, absolutely echo
That's
that.
nudged down to fine leg for 4 more. So I think Wesley might tell himself take a blow at the end of this one.
Yeah, captain's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And he has got options, hasn't he?
Oh yes. Well, Benkenstein,
Yeah.
Thane has just played defensively. No other obvious options that haven't bowled yet, but yeah, Benkenstein and Thane are more than handy. It's just played out into the covers to the aforementioned Noah Thane.
And I see, talking of streaming, that it's suggested that Leicestershire are going to start a paywall for their streaming service.
Are they?
Yes. With respect to Leicestershire, I'm sure they've done their homework, and I'm sure it's been made as a very positive decision from their view, but you do think that they are one of the lesser supported counties, and you wonder why it would be in their interest to actually put a paywall on, but I'm sure they've got plenty of explanation as to why that should happen.
That last delivery just played out to long on for a single. End of 25 overs, and it's time for a drink.
Oh, very nice of you, Dick. I'll have a couple of ice cubes in mine, thank you. Yeah, so that seems right. But talking streaming in general around the Shires, the quality of streaming in the last 2 years has reached new highs, hasn't it? I was watching the streaming from Scarborough on Tuesday. Absolutely excellent.
I thought that was...
I'm just off to London Tilbury on my first ever cruise experience with our club partner, Ambassador Cruise Line. It was actually a lot faster than I thought. I thought it was a little bit pushed for time, but I actually got around to 40 minutes. To be honest, the whole experience has actually, blown my mind. It's the first time on a cruise ship. I don't quite know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting it to be as sort of grand and impressive as this. So I've really enjoyed it so far.
We've had a great tour of the ship, and yeah, just the service was amazing when we were having food, and everyone's really cheery, smiley, saying hello all around the ship.
From my point of view, especially of how accessible and spacious, it was easy to get on board. I can get everywhere.
The service was excellent. Yeah, the food was, I was told it was good. My brother came last time and he said the food was very good, so got a 3-course meal.
So we went into the gym, and just the gym was huge. It's not something you'd expect. I think the amount of space that's actually on this ship is just brilliant.
So one of the things we talked to with the commercial team was how we could broaden our exposure, not just to the men's team, but to the ladies team, to the ability team. And one of the things we came up with was actually owning the 50-over shirt.
I think we've had a lot of response today, with a lot of people seeing it for the first time. I know a lot of the players have commented already how much they like it, and I think it's certainly one that's had people talking in a way that ultimately you want a kit launch. Hopefully that the performance match the kit.
First time I've seen it, so first time I get to see a cruise ship, and then I was presented with this purple Ambassador 50-over shirt, which is blown me away. I'm a big fan of the bright colours.
Oh, I think it's, it's unique. Looking forward to wearing this year.
I'd say definitely get on this cruise ship. I'm looking forward to venturing on my first cruise at some stage in the future.
I mean, it's superb because it shows that Ambassador are not just on board for the first team, they're on board for the whole club.
It's a lovely pen.
Oh, right, okay. So you are going to avail yourself of their services, are you? We can expect to see you on the high seas.
Do a day trip
winter?
round Canby, do you think? So 114 for 3 in the first half of the Surrey innings, which is very good from Essex's point of view. But they would dearly like to get rid of Ryan Patel, who's held the innings together and has got more or less half. Well, I was going to say more or less half of them, considerably more than half of them. He's got 61 of those 114. So the players have had their break, and
We've got a well-refreshed Noah Thane ready to continue the action, Nick.
yes, from the Graham Gooch end, round the wicket. Good looking shot there from Blake. Backward of square on the offside. No addition to the score. Oh, there must have been. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, of course there was an addition, yes. 115 for 3. He wouldn't hit it that far and not go for a run.
No, he's not needing to farm the bowling yet, is he?
No, no.
Or perhaps he is, if he. But that's disrespectful to Blake, who's done very well.
Well, it was Blake who played the shot.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, that's worked well on the onside by Patel, and they do go through for a single.
Yeah, so which one of these players you wonder if the Surrey that are in the side today are going to be the next new kids on the block, because they are phenomenally successful, aren't they? And it's, I'm not only talking about the first 11, possibly even with respect, but some of those players will be third 11, wouldn't they? Not that on merit,
yes.
But there's many players not playing because of various reasons, resting, the 100, etc., where some of these wouldn't have even probably made the second 11. So credit to them for that.
And it's also a tribute to the strength of club cricket within Surrey.
Yes.
Admittedly, Surrey is generally speaking, a pretty well-lined county, so cricket will be more popular because it does require some money to take up cricket. The kit is expensive, and that's worked away backward of square on the onside. So yeah, I was saying to Dan before the start, not just because he's representing Surrey today, because he does Gloucestershire, does much, and he came from Liverpool originally, so it wasn't just because he was there. But I think the fact that it seems to be the vogue not to like Surrey, I can't quite follow, because most counties would give their proverbial eye teeth to be in the same position as Surrey are.
Yeah.
It's a good Yorker length delivery, just dug out, played out into the covers, and as you say, so many of the players are homegrown. It's not as if they just go shopping abroad.
No, I just think it's the envy, isn't it, of a successful club.
Exactly.
It happens in football, doesn't it? Everybody,
yes.
Unless you're a Man City fan, everybody despises them. Oh, they buy trophies. Well, there's a few other clubs in the Premier League trying to copy them.
Aren't they all?
Roll the model. Yeah, exactly. And also,
worked away on the onside of shy at the stumps, fails to hit them at the bowler's end, and they go through successfully.
the thing is as well, Dick, whether football applies it equally in cricket. You can go and attract all the high names, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be a success for you. So recruiting is the key, isn't it? Recruiting the right players. And I do remember a few years ago when we had the two-divisional split, or when it sort of shortly after it came in second or third year, I think, and Surrey were faced with relegation. They actually managed to stay up, but I just thought how unjust it was. At the time they were providing 5 players to the England setup, and here they were playing county cricket at Colchester, trying to get a win that would help them stay up. It just seemed anomalous, that, to me.
Yes, I agree. Well,
bearing in mind that we at Essex have always said, haven't we, develop players from the academy to play in the first team and go on to play international cricket.
Yes.
It's always been our philosophy.
You're happy to stick around another half hour, are you?
Yes, fine, Dick, yeah.
Because I'll do one more over.
Okay.
Then I'll have been on air for the best part of 2 hours. So
right.
I think I deserve a rest. Nobody else will agree.
No, but you better check the listening figures because they could have plummeted to an all-time low. So.
That swung away down to long leg, and fielder just fails to get a hand to it.
But yes, happy to stay around for a moment.
I'll bring Dan in at the end of this over. Dan Whiting. And so Surrey go on to 118, or haven't they clicked it up yet?
No, I don't think they were just waiting for the confirmation.
Oh,
of
was whether it was 4 or 6?
4 or 6, yeah. Yeah, 122 now.
122, so it's 4. Yeah. I omitted to say, I think that it's Slater back into the attack from this end. And Edge goes for 4 more down to third man, and a valiant attempt diving away to his left by wicketkeeper Fernandez, but I don't know if he got very near it. I don't know if we'll see on the replay, which isn't that easy to see anyway because the sun's shining on the screen, and we can a bit now. No, I don't think he got a hand to it.
But he was going the wrong way first of all, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Understandably, because the ball was an in swing.
Yeah.
He got the batsman got the batter got the edge to it, and it went the other way.
Yeah.
He's kept well, Fernandez, though, in this competition, hasn't he?
He has.
I've
yes.
been impressed with his keeping, Dick.
Yeah, that's just worked away. Square on the onside, goes through for a single. Nobody near that. Well, the nearest was the fielder, but he's not paid to stop the ball.
Going back to the game on Tuesday, he dismissed. I don't know whether you saw that. Matthew Reeves, Fernandez dived in front of first slip to hold it, but absolutely brilliant catch.
I don't think I did, no.
And to come from, well, I know he was club cricket with Colchester and East Essex, and he's played for the
Yes.
seconds
Yeah.
through the season, but to step up into the first 11 cricket,
Well, that reared a bit nastily, didn't it?
yeah.
Seemed to get the shoulder of the bat and then go down to third man for a single. Oh, a leg by. What does that cross sign mean from the umpire? Have you got any idea?
No. He's got a concussion
Oh, is that what
break
it is?
now.
Oh, I didn't realise
Yeah.
he'd been hit on the helmet. Oh, right. Thank you.
I think
Right, so
Nick
another-
Brown might be taking the opportunity for a walk down the wicket to have a look at where that ball landed.
Yes,
that was a nasty
it wasn't
delivery,
very
wasn't
nice
it?
at all, was it?
No.
And it was out of character with the pitch, and it hadn't
Yeah.
done anything like that so far. So,
Tom Wesley just comes across to Shane Snater and says, "Borrow the same, please, Shane."
yes, that's right. Yeah, they've got plenty of helmets.
Yes. Test the strength of the helmet.
Well, should we use this opportunity to bring Dan in?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Paul, very much. Yeah, no, Dan can come and sit where I was, and we don't like to move you, Paul.
I am not an immovable object, Nick. Well, good luck to Paul Newton on his journey. If you're listening to us, Paul, keep safe. That's the first priority. But looking forward to you getting here as and when. And I'm sure you're hurting at not being able to partake of this commentary and see the Essex boys in action for the last time this season in this competition.
Afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, Dan.
Yeah, what a gorgeous day here at Chelmsford as we're just having a little break. Josh Blake was, I think he's gone off the glove and onto the helmet there. He's all right. He's just having a drink, and but that was reared up a little bit. It's interesting what you're saying about our grounds as well. We went to Kibworth last Tuesday, which was lovely.
Super.
And you went there a year ago.
We did, yeah, and as Dick has said ever since, and he's every right to. It was a beautiful day like today. They were very hospitable.
Yeah.
Everything worked for an outground.
Yes.
And it was just one of the most enjoyable days. Like a throwback to the old days for somebody of my age, I must be honest, who was able to get the arc into the ground, sidestep the 2x2 animals that were lined up and go into the box of cricket. But it was great. And perhaps this is a competition that really lends itself to those sort of areas.
Yeah, I think it does. We had the joys of going to rugby school last Friday as well with Surrey, and saw an absolutely cracking game of cricket where Warwickshire got 311 and Surrey fell just short with 308.
Well, 600 runs in a day.
Yes, Dominic Sibley got a brilliant 149 there, almost won it. But yeah, lovely venue, right in the town centre as well, and it was just one of those sort of quintessentially English,
Yeah.
cricket grounds.
Yeah, I do think the one thing that you need is this weather, isn't it?
Yeah, you do.
They can be pretty grim places if the weather's against you. There's very little in the way of cover or facilities.
Yeah, I know.
But for all that, yeah, I would advocate outgrounds. I know it's costly, but I know certainly myself, Dick, and I think most of the commentary team here, and so many of the members really lament the passing of our outgrounds. It was just something.
South Church
Park, yeah. Not so much Garran Park, I must be honest there.
No, that's not one of them.
But South Church Park, Colchester, even
Park.
Ilford, Castle Park, yeah.
Yeah, Valentine's Park.
Valentine's Park, and so it goes on. Each week had a character of its own as well. The pitches had a character of their own. Of course, being club grounds and obviously not tended as well as the intensity of the main ground. They tended to be result wickets, three-day cricket.
Didn't you get dot points at South Church in, was it 89, I think?
Very, very unjustly.
Yeah, I believe it was a bone of contention.
It was a bone of contention.
Yep.
And we got dot points, 25 points. I think when would that be? End of July, I think, time we would be playing there. And we got deducted 25 points, and in the end, Worcestershire won the title. We finished runners-up. The wicket wasn't at the best. Was it dangerous? Well, everybody was fit and well to play the next game. Nasser Hussain batted superbly in that game, top scored. The particular game was against Yorkshire, who were on a terrible run of form anyway, so their low scores were quite easily explained. But we couldn't convince the authorities that we shouldn't have the points deducted, and so we did. So 2 years later, when we won the title in '91, there was a certain amount of smugness about the victory. I think, that's what you deprived of us as of 2 years ago.
Yeah, you're not missing anything here. We've just had a break as Josh Blake has been copped one in the grill by the look of it. I think he's okay. He's about to resume. So Snater is going to come away from the Alistair Cook end. As Blake looks all right and just pushes that out into the covers. Interesting what you were saying about streaming as well, because obviously it does vary from county to county. I think budget has a lot to do with that as well. And I think we've been very lucky at Surrey with Jake and his team, who do a brilliant job there.
Magnificent, aren't they?
Yeah. But I think if you have a number of cameramen, ball following cameramen, that helps hugely. Snater in around the wicket, slightly slower ball. I think he rolled his fingers across that one, trying to take advantage of Josh Blake's concussion there. So anyway, at the end of the 27th is that maybe 27th over, 128 for 3. So these two are recovering nicely. They put on 75 for the fourth wicket. Ryan Patel has moved serenely on to 72. Josh Blake 25. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Paul Hiscock here. BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London at the Cloud FM County Ground for this clash between Essex and Surrey. That's just defended there.
Talking of the streaming, Dan, I mean, I've always thought that the quality of the commentaries from BBC, the local radio stations, were absolutely superb, because the team that provided the commentary tended to be parochial. They were Essex supporters, Durham supporters, call it what you will. And I think it's still important for that, if you like, we'll say bias in loose terms, to be retained on streaming. I think it brings something to the commentary, to be honest with you. I mean, just having a team of commentators turn up to commentate on a game because they're so-called professional, I think it loses something to the value of the streaming. I like to hear a bit of bias, to be honest with you. I mean, I know at Surrey you have a range of commentators. They're not exactly sitting there with scarves on and standing up every time a wicket falls. But there is a bias, and rightly so, because I think what that also brings is a knowledge of the club and the county and what's going on at the county. And I just do have to say, I think some of the, if you like, the commentaries that you get on Sky and what have you, because they're by a team of commentators who just drafted in for that game and then they go off to another game, leaves something to be desired, if I'm perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, it's Thane around the wicket as that's played out to mid-on. Patel has to be quick here and scrambles through for a single. Yeah, I mean, I think commentary varies, doesn't it, in different people. Surrey very lucky, they've got their own in-house stream where they've got people like Dan Norcross and Adam Collins and Phil Walker, who are all very good in their own right. And obviously I've been covering for the fantastic Mark Church all season, who's, if he's listening in, we wish you well.
Absolutely.
Thane around the wicket, full, dug out there by Josh Blake and scrambling through for another single. Yeah, I think it varies, and I think even on the BBC you get, parochial one-eyed commentary as well, perhaps, and sometimes you get guys who are a little bit more fair, so I think it just varies from commentator to commentator.
Yeah. Talking about Josh Blake, I mean, he's actually growing in authority here, isn't he? He's look at a very serious player now. He's got rode one or two bits of luck, I think, early on in his innings here, but he really does look good.
I think he's been fantastic in this tournament. I think he's got very sharp hands as well. Surrey are very lucky in the fact they've got three quality keepers in Folkes, Smith and Josh Blake. And Josh Blake's batting, he's already got 50 in this tournament. He's not been as high as number 5. It's because Rory Burns has generally been up there in the order, but Rory's rested for this one. So Surrey are playing a couple of 18-year-olds. They're going to be batting probably at 6 and 7 with Adam Thomas and Ollie Sykes. So Blake's had a little bit of promotion. He's taking his opportunity, isn't he?
He is, and this is what players need to show, don't they? They need to show that they can step up.
Yeah.
You can't keep them hidden and cosseted all the time. They have to take responsibility. And cricket is a great game for doing that, isn't it? It's unlike any other team game. Nobody can bat for you, nobody can bowl for you.
It's an individual sport wrapped up in a team game, isn't it? Shane Snater comes in around the wicket and that's defended there by Blake.
Yeah, I mean, you can play football, can't you, in a good side and be an average 6 out of 10 player and get away with it.
If
you average 6 out of yeah, me too. Well, 5.5 anyway. But here, you're on your own, aren't you? And no matter how much coaching you have, once you cross that rope, you're on your own, mate.
But
I've been impressed with Blake. But saying to Dick earlier on, there's some number of impressive young academy players from break-off here.
Yeah, Slater in, and that's just well played actually. Rode the bounce nicely and runs it down to third for a single.
You just wonder at the end of this competition where the next stage is for these players, particularly so with counties like Surrey and Essex, who are very successful in red ball cricket. So you're not going to make drastic changes to the team because that team is winning matches. But as every year goes by, if all the first team, if they're only going to play first team cricket in this type of competition, these players are going to stagnate, aren't they?
Yeah, dot ball there. Yeah, I think it's also a chance for players to put themselves into the shop window though as well for opportunities elsewhere if they're not getting them at their own county. Look at Harry Swindles in this competition last year. He was not going to be renewed at Leicestershire and had a brilliant final and suddenly got an extension to his deal, didn't he?
Yes,
So
yeah.
I think it's an opportunity for new contracts or other counties to have a look at you. Snater around the wicket, full, and that's driven handsomely by Ryan Patel. Can't pierce the cover fielder though, and it's another dot ball. 132 for 3.
That's another thing that's been outstanding in this competition, I think, overall, not only this season but last as well. The quality of the fielding generally has been absolutely superb. Lends itself to the fact that obviously you've got a lot of younger players, and these days they are athletes, aren't they, when they come into the game?
The game has changed. There's a real emphasis on fielding, isn't there?
Yeah,
Snater comes in around the wicket, and that's just tickled off the legs out to deep square for a single. Yeah, I think what Essex have been very good at in recent years is there's a nucleus of players here, all from sort of a lot from around northeast London, those clubs there. There's some good cricket around those areas. There's Porter coming in from Chingford, Nick Brown, South Woodford, isn't there? There's Wanstead have provided a few over recent years. There's some good clubs, Buckhurst Hill, Fives and Heronians, people like that. And Snater comes in around the wicket, and that's turned around the corner. They run the first one quickly. They're going to look for 2, and they come back. It's a long old boundary down there, and Blake makes it back. 135 for 3 at the end of the 29th. Blake moves on to 30. Ryan Patel on 74. But yeah, there's good strong cricket, and they promote their own at Essex, and I like to see that.
They do, and they have done for many, many years. The academy has been fantastic for Essex when you look at all the players that have come through there. It just doesn't happen, does it? I mean, there's obviously a program in place. Everybody knows what works, how it works. And all right, people do move on. They're in the academy. They're replaced. But the mould has already been set, and it is fantastic. It's a break off here while Alice Thane bowls again.
Noah Thane, one of your own. So that's just played down the ground, and Thane parries it into the stumps, but no harm done. Josh Blake is home.
Yeah, and again, I think what has helped certainly over the years is that at certain age groups, the former players who have been successful have had an input into those age groups, and they see the game through a pro's eyes, and they think, has this boy got the character for it, etc., etc., and that's quite important, isn't it? It's not all about obviously it's ability plus in the younger ages, but then as you go a little bit older, the 15, 16, has he got the character to fit in? Does he realise it's a team game?
And allied to that, some decent recruitment. I mean, Simon Harmer was a stroke of genius. I mean, he's possibly, arguably, the finest overseas player ever to come to the UK. I mean, I can't think of too many more who's had such an impact as that's played out to point for no run. And then the other signings, from English counties in recent years, Matt Critchley, for instance, Jordan Cox this winter from Kent.
Yes.
So, Essex have been very canny in the market.
Yeah, they have. And I remember before then, one of the best signings I thought we made was David Masters. Terrific,
Kent, wasn't he?
Leicester.
Leicestershire,
Kent to Leicester, and then here.
That's Walker dug out, and Patel wandering down the pitch. Thane shapes to throw, but Patel gets back.
And I can remember Jamie Porter when he first burst into the scene with Essex. It was year 2015. And he admits he was so fortunate to have the experience of David Masters at his side, standing at mid-on or mid-off, just having a word if his line was straying a little bit, or if he got hit for a foot, keep your head up, just do this, to repeat it. And experience you can't buy, can you?
Patel just tickles that one round the corner for an easy single. Goes out to Snater.
And that again, I think, is so many players in the dressing room, the Essex dressing room, have said about, they're saying it now, Dean Elgar. You just look at how the guy goes about his work.
Yeah.
If you're a young player, you think, Right, okay, that's what I've got to do. So many people said the same about Sir Alistair Cook when he came back from England to play for us. Oh, that's what you do, that's the preparation. And it's they're all key to helping you get on the ladder of success.
Thane just turns Blake there. Blake looking to play that on the onside. It's good over. 136 for 3 at the end of the 30th. So the fact Alistair Cook wanted to continue to play here, having had such an illustrious career with England, speaks volumes, doesn't it?
It does. And from the day he came back and played, he just seemed to be enjoying it so much.
Yeah.
I think the shackles of responsibility were off.
We all like
it was almost, I'm just a team member.
We all like it when the shackles of responsibility are off, don't we?
But they were, I mean, for so long. I mean, you know, it's one thing being a captain of a county team, but being captain of your country, and given some of the difficult times that Alistair Cook led the team, I think it was just it was so enlightening for him to come back and let someone else do all the worrying. He was there if they wanted if they asked his opinion. But he even enjoyed carrying the 4 helmets up from one end of the pitch to the other when Armour was bowling.
Snater around the wicket to Patel. 83 these two have now put on. Patel 75, Blake 30, having lost the informed Dominic Sibley for just 9, bowled by one that nipped back from Jamie Porter. It's a good wicket that. Sibley's been in sparkling form. 149 at Rugby School, 72 at Guildford, and 105 at Kibworth the other day. Geddes went for 4, LBW Snater, and Cameron Steele's adjudged LBW to Jamie Porter for 8. So that's pushed into the covers. But Patel's been in decent touch as well. He got 72 at Kibworth earlier in the week. He got 16 at Rugby School, but he looks in decent nick.
Was the crowd good at Rugby School and at Kibworth?
Yeah, I reckon about 1,500 at Kibworth, which, considering it hasn't got any stand, I mean, it looked packed.
Yes.
So Patel just pushes that out into the covers for a single, and Rugby School was sold out.
Really?
Yeah, they've got 3 games, so I think they went back to Edgbaston today, or maybe it was yesterday, I can't remember. I can't remember when they were due to play, but actually I think it was yesterday they were due to have Glamorgan, weren't they, and that got washed out.
Yeah.
And then they've got 2 more at Rugby School. Another one's sold out and one's very close to getting sold out, which is wonderful to see. It's just straying onto the pads of Blake there, pushes it into the leg side, but only 1. Yeah, my home ground is an out ground which was Essex played at back in the day, and Middlesex put on the opening stand record there with Justin Langer and Mike Gatting at Southgate. Yeah,
right.
372 I think, which has now been broken for Middlesex by Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman a couple of years ago at Hove.
Well, there were at least 2 plum LBW decisions in the first over. I remember that vividly, and I think we just thought, well, we're playing 13 men here. There's no chance of us. What a magnificent servant he was for Middlesex, though, Justin Langer, wasn't he? So,
yeah.
Talking about professional attitudes.
Yeah, had a bit of Aussie mongrel in him, didn't it?
Yeah,
which is what you need.
Yeah, yeah.
That hardened attitude.
Yeah, I believe. I mean, I've sort of told him discussions with some of our colleagues that the players didn't always buy into what Langer was telling them. It was the difference between the Aussie attitude and the English attitude.
Yeah.
But all those players that doubted him.
Snater in, and that's... Oh, is that a dropped catch by Thane at short mid-wicket there? There was a few oohs and ahs, and the body language suggests that maybe he got a hand on it. I don't know if we can see a replay here on the screen. It was aerial for a bit from Patel. Just gone out of shot there, but the body language suggests that might have been a chance.
There haven't been too many chances in the last...
No.
10 or 15 overs, has there? Apart from that ball that reared up from, well, it wasn't a chance, but that ball that reared up from Snater. we haven't seen the like of it before or since.
What do you think's par on here, Paul, with that short boundary over towards the pavilion?
I think you're looking for the one that started this competition, because I say he's getting the experience and he's learning.
Well, you spoke about building an ark when I came on air, and there's a couple of Noahs in the county game who've done very well so far this year. As Thane comes in, and that's whipped through the leg side for a single. Out to Cushy, down at long leg.
Yeah, just finished the comment about Justin Langer. I think there were some not dissenters, but people in the dressing room who thought, "Oh, this is guy we're about. This is county cricket. We just go and enjoy it and play it." And when Justin Langer had left, those same players were actually thinking, "Do you know what? He was probably right."
Yeah.
It was just a different mentality that the Aussies bring.
Yeah. It's driven nicely out to mid-on, no run.
Remember, we got through to a final at Lord's, and we had the great Stuart Law with us, who was never backwards in coming forward with an honest statement. I actually said to him, "Well, tomorrow." Yeah, fine. I said, "Great just to be there, isn't it?" He said, "No, mate, not unless you win." And I said, "Well, yeah, but it's going to be a great occasion. Not for the losing side." He said, "Who remembers losers?"
Yeah, that's chipped over mid-wicket, just about, and is that going to run away for four? No, it's great work. Is that Porter? It's gone across there.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That was running away down towards the scoreboard at mid-wicket, and it's quite quick, isn't he, Porter?
Yeah, he's no slouch
Yeah.
in the field. Good to see him back, because it's a good run out for him, and he hasn't played for a while since at the Oval. He went off, didn't he? Broke his finger.
The ball's just been thrown back to him as he's walking back to his mark.
Yeah.
It's driven out to extra cover.
It was a medical nightmare, that match for Essex, wasn't it?
Well, you had
Losing
your
Ports.
batting coach on. I was
Yeah.
going to say that. I think you're only one injury away from your coach driver coming on. So,
But he didn't let us down, did he?
No, he
to be
didn't.
fair to him. So,
No, he didn't.
Another 10 years. I think he waited 10 years for making an appearance in a first-class game. And, of course, lost Jordan Cox, didn't we, so early on in the game.
That's gone out into the deep. One bounce out to Snayton, and they pick up one. Had a tweet come in to me from Richard Vaughan. We wondered what Charlie Allison was doing out on the pitch, and he believes Robin Dass was wearing Charlie Allison's shirt the other day. He was Scarborough the other day, I think.
Yes.
So perhaps he still can't find his own one. No. Oh, there you go, Robin.
Share and share alike.
Cheeky old scamp. Spicy Golden Duck has also been in touch, saying thanks to you and Dick for the commentary. There's a Surrey Members Forum being held on Sunday at the Kia Oval, and do you have any idea why this is scheduled on a day when Surrey are playing away at Hove? Sorry, Spicy, I don't have any idea. I believe that it's created a little bit of a bone of contention amongst some fans, but I have no idea. I have nothing to do with these things. As Wesley comes in around the wicket, twirling his off breaks, and Play Up Pompey has also dropped a line and said, well, he seems to be watching two games. He's watching Somerset and Glamorgan as that's played out to long on, and we welcome in Paul Newton. Paul, a little bit of traffic issues, I believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, I've heard all sorts of good things about you, Dan, first time we've met.
Don't believe a word of it.
Don't spoil your reputation.
Don't believe a word of it. Wesley tosses that one up, gives it a bit of air, and it's played out to Jamal Richards at extra cover. I saw a police helicopter doing the rounds here earlier, and I thought your taxi had arrived.
Well, they did nothing to help, that's for sure. They never even said hello to me.
No. They actually went away and came back as that's reversed. Clever shot, innovation there from Josh Blake, and gets it over the top of backward point, and it runs away down to the Corporate Hospitality for 4 runs. Yeah, I saw they actually went away and they came back, and you know, they haven't even bought a ticket. They'll do anything to see Ryan
Yeah,
Patel
they will.
back, won't they?
I think they just enjoy watching loads and loads of traffic.
Oh, that's a big shout. Probably angling down.
Might just have pitched outside leg. I think it was straightening a bit and worth an appeal, but gets the benefit of the doubt.
So you've come in from, is it Colchester?
Yeah, basically I wish I'd done it earlier. It was too late by the time I did it, but I had BBC Essex on, and it was chaos travel bulletin with the N25 virtually impassable and the A12 so impassable that everyone was being diverted off altogether because there'd been an oil spillage. And it took me 2.5 hours to do 4 miles, and at the end of the 4 miles I went round the roundabout just off the A12, headed back in the opposite direction, which wasn't clogged, down to the station and came on the train, and that was the best decision I could have taken.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be anywhere near yet, and yeah, there were a lot of people who were getting pretty uptight there, but
I can imagine in this weather as well, because it's
absolutely
27 degrees or something like that, isn't it?
You worry a bit about your engine overheating, you know. Stop start all the way. We're just about to see Noah Thane bowl the 34th over of the innings. So far, from what I've seen of him, he's continuing the progress I detected at Scarborough on Tuesday, when he was beginning to cut out the couple of half trackers he'd been bowling hitherto, and the odd wayward delivery as he bowls now. And again, that's a decent ball played, nicely stopped by Nick Brown in the covers, and the score remains Surrey choosing to bat 151 for 3 in the 34th.
Yeah, he just bowls wicket to wicket, doesn't he, Noah Thane? Doesn't, you know, works on the theory of...
Yeah, now that was
it about a little bit as well.
Yeah, that wasn't true earlier in this competition, and let's face it, it only started 2 or 3 weeks ago, so he's learning on the job and seems to be making progress. Coming round the wicket to the left-hander now, bowls to Patel, it's hit in the air and caught at mid-off, and that is the end of Ryan Patel, caught at mid-off. The fieldsman Tom Wesley just getting his hands underneath the ball. I'm not totally sure it's Wesley, I think it is, and that's off the bowling of Thane. Well, for once it wasn't commentator's curse, because we were singing Thane's praises, and he now has himself a wicket to go, with 2 for Jamie Porter. Great to see him back today, and 1 for Shane Snater previously.
Yeah, Ryan Patel's absolutely gutted there, gets a full toss which he smashed out to mid-off. Who's that who took the catch there? Wesley,
I think it's Wesley, yeah.
Yeah, and he'll be really disappointed as he departs for 83. Century there for the taking. 98 those two put on, but this gives an opportunity to this young left-hander Ollie Sykes, who made his debut against Leicestershire on Tuesday at Kibworth. Wisdom Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year. Local lad to the Oval, grew up at Dulwich Cricket Club, although he's playing for Reigate Priory now, but he was playing Surrey Championship Division 1 when he was 13 years old, so he's obviously a half decent player.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically a match to see who can avoid taking the wooden spoon, but having said that, I think it's excellent the way both sides are fielding. Lots of youngsters who've come through their academies, and I think you gain more from that in many ways.
Yeah, you do, although Sussex might have thrown their hat in the ring for the wooden spoon.
It is a 3-cornered contest for the wooden spoon, but Essex plays Sussex in a second consecutive avoid the wooden spoon contest in the week. Here's the next ball. It's a pretty decent delivery from Thane. He's bowling ever so much better than at the start of the contest, and Sykes just taken on the pad, but yeah, it's good to see so many youngsters, and a lot of them, I mean, in Essex's case, Charlie Allison Robin Dass and Luke Benkenstein have rescued the collapse of the early order time and time again in this competition, and enabled Essex so far scarcely to have been bowled out at all inside the 50 overs. As Thane's in again from the gooch end, and the ball is nudged into the offside, and there is no run. And what's impressing me about Thane, it's a pretty decent pitch, and I don't think too many bowlers are going to take a bag for here, but it's all about keeping it tight and not bowling half trackers that can easily be hit to the mid-wicket region. And he begun the competition proving expensive, but while I've been here since I managed to change from road to rail transport, he's been quite impressive with the tightness with which he's bowling. Robin Dass goes after the ball in the covers to field what was a defensive push but was always going to bring a single, and the score to 152 for 4, and Sykes off the mark.
Yeah, in the game that Essex fans might have one eye on, Nottinghamshire up at Trent Bridge, 332. Gloucestershire are 145 without loss off 21.
Next delivery is played to Wesley at mid-off, where he caught Patel at the beginning of this over. Applause for Thane's over, and I certainly commend him. That was a very good tight over there with just the one run from it. 34 overs gone, 152 for 4. Surrey, having chosen to bat, lost 3 wickets quite quickly. Those of Sibley, Geddes and just trying to think who the other man out, Steele. 53 for 3 it was, then that 98 run partnership. But Essex fighting back well here. Wesley will continue from the Cook end.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a fight back, but I think you're going to need 300 on this.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Short boundary over to the pavilion as Wesley comes in around the wicket to the left-handed Sykes, who gets on the back foot, plays that late.
Yeah, a thing we noticed the other day, Dan, was there weren't all that many 4s and 6s to the short boundary because we're on a similar pitch, but a lot of runs, vast expanses on the other side.
Yeah, lots of 2s into the pocket.
Yeah.
Sykes gets off the mark there with 1 into the offside.
Or even 5s. I say that slightly tongue-in-cheek, but there was one occasion when we had an all-run 4 here, which is unusual in a one-day game.
Yeah, Ollie Sykes hit a huge 6 at Kibworth the other day, which narrowly missed my automobile, as that's played pleasantly through mid-on for an easy single. Yeah, I don't know if Ollie Sykes has got any shares in panel beating companies in the Leicestershire area, but
yeah,
it wasn't a million miles away from my motor. Short, Sykes runs that off the face and they scamper through. Blake calls him through for 1. These two will be quite quick between the wickets, I should imagine.
You were mentioning Gloucestershire going very, very well, and they're the one side Essex have beaten, and the secret was Shane Snater with the new ball took 3 quick wickets.
There's 1 down to long on. Yeah, I covered that game for the Gloucestershire stream, and Essex were in a spot bother, and that's the beauty of 50 over cricket, isn't it? Because they were 86 for 4 after 20 in that game, as that's an arm ball there from Wesley and always gets through Sykes' defence. End of the 35th, 155 for 4. Yeah, so they got through to, they're 86 for 4 after 20, but 50 over cricket allows you to consolidate and repair, doesn't it? And this is what we've seen from Surrey today, with being 53 for 3. They were 59 for 3 at the end of the 15th, but they've actually managed to get it to 156 for 4.
Yes, I think the term white ball cricket can be misleading because it tends to bracket T20 and 50 over cricket together. Come back to that point, but Thane's already on his way from the gooch end. Bowls and nicely driven, but straight to Wesley at mid-off, hit firmly enough to ensure there wouldn't be a single. But actually, I would say that 50 over cricket has more in common with the county championship than it does with T20.
Would you like to see 50 over cricket played in whites with a red ball? It's been mooted around on social media.
I wouldn't mind in the least.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it often enough in the days of Benton Hedges and that sort of thing.
All the 60 over days of the Gillette Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even 65 when it first started. Here's the next delivery, and Blake has played this again for no run, this time to mid-on. And yeah, going back to that game at Bristol, it was just what we were saying earlier, that Essex were indeed about 86 for 4, but the combination of Robin Dass, Luke Benkenstein and Charlie Allison, to a lesser degree I think on that day, saw Essex through to what in the end was a winning total of around about 250.
Yeah, Benkenstein 67, Das 52.
As Thane bowls, and he has Blake in trouble here. He's taken the batsman, or mixture of bat and pad, I'd say. We are obscured by the batsman from that point of view, but it goes to mid-wicket. No hint of a wicket there, but even so, Thane is bowling tremendously well here. It's a massive improvement on the bowler we saw in the first couple of games.
Yeah, it was a game also where Gloucestershire were 114 for 9, got to 199 thanks to a rapid half-century from number 11 from Ajit Singh Dale.
Did you just ask you whether you've got Thane's figures that day to hand, as Thane comes in and bowls, and that here they will get at least 1 run, and I think they're only going to be able to get 157 for 4 in the 36th over.
Thane was 1 for 24 off 5. Snater was probably the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 39 off 10.
Yeah, he was magnificent.
Addison 2 for 39 off 7.2. Jamal Richards 2 for 33 off 6. And Benkenstein got a little bit of tap towards the end from Ajit, didn't he? Where he's 1 for 62 off 8, but his figures were quite good for the first 5 overs.
Yeah, I wouldn't give up on his bowling. There's more of that in a moment, but Thane's on his way in and bowls, and this ball is driven to backward point where it's very nicely stopped, and they won't get a run there. That is the misleading Robin Dass, who's wearing a Charlie Allison shirt, as was the case at Scarborough the other day, and Das is patrolling at backward point. This is a bit of a speciality from Essex, because one of the great intrigues a few years ago was what numbered shirt Ravi Bopara would be wearing. It was seldom the right one, with his name on the back and the number 25. But the most likeable fellow, I have to say, is this one takes the batsman on the pad, rolls a few yards into the offside. Another thoroughly well-directed over from Thane, who has again, I think, just given the 1 run away in that over. 157 for 4, with 40 to Josh Blake and 3 to Ollie Sykes. And 36 overs have been bowled. Ben Allison, as you may have picked up, is taking over from Tom Wesley at the Cook end, the Sir Alistair Cook end. But what an improvement there is in Thane.
Who are these two chaps in front of us watching the game here? These two teddy bears.
Ah, right, yes. I don't think you've met them before. This is Mr. Chuffy.
Right, okay.
This is the 47-year-old version of Sooty.
Right.
Chuffy, by the way, is 26, and Teddy is 21.
Ah, well.
I wondered who you meant when you said that. I was looking round for someone in the crowd.
There's 3 of them.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah.
Another 5 back in the car in Colchester Station car park.
Allison. Oh, there's another one behind me. It's Teddy Bear-tastic here at Chelmsford, as that's crashed through the offside by Blake, but can't pierce the cover field. We're awash with teddy bears in this box.
There are worse things to be awash with.
What in the blazes is going on?
Well, we never really believe in growing up at Essex, and it's certainly stood Dick and I in good stead.
Here's Allison in from the Alistair Cook end. Sir Alistair Cook end, that's been hiked out into the deep, and it's going to be caught. Oh, it's dropped. Oh, is that Robin Dass out there?
I think it's probably Luke Benkenstein. I may be wrong. I hope I'm not maligning him. I
it's
think
a long way away from our commentary.
Yeah, you could be right, because I was expecting Dass to be at mid-wicket, but he isn't. That Snater, so...
No, he's extra covered, Dass, isn't he, with 56 on his back?
Yeah.
He's at extra cover. It is Benkenstein, you're
yeah.
right. Yeah. Anyway, he's dropped the catch, and...
Normally a good pair of hands. I'm surprised he put that down.
Yeah. Josh Blake lives to fight another day, as that's turned pleasantly off the legs there. Ollie Sykes looking forward to watching this lad. I'm sure he's going to have a wonderful career in front of him. Tunbridge School and Wisdom Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year. And we talk about immaturity with teddy bears. He's probably the most mature 18-year-old I've spoken to. He's, he's like
they say that's the fear with I'll come back to that, Gen Z, that they've never had a childhood.
That's flashed by Sykes. Yeah, I mean, he's very, very nice lad, very mature, whereas I'm 54 years old going on 18. He's probably 18 years old going on 54. So there you go.
Well, I think much as I'd quite like to be 18 again, but then again, I probably wouldn't. There's too much technology now. And the last time I ever understood technology was the advent of the cassette machine. I looked in this shop window, hadn't seen one before, and I thought, I can work out how that works.
Yeah. Get your pencil in to rewind the tape.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Allison in around the wicket, short again. This time Blake rolls his wrists over it, keeps it down, and it just goes away for the single. Moves the score into the 160s. Just 14 overs left though, and really Surrey probably need 10 and over from here to set up some sort of imposing total for Essex.
Yes, I mean, Essex obviously should have a 5th wicket by now, and they bowled very well in the half hour I've seen.
Anderson in, and Sykes just pushes that into the offside. Good lines from Allison. Again, Essex have bowled with good disciplines. There haven't been many wides. How many wides have we had in the innings so far? 4 wides. That tells a story, doesn't it?
Well, it's an improvement.
Yeah.
And I think, particularly from Thane, we've seen the virtue if you can bowl at the stumps all the time, because batsmen know that if they miss, you're going to hit.
Yeah, and it's just, no width to get your levers going, to get your arms.
Yeah, absolutely.
Through the ball.
Such a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old levers business. I mean, obviously
Not
anything.
John Levers. Not J.K. Levers.
No, sadly we shan't see the like of him again. Absolutely wonderful bowler for Essex and England.
And Ilford.
Yeah, very much so. Thane around the wicket. Bowls, and Blake flicks this off the pad to be 1 run only, out to Shane Snater from deep backward square leg, and score up to 161 for 4 in the 38th over. These penultimate set of 10 overs have so far been very economical from an Essex point of view.
Yeah, they look a well-drilled unit, actually, Essex.
Well, it has to be said that hasn't always been the case. In fact, I think it's the first time we could fairly claim it has been, but great to see people progressing as Thane is in bowls. Now, this one, Sykes has hoiked away deep into the pavilion area, and that's a 6. We've heard from Dan that he's pretty good at that sort of shot, and that takes the score to 167 for 4.
That's not a million miles away from my car either. It's parked at deep backward square this time, behind that pavilion.
They've heard about you, and I think they're...
Whereas the one the other day was at long on. He's targeting me, Paul.
Well, he is. And the thing is, apparently there is quite a substantial prize of £50 if he lands one right on your front windscreen. And being a youngster, £50 is not to be sneezed at.
No.
They have best turned out awards in horse racing.
Yeah.
It's only a very modest prize. Again, similar, 50. Sometimes it's as little as 25. But we're always told it means the world to the lad or lass who's looking after the horse.
Yeah. Talking of horses, dressage.
Yes.
Should the horse get the medal or the bloke on its back?
Maybe one each, and I'll take a point.
Yeah.
It's remarkable.
The horse is doing all the work. He's just sitting there.
Yeah, but could I point out, I've been just sitting there for 4 hours trying to get here today, and I can assure you it wasn't a relaxing experience. Here's the next ball that takes the batsman on the pad as he looked to flick it into the onside, and was the ball instead disappearing out to Robin Dass at backward point, and he's more or less exactly square at point.
Yeah, good comeback by Thane there.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of extra nip.
And although he dropped the one that went for 6 a little bit too short, and it was on leg stump. It wasn't a rank bad delivery.
No.
So I'm impressed with how he's bowled today, as I was beginning to be at Scarborough the other day, where he the longer he bowled, the better he bowled. As he comes in now, and that ball's been hit, bump ball into the ground, back into the bowler's hands, and Thane isn't mature enough yet to throw the ball up in that very adult way that some players
Good
have.
crowd catch.
Yes, exactly. 167 for 4.
Yeah, that was a nice pick-up from Ollie Sykes there. As you said, it wasn't that short, but it was just a fraction too short.
It was beautifully picked up, yeah.
He got under it, yeah.
No, he's clearly a lad of very considerable talent as he prepares to face the next Thane delivery, and he's clonked this one away, but didn't actually time it as well as I originally thought. They can get back for 2, goes out to deep extra cover to Luke Benkenstein, and 169 for 4 in the 38th. I think Essex can justifiably feel that they have kept things reasonably tight. When I came to the ground after fighting my way back to the station and abandoned the car and came by train, they've had about 12 overs since then, in which 40 runs have come. Oh, and he's got another one. He's lifted this away into the crown and the leg side for another 6, and that again, it wasn't a rank bad delivery, but it just enabled the batsman. It was on middle and leg to step across his stumps, get inside the line, and he plays that shot very well. And as you pointed out, Dan, it is a very short boundary, that side. So if we go back to the drop catch off Josh Blake, if he'd played the same shot at the other end, it would have been 6 all the way, and Benkenstein's drop wouldn't have mattered. It's an enormous boundary trail left, probably about 90 yards.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And probably pushing 50 yards at most to the short side. Anyway, that takes the score up to 175 for 4 after 38.
Yeah.
15 off the over.
Allied to 2 very short straight boundaries, as they always are here at Chelmsford. It's yeah, I think Surrey are going to want 300 as one's tickled off the legs by Blake out to Benkenstein out in the deep.
And I think Sykes has done absolutely the right thing. In 50 over cricket, you don't have to feel you've got to hit the first ball you receive to the boundary. He's played himself in, bided his time, and when he got a couple of deliveries that just strayed slightly onto leg stump, he helped himself, and very well done to him.
Yeah, there's the scene at Essex. That's down the leg side, and Sykes just helps it around the corner for an easy single. He moves on to 19.
Got a good arm, Noah Thane. He's fielding down that fine leg, and he has this very good sidearm flick which comes one bounce over the stumps to the wicket keeper.
If I tried that, I think I'd end up with a dislocated elbow, but yeah.
No, that's right. No, it's a knack. You've either got it or you haven't, and not many have these days, but he has.
Allison. It's just off the pad, leg by. Is that a leg by?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a leg by. Sorry, I took my eye off the umpire there. Umpires today, Bilal Shafi and Simon Widdup, with the match referee being Jason Swift. 177 for 4. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Paul Newton. BBC Radio London, BBC Essex, live on the Essex stream and on BBC Sport apps. As that's short and pulled to Snater, is that mid-wicket?
Yep.
There's a few mullets. Robin Das isn't a million miles away from a mullet either, so in fact I think Das has had a haircut since we saw him at the Oval at the end of June.
Yes, but good point. I'm sure he has. Yes, I'm not a mullet fan myself.
No. Ollie Carter at Sussex has got the worst in the game, without a shadow of a doubt. Ben Green at Somerset, another terrible one. That's just played it into the onside. Sykes fancies 2. In fact, they could have had 2 because
it could almost have had 3, yes.
By Snater, but they decide not to run.
Yes, going back to the mullets, it's too much Bay City Rollers sort of territory for me.
Yeah, well, I think it's sort of a little bit later, like mid-80s, there's a touch of the Chris Waddles.
Yep, true.
Yeah, and Charlie Nicholas.
Indeed.
Allison around the wicket, short, and Blake rolls his fingers. Sykes wants 2, but Blake doesn't. And
I think they should have got 2 there.
yeah, he got it into a pocket, but at the end of the 39th, 179 for 4, so 11 overs, 120. It's going to be a big arse this for Surrey to get around the 300 mark, but you never know. Anyway, I'm going to hand over to Dick Davis. We're going to hear his dulcet tones on the airwaves, and I'm going to have a drink. It's a hot day.
Well earned there, Dan. Thank you to Dan Whiting there, who's helped to cover for my absence, and also Dick Davis, of course, and to Paul Hiscock in particular for stepping into the breach so that Dan and Dick could have their turn for much needed rest. And 180 for 4 then in 39 with Jamal Richards about to come back into the attack. Sykes has moved on very quickly to 20. Blake has 46, and Richards coming around the wicket from the gooch end. 2 left-handers at the crease. Blake has clipped this one away to fine leg, and a single. 181 for 4. Well, thank you very much for your help, Dick, and lovely day here and a very good crowd.
It is indeed, yes. We've had quite a few emails coming in.
Jolly good.
Most of them are, I think have been covered by the discussion about Coxgate, as we'll call it, as to whether or not he should have been replaced. I think that's been discussed, so
yeah.
But thank you all those who emailed about it. It's probably that all your points have been covered.
Richards bowls, they go for a quick single, which they successfully complete as the ball was pushed so very few yards into the offside that it's the wicketkeeper who actually does the fielding, Simon Fernandez, and always going to be a single there. One of those where it looks as if there won't be because it's not gone very far, but those are the very occasions when there almost certainly, if you set off straight away, will be a safe single. 182 for 4, and Sykes on to 21, as Blake on 47 assumes the throne, and here is Richards in. Bowls, 4 runs, that's nicked down. It's the famous Chinese cut, or the infamous Chinese cut. An attempted slash through the covers, gets an inside edge, narrowly beats leg stump, could easily have gone into the stumps, and might even have been a caught behind, but it was sufficiently wide of Fernandez, and a good 50 there to Josh Blake, who moves up to 51 not out. Well played, sir.
Thanks, Natasha, or Tash as you sign it, for your email about Kamal Richards, who apparently...
Richards, the very man, is in.
Very man.
Bowls, and this is run down to third man. There is a third man out of my sight. In fact, I can just see his head coming over the railings to my left. Not literally, but
Well, no.
that is Ben Allison.
Apparently he played for South Woodford and joined Essex in 2016 and came through the academy, and he's 20 years of age. Thanks, Natasha, very much.
Thank you, Natasha, and yeah, he's a decent young prospect. Jamal on his way again. 2 left-handers at the crease. Bowls to Sykes, and Sykes not entirely where he intended that. He's looking to push it into the offside and off the outside part of the bat, perfectly safely along the ground. It gives Ben Allison more fielding practice. Single, 188 for 4.
And Sophie has emailed us about her dad, who couldn't come to the game this morning because he was at a chemotherapy session. Well, doesn't say what her dad's called, but oh yes, he does. Beg pardon, Robert. So
Richards is in and bowls, and here again, hat trick of deliveries which have gone down Ben Allison's way, and just the single, and the score up to 189 for 4 after 40. 189 for 4, 52 to Blake, 22 to Sykes.
So, yeah, well, we wish you all the best, Robert. And
We do, Robert. All the best.
Hope everything goes well. And he's been a member for a few years, but an Essex follower for a lot longer. Yeah, well done, Robert. And although you can't be here, I hope the commentary is filling some small gap. It's not the same thing, you know. There's nothing quite like being at a game, but we try and make it as near as possible.
Good to see Jamie Porter.
It is.
Fit again. It was in the championship game at Surrey. It wasn't just Ben Cox, who I shouldn't say Ben Cox, Jordan Cox. But Porter broke a couple of fingers in that game and had a problem with abs.
As the next livery is outside the off stump, the outside, bowling round the wicket, played down to fine leg, backward point. So I'm trying to read and talk at the same time, and only the female gender of them all can do two things at once. The next livery comes in, and that's just dabbed. Oh, the batsman thought there was a bit of a run, but it seemed to me there wasn't, and far more importantly, it seemed to his partner Josh Blake that there certainly wasn't, and he sent him back.
Yeah,
He's now
right.
got down the wicket to say there certainly wasn't one there.
No, I went to Cushy at backward square leg, and he shied through the ball with tremendous power. It was well backed up by Robin Dass in the covers, but he didn't hit the stumps.
No. That's just played back to the bowler. Thanks, John, for your follow-up email about Coxgate.
Yeah, thanks, John.
He says on a completely different topic, mention was made of Leicestershire considering changing for their online streaming service, of charging, I beg your pardon. It wasn't a typo in your fault, it was whatever the reading equivalent of a typo is, dyslexia, I suppose. It was a dyslexic part. Mistake on my part. That's played out into the onside, and they go through for a single as Nick Brown fields and holds an arm up saying, leave it to me, everything's under control. Yeah, about the fact that Leicestershire are going to charge for their on-stream service. I know that Kent are already charging for streaming of their T20 service.
Yeah, I don't believe in charging for that myself.
I paid to watch the Essex game earlier this season. Well, I was perfectly prepared to do so. Having paid, I expected high quality, which was not delivered. That's pulled away backward of square. In fact, bisects. No, it doesn't. Well, yeah, it does bisect two fielders and then goes through for 4. It's a good shot. There were two fielders in that neck of the woods, but it wasn't close enough to either to prevent it going over the boundary, albeit there was a valiant effort. So 4 more runs go onto the tally, 190. I think I can't see the television score through the teddy bear's head.
195 for 4.
195, there you are, you see, Paul Kent. Actually, it's yes. So that's played down to the same part of the ground, but is now stopped. So yeah, 197, because that's the most accurate score. It's the most current. Thank you, Paul, very much. Sorry to inconvenience you, Teddies, but I know they're very long-suffering.
Well, they'd have to be.
Well, they do have to be, yes. End of the over, 197 for 4. We're still, despite trying to contact Kent Cricket more than once about the difficulties I experienced, I didn't get the courtesy of a reply of any type. Not even an automated acknowledgement. Well, this is about Kent. Since I live outside the UK, streaming has been tremendous for me, and I appreciate it greatly. If it starts to go behind a paywall, I'll be disappointed, but I have to say, I would also be prepared to pay a reasonable annual subscription to Essex. Keep up the good work. Regards, John. Thanks, John.
Yeah, sympathise with you, John, as Richards is on his way. Bowls, and here is a third potential 6 from Sykes, and indeed up go the umpire's arms, and that one just was slanted in from around the wicket and clipped away, and this lad, as Dan Whiting prepared us for it, is very good at hitting leg side sixes, so advisable not to bowl there, point number 1. But I can never quite understand, Dick, because this isn't the first game that this has happened, but I don't know why you feel you have to bowl round the wicket to left-handers, because actually what did happen is what is liable to happen, that the natural part of the ball will be going down leg side, and the slightest error in length is likely to be punished, whereas if you bowl over the wicket you're going across the batsman, and I would have thought that was a better idea.
Yes, I think I might go along with that.
And so does Jamal Richards, because no sooner do I say it, but they must have a direct line to the commentary here. He's going to come over the wicket.
Yes.
And I think it's a good idea, because in the game at Scarborough that I saw, it was lovely to go to Scarborough, I had a great time. And this match was played on Tuesday of this week, this one following it very quickly. But the same thing applied, all the Essex quicker bowlers went round the wicket to the left-handers, and the left-handers seem to appreciate that. I don't think you should do what the batsmen appreciate if you're a bowler. Anyway, we'll see. Maybe Sykes is good enough either still to fetch the ball over the short boundary on the leg side, or maybe he'll turn out to be just as good on the offside. But you've got to try things, and Richards is now coming over the wicket. I suspect Wesley advised him to try that line, and immediately we have a play and miss as the ball slanted across, and even if he had connected with it, probably only have been a single down to third man. It's 203 for 4, and we are in the 42nd over.
Yes, I just want to clarify not so much John's email but my reading of it. Yes, any criticism was levelled at the Kent live stream, not the Essex's one, but they happened to be playing Essex at the time in Canterbury, and that's where John was aiming his criticism. So
Richards is in and bowls, and the ball is played down to third man. They've taken one, and as I'm afraid been a howler dropped down there. It might be Ben Allison, and he's out of my sight at the moment. It's gone for 4. I'll try and clarify. It is, I'm afraid. He was that classic mistake, looking up to see if they were going to try and sneak a second run, and meanwhile took his eye off the ball in the time-honoured fashion that happens to cricketers, and it spilt over the boundary. So that's the last thing Essex won at the moment. 207 for 4.
I gather from what the Grumbler says you've been discussing dressage in the Olympics.
Yes, that did crop up, thanks to Dan, who brought the subject up. And here is Richards in bowls, and that's a wide, 208 for 4. Dan was saying, that he felt the horse ought to get the gold medal rather than the rider, because all the rider has to do is just sit there. But I just got a sneaking feeling there's a bit more to it than that.
I think there might be a bit of training going into that.
Yeah. I also pointed out to Dan that I've been just sitting there in my car for 4 hours, and it wasn't anything but damned hard work. Give me this job all day long. As here is Sykes picking up a single down to aforesaid Allison. No such mistake this time, just a single. 209 for 4. Sorry.
The Grumbler goes on. I'm currently listening and watching the gold medal contest in the breakdancing. Any thoughts on that sports inclusion? Oh, and he says, with the Bay City Rollers provide a suitable backing track.
Well, very sadly, Grumbler, I'm mightily peeved about this, but there wasn't a gold medal for breakdancing when I was in my prime, so I feel cheated, really. Now, Sykes is on 34 and Blake on 60. We're in the 42nd over. And Surrey now, obviously, this partnership has established itself, and they're going to go for this last 8 and a bit overs as Richards is in bowls, and this ball has been clobbered away to the wide long off boundary for 4, and that's a good shot there. by Blake, who goes to 64 and the score to 213 for 4.
I think that it always comes to the fore every 4 years when the Olympics are held, that any discussion as to what is sport and what is not, there's no finite description, is there? It's just a purely subjective thing, really.
Yeah.
And and sometimes I find that maybe by mistake you can go onto a channel on the telly and start watching something you didn't think you had any interest in.
Richards is in and bowls, and Blake takes a single on this occasion, just flicking it off the pads to square leg, or actually mid-wicket, and the score at the end of the 42nd over is 214 for 4, and I would say Surrey are pretty handily placed.
They are now, aren't they? Yes, they, having lost those 3 quick wickets, they've recovered well. Yeah, I mean, getting back to the Olympics and the various different sports, I'm surprised how entertaining I find rock climbing. I find that really fascinating.
Yes, indeed.
What you don't quite appreciate, because they don't seem to show the side-on view often enough. It's always almost invariably from the front. The incredible angle. I mean, it's sort of leaning back a considerable number of degrees as Porter moves in and bowls, and that's worked away on the onside for a single out to mid-wicket.
Yes, Surrey won the toss and batted, and I always think on a hot summer's day, in 50-over cricket, I know it tends to be Essex's policy, in fact it almost invariably is to put the opposition in, but actually I think whoever bats first has a distinct advantage in this type of contest in this weather.
Porter round the wicket bowls to Sykes, who plays that back to the bowler in addition to the score. So 8 overs to go. I'm just wondering what Essex would be content to confine them with to, but it's still 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, they'll have to bowl well to keep Surrey under 290, shall we say, and
yes.
It's not impossible, if they really go to town, that it could, from an Essex point of view, be worse than that, i.e. higher than that.
Porter, Sykes gets a thick outside edge and it goes down harmlessly to third man. They go through for a comfortable single.
Yeah, I think it obviously does help Essex to have Jamie Porter back. So they've now got 2 of the first team championship regulars playing. Snater deserves a medal for the way he's assumed the mantle of Essex's one truly penetrative bowler through the competition. But he will welcome having someone else to join him.
And that's gone hard, high off an edge and will not be caught. It just, I just hesitated a little because it was hanging in the air a long time as the ball went down to third man, but it was too straight and therefore too far away from the man at third man, and it bounced a long time before we get to it. So another single, 217 for 4.
Yep, Porter twice finding the edge in this over.
Next delivery is lofted away hard, high and handsome for a boundary for 6 over mid-wicket down towards the main scoreboard. So Surrey capitalising on their firm foundation now.
Yeah, he's a good young player, as Ollie Sykes, as Dan suggested he would prove, and that was a terrific pickup. It wasn't a rank bad delivery for a moment, and we've seen him sort of hit the ball square for 2 sixes off the bowling of Thane, and he got another one off Richards, but that was a magnificent pickup.
And that's played with authority as well, and Spield, they come back for two quite comfortable runs in the end, despite a good throw from Snater rather. And that's the end of the over, and the visitors have moved on to 225 for 4 with Blake on 67 and Sykes on 43.
And what was, I think, particularly impressive with the 6 from young Ollie Sykes in that over, he's facing a darn good bowler in Jamie Porter, and he's hit him to pretty much the long boundary there at wide long on. It wasn't the short boundary on the leg side, which is going to be the case here when Snater comes into the attack to bowl his final few overs from the Gooch end. But Sykes has really advertised himself as being a very exciting prospect indeed, because he can score at a terrific rate. He's got 43 of 32 deliveries. Blake 67 of 82. Blake's done very well because 3 wickets had gone down early. It needed him to dig in and then show that he can hit the ball to distant regions himself. So Surrey going very, very well. 7 overs to go on 225 for 4. And I think the second run they successfully took there, Dick, did rather underline how they could have been taking second runs quite often, but didn't take them in the sort of 30 odd over kind of region. So Snater just having a word with his skipper Tom Wesley, fielding at mid-off, and Snater preparing to come in, just asking David Jackman, our scorer, how many overs Snater has got left. 2 more, including this one. So that would make it the 44th and 46th. Probably Wesley would have hoped not to bring him back at this particular stage, but I think he's probably right to give it a try. Essex could badly do with a wicket. Snater bowls and begins with a slower delivery that's outside off stump. The batsman duly fails to spot the slowness of the ball, plays too early at it, and it goes through to the wicket-keeper.
And a few words of advice or exhortation come from the other end, 20 yards away.
Blake settles over his bat again. Snater off this long run up from the Graham Gooch end. Bowls, and again it's a full toss as was the previous one. They get 1 run to Wesley at sort of more or less long off. He's a few yards up from the boundary. Just a single, 226 for 4. Blake 68. Fernandez trots back to his mark. Just wondering if Essex could be in trouble time-wise here. They've got this and another 6 overs to bowl.
By, I can't read that time.
By when? Can you see what the...
No, I can't. 1742.
Yeah, that... On my understanding, they can't be more than 3.5 hours, but perhaps the rule has changed. We'll try and clarify that in a minute, but Snater's on his way. Essex don't look as if they're hurrying to get through the overs, so they're probably all right. And that's a wide. And score to 226 for 4. I'll go by what I've got in front of me.
Yeah, 1742. Well, that's more than half an hour. I think should get through.
Yeah, 227 for 4. I didn't realise that an innings could last 3 hours 40 odd minutes in this. I thought it was more like 3.25 hours. There we are. You live and learn. Although with my memory, whatever I've learned soon disappears again. As here is Snater, and it was 227 for 4 after that wide. Very slow to actually put that latest run for the wide up. They get 1 run and they're coming back for a second, and we'll get it here. Down to third man, Ben Allison, and 229 for 4. And this will be at least a 7-ball over. So just to clear that up, 5:42 is the shut-off time, but it means technically we could still be playing here tonight at way after 9.
Indeed. You've had a long, tiring day already.
Yes, although I'm thoroughly enjoying this. It was just being stuck behind the wheel, and you're virtually imprisoned there. There's no way you can go.
No.
As Snater's in, bowls, and here is Sykes picking this one up and picking up a 6 over long arm, very similar to his blow from Jamie Porter in the previous over. And you're tempted to say, look, young man, you've no right to keep clobbering the ball out of the ground. But he's a darn good player, and he now gets his 50, I think, or perhaps I think it is 51 not out now. 235 for 4. Well played,
Yes, indeed, very well played.
I like the way he's sort of wasn't in too much of a hurry when he came in, played himself in, and has really been on the attack ever since. 51 off 34 balls. As that's a good Yorker. It's dug out, and they get a single. So the score up to 236 for 4.
Yes, your experience on the A12. Did you ever used to be a fan of One Foot in the Grave?
Yeah, that had its moments, didn't it? Yeah.
There's a whole episode set in a traffic jam, just Margaret and Victor in a car in the traffic jam.
As we see Snater coming into bowl again, and that one is a little bit over pitch, but that's better than a half tracker. They get the 1 run out to deep backward point. Who's then Allison again? He's had a lot of the fielding to do recently. 237 for 4, with Blake on 69 and Sykes on 52.
We need to decide, hopefully amicably, but not always. We are asked to do an update into the live programs in about 5 minutes' time. Who's going to do it? You or I?
I'm perfectly prepared to. Dan is wanting to come in at 5:15, but if you like, I'll hang on because I've done very little so far, so I'll take it on. If you,
well, if you hang on until you've done this 5:15 update, and then Dan can come in immediately afterwards.
Yep.
They said it'll be about 5:15.
Yep.
So it might be 5:16, 5:14,
or 5 minutes ago.
Or indeed.
Yeah, I'll do it then. And Zane, from what I always used to call the river end, is now the Cook end.
I think they said a couple of minutes. So your couple of minutes gone about 7.5 probably.
Yeah. Zane is in, bowls, and this ball is smashed down the ground, and that is being signalled 4 by Billy Shafayat, and the score to 241 for 4. And terrific blow from Josh Blake there. He just took 1 step down the pitch and smashed it, and he moves along to just waiting for that to go up to 73. We're in the 45th over in fact. This and 5 more overs to come in the innings, and this one has been fetched from middle leg out to square leg, but only produced a single to Blake, who moves along to 74. Benkenstein does the fielding. Sykes on 52, a very impressive 52, and an all left-hand partnership here for Surrey, recovering from those 3 early losses. And in hot weather, you often find that everything works out nicely if you bat first, because the other side in the field have all the chasing to do in the hot sunshine, and then when it's your turn, that's to say the side who've batted first, to go into the field, the temperature's dropping all the time and it's far more energising. Thane comes in round the wicket, and that's 4 more, because it could even be leg byes. We're just waiting for the signal here. No, it's a little bit of bat in that, and Sykes, who really is a very punishing leg side player, will move along to 56. And the score to 246 for 4 in the 45th. So Thane to bowl again to Ollie Sykes, and he shapes to have a go at that, but it was quite well bowled actually. It lifted quite sharply, and Sykes, I think probably quite rightly, decided that he would let that one go through, probably hoping there might be a question mark about whether it was a no ball for height, but I think it was a fair decision by the umpires. Thane again into bowl to Sykes. No one particularly near the bat at all now, and this one's been pulled away, and although there's a fieldsman at long leg, this was more fine leg, and it takes 1 bounce over the boundary there at the Hayes Close area, and 250 up, 250 for 4. And Sykes is rapidly overhauling Josh Blake here. He's on 60, and Blake, who was at the crease a good hour and a half before him, is on 74. So little surprise seeing Sykes back today that he won the various awards he won last season as he faces Thane again, and he hasn't quite got hold of that, but it's enough to get it down to Tom Wesley, to be found now on the long on boundary. Single, and that ends the over, and 251 for 4 in 45. Blake 74, Sykes 61. The other top scorer for Surrey was Ryan Patel with 83.
Coming on at the Graham Gooch end, number 65, Ben Allison.
Ben Allison, as you hear, is replacing Shane Snater at the Graham Gooch end. Any more emails there, Dick?
No, in a word.
So just likely that there will be a report I'll do into the BBC Essex programme in just a moment or two. Then I shall make way for Dan Whiting. Ben Allison, yeah, we're getting feed, as we call it.
Really not good.
So that will be shortly.
And no one could breathe or anything.
Surrey in a good position to get to 300 here. Addison bowls, and that ball's been smashed away into the recesses of the offside, which are very sparsely populated in terms of fielders. It's a long boundary, but even though there's a man on the square fence, this was only about 15 yards away, but fieldsmen are unable to get there. And boundaries are coming with monotonous frequency now. 255 for 4. And Sykes up to 65. Very impressive young player, I must say.
Even the police and the firefighters, they was absolutely amazing. Everyone
Allison in again.
Come together and literally just
bowls, and this ball is not timed particularly well. It was in the air perfectly safely. There's nobody in the infield. Wesley Fields at long off. Single. 256 for 4. Sykes up to 66.
Anywhere at any time, so please do be safe and stay safe.
Stand by, I think we're about to go for an update. Oh, not quite. Apparently it's the next story. And
crashes. But for one stretch of the busy road,
just hearing about something I can relate to, the chaos on the roads today.
Between Chelmsford and Brentwood has been finished sooner than expected.
Harrison
Simon Amore
is on his way.
They've been doing near Margaretting.
And bowls to Josh Blake, and that one's gone over the wicket-keeper's head, top edge, 4 runs, nobody can get anywhere near that. 260 for 4, and Blake up to 78.
Always have to keep the traffic flowing at the same time.
And boy, could Essex do with a wicket.
The foundations of the new carriageway, and now it's a modern asphalt surface which is much quieter.
In a really well-judged partnership, this one, because they, Sykes in particular, played himself in and has then really let rip. You wouldn't think he was just a youngster playing in this, as Allison bowls to him, and he's cracked this one away, doesn't really time it, goes to deep backward square leg for a single, and score to 261 for 4 in the 46th over.
The project on that stretch of the A12 is now due to finish in September, having cost an additional
just getting an update on the dreadful section of the A12 that I got stuck in today, and not going to finish it until September. Stand by, we're going into this report.
Surrey won the toss and decided to bat. Paul Newton is watching this one at the BBC Essex.
Yes, it's Surrey very much on top at the moment. They won the toss and batted, which on a hot summer's day I think is the right decision. And they've reached 263 for 4 in the 46th over. Essex began very well as they welcomed back Jamie Porter in this competition for the first time this season. And he obliged with the wickets of Dom Sibley for 9 and Cameron Steele for 8. And when Snater joined in the fun and had Geddes for 4, Surrey were 53 for 3, but they've done nothing but recover ever since, with the opener Ryan Patel making a good, very good 83 before he was caught by Wesley off Thane. Josh Blake, meanwhile, has moved to 79 not out and has featured in both the partnership with Patel and the current one with a player, remember the name as the expression goes. The name is Ollie Sykes. He's absolutely brilliant. He's won all sorts of awards for young players already, and he has smashed his way to 68 not out of 43 deliveries with 5 sixes and a volley of 4s. So at the moment, Surrey on 263 for 4 after 46 overs look as if they will total over 300, and Essex are going to have a really hard job, I think, to overhaul that score.
Thank you, Paul. And commentary continues on the BBC Sport.
End of the over, end of Paul's belated stint, and we all sympathise with the troubles that he's been having to put up with, and probably having to listen to them detailed in the news doesn't really help, but it probably help other people. So yeah, anybody who's stuck in that traffic, we wish them well. And there's nothing more frustrating, and it's one thing I think most of us hate being stuck in traffic, and you know, you can lose your temper, you can shout, you can rant and rave, but it's not going to make any difference. You've just got to accept it and hope that, well, you know, it will get better eventually. So it's going to be Snater to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. One day it'll become automatic to me, but not yet a while, as he moves in now round the wicket and bowls to Blake, who's hit that loftedly, if there is such an adverb, and it bounces 3 or 4 times before it reaches Tom Wesley at deep long on. And the score moves on to 265. And welcome back to Dan.
Yeah, thanks, Dick. 114 these two have put on for this 5th wicket, and Ollie Sykes strikes the ball so cleanly, doesn't he?
Doesn't he? Yes.
Yeah, it's been targeting my car, though. It has to be said, at Kibworth. It was parked at long on. Hit one down there, and now he's put one over the pavilion early on, but his 50 came up off just 34 balls, 5 sixes and just 1 4, and what a player he looks. Really does look like he's got a massive future ahead of him.
He does. As Snater moves in, bowls to Blake. Blake steps away to leg and then still pulls it down to leg side for 4 runs. Yes, I think really should have been fielded, but yeah, fielder overran it, I think, and it went down for 4 there at fine leg. So the score moves on again inexorably to 69 for 4. Blake 85, Sykes 68.
Yeah, it's they're looking like they're on for 300 now.
Yes. And that's worked its way. Well, it hasn't worked its own way. It's thanks to an incredible shot there. I mean, it's gone square with the wicket for 6. Okay, only just crept over the line. That doesn't matter. It's still 6 penn'orth, and there wasn't really much power in that shot. It was pure timing the bat to hit the ball at that absolute time and in the meat of the bat, and it just sort of admittedly it's a short boundary, but
that was an amazing shot.
It was absolutely astonishing. As short of a length, an attempt to pull it round the corner is partially successful, and it goes through for a single.
He's basically, Blake has taken out off middle stump and deliberately sliced it over point to that short boundary, and it's you know, he's played that deliberately. He's opened the face and sort of hit it on the up.
Yeah. Oh yes. Slater again. Round the wicket to Sykes. Sykes sort of waits for the ball to come on as he plays the shot and then turns it down to deep mid-wicket, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, this has been really good from these two. Blake has been a lot more conservative, but Sykes has really given this innings some impetus.
He has indeed.
Fine player in the making, just 18 years old. And been some good cricketers come out of Tunbridge School.
Next delivery sort of full toss, just played out too long on for a comfortable single. Seemed to hang in the air for a bit. But, fielder was up to it, the batsman, I mean. So the end of the over, end of the 47th over, 278 for 4, 3 overs to go, and 300 and plenty is the likely score, unless one of these batsmen is out, of course, which is not beyond the realms of possibility.
Yeah, he's Sykes is got a lot of time for this lad. I think I can, you know, you never know what's going to happen with a young player, do you? But from what I've seen so far, I think he's got a big future ahead of him.
No, some of them sort of do, with all the talent in the world, do drop out, don't they?
Yeah.
Some of them choose to drop out after a year or so in county cricket. They think, no, I know I've got a lot of talent, but it's not for me. It's not the way I want to earn a living. I want to go and earn mega bucks in the city or something.
Zafar Ansari, or
yes, exactly. Yeah, it's not compulsory. It's just because you're good at a game to take it up professionally.
Sykes plays that one into mid-wicket off the bowling of Allison. Good Yorker there, going wide as well. Sorry, that was Blake. So he moves on to 94. He's just one hit away from what would be a remarkable 100.
Yes, it would. Yes, years ago Essex had a player called Matthew Fosh, who was a very, very talented cricketer and a very talented rugby player. I've got a feeling he maybe even got
Cambridge University.
Yes,
yeah.
I think he may have even got one rugby cap.
Allison goes wide, angling it across Sykes, who doesn't get any bat on it.
And just when he looked as if he had his sporting world at his feet, as they say, he decided, no, I don't think I want to be a professional sportsman. I'll go and get a proper job.
Was he on the A12 with Paul Newton then, or? Because that's what, you know, is the it's the grind, isn't it? It's the travel. It's the constant going from game to game. Allison in, and that's deliberately played by Sykes, wide of the man at short third and fine of the man at deep third, and threading that one through the eye of a needle.
Yes. And okay, and also I often think it's fine for a lad of late teenager or early 20s, but when you get to 30 and you might have a partner and a young family, it puts incredible pressures, which are often there to be seen, aren't there? And there are lots of lives as professional sports people that are littered.
Even for us, you need a supportive partner. I mean, it's probably why you're in Shopstick. Just, get your brownie points in, mate. Here's Allison in to Sykes, who gets something on that. It must have dropped just short of Fernandez. I think he got a nick on that. It's a great take.
It was a brilliant take by Fernandez. Now gets lengthy congratulations.
Yeah, from Robin Das wearing Charlie Allison's, Charlie Allison's shirt.
Yeah, just to confuse us, which is easily done in my case. A soft target to confuse me.
This is good though from Allison. Just 5 or 4 balls, as that's punched by Sykes. He's going to come back for 2. Moves on to 75. But what an innings this has been. It's given this Surrey inning some real impetus, isn't it? Some real sort of...
Oh, yes.
You know, he's come in, he's put his foot on the accelerator pedal, and he hasn't slogged, it's just been, you know, proper cricket shots. Allison into him. That's a full toss. He's got that one to backward point, and he will retain the strike. 287 for 4 with just 2 overs to go. Blake 94, Sykes 76, and Surrey will be looking. They'll probably be looking at around the 320 mark, won't
yes. I think the contribution made by Ryan Patel certainly should not be undervalued, because it gave them the foundation. These two came together at 151 for 4, which is a nice position to go in, and it's because they've been given that solid foundation by Ryan Patel that gave them, if not a free rein, certainly a lot of freedom to play their shots.
And Patel held firm as well when the ball
Yes.
was zipping about a bit early on, as it was when, you know,
Yes.
with Porter and Snater, who are two fine protagonists of seam bowling, and you know, Ryan Patel stood firm.
He did. He battled through it. He got beaten a lot of times, but didn't let him bother him. Well, it might have done inwardly, but it didn't affect his batting. So yeah, all credit to him as well as these two young lads. As Kamal Richards it is bowling round to the
good.
batsman, and that's straight down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, they won't mind ones at the moment, Essex. That's good from Jamal Richards, going into the pitch and into the body, and not allowing Sykes room to smash him back over his head.
No, so 2 overs plus, well, most of this over. As Blake is on down the business end, backs away to leg side, and Richards follows him too far, and he's bowled it wide, well down the leg side. And stiff breeze getting up, and
it's nice, isn't it?
It's taken its toll on Nick Brown's hat. He has to go and pursue it.
It's nice, this breeze, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's made it very, very pleasant indeed.
It's been a warm one here this afternoon.
Yeah, and it would have been a lot warmer without the breeze. It would have been unpleasantly warm as Richards moves in, bowls, and that's worked well on the onside. I think it was the thud of a pad, and I think the umpire's going to agree with me, which means that he's right, and his signals leg by.
Yep, Richards coming in around the wicket, deliberately going down the leg side, which is, to these two left-handers, is towards that long boundary. I think they're best off just staying in their crease and picking up the wides.
Yes, Sykes on 77 faces up to Richards, and Sykes stayed in his crease then, and not a controlled shot. When one hand finishes up coming off the bat, it's a sign that it's a bit of a yahoo, really, which is to take nothing away from the superb innings that he's played.
This is good bowling though from Richards, bowling to a plan.
He is. Bowls now to Sykes, down the leg side, and again concedes a wide. And indeed he goes through for 4 runs. Yeah,
just got a little feather on it, didn't he? Helped it around the corner. Moves into the 80s now, Sykes.
Well, if he gets plenty of the bowling, he could get the magic 3 figures. But Blake is nearer, and he's only half a dozen away.
Probably a far finer bat than the only other Sykes I can remember, which is Jamie Sykes at Middlesex. Do you remember him?
I do. And that's pulled away hard, high, and bounces twice before it reaches the fielder at deep mid-wicket, or just forward of square. I was watching the fielder rather than the batsman. How many did they take there?
Two.
Two. I thought they probably would. 295 for 4, with 1.1 overs remaining.
The question is, will Blake get his 100? Will Sykes get his 100, isn't it? Doubtful.
Blake probably will. That's down the leg side as well, and another wide. And
Richard's not happy, but it's down the leg side.
well, that's the regulations in this competition.
Yeah.
That's right. Bowl it down the leg side, chum, and I'll penalise you. So don't look at me like that. I'm only carrying out the law.
Yeah.
Don't create the laws.
I don't. That's what the police always say.
Yes. Well, they're right as well. Yes. Hope they're not in too much action this weekend. And that's pulled away for 1, 2. Two fielders crash into each other. Neither of them is harmed. And but between them, they stop the ball. They go through with 2 more runs, which takes the overall score of the visitors onto 298 for 4, of which Sykes has 85, Blake has 94. Well, it's a testament in a way to the Essex bowling. It has tightened up a little bit in the recent 3 or 4 overs, because I think most of us would have thought that Surrey would have reached the magic 300 by now, but they're still 2 shy of that.
Yeah, but there's no getting away. This has been fantastic from Blake and Sykes. Resurrected this Surrey innings. Ben Allison is going to bowl the last over from the Graham Gooch end. In he comes to Blake, who crunches that one wide of extra cover. Sykes runs the first one quickly and they pick up 2. Blake moves on to 96, and there's the Surrey 300 up. And that's a really good effort. It looked a long way away at 53 for 3.
It did.
With most of their, the informed Dominic Sibley back in the hut. Ben Geddes, he's been in decent touch, couple of 60s in this competition. But Ryan Patel with 83, Josh Blake 96 not out, and Ollie Sykes 85 not out have patched this innings up. It's been a super effort, really has. Allison in to Blake, who hoiks that one through mid-wicket. He's only going to get 1. That's the 150 partnership between these 2.
So 4 deliveries remaining, and Blake doesn't have the strike, and he's still 3 short of 100. So interesting to see whether Sykes tries to give him the bowling or just plunder the bowling.
Allison, he'll go across the left-handed Sykes here, who whips this one into square leg, where Jamie Porter does the fielding. He hit that quite firmly. He did well there, and they pick up 1. And there Blake smashes that one through extra. I think it's only going to be 2. It is 2. So takes him on to 99. He's a decent bat though. He bats 4 in the second 11, I believe, Josh Blake. So, he's a decent player. Two balls left. Allison. And there it is. There's his 100. Off exactly 100 balls. 9 fours, 1 6. And what a fantastic tournament he's had. Behind Ben Folkes and Jamie Smith in Surrey's pecking order with the gloves, he's really made his mark in this Metro Bank One Day Cup. Well batted, Josh Blake. Good innings.
Undoubtedly, yes.
Yep. But 305, I think that's about par with that boundary. Sykes, where's he put that one? I can't see where that's gone.
No,
It's gone out into the offside.
306, it's the final score.
Yep, 306 they finish up on. So, Josh Blake, exactly 100 not out off 100 balls. Sykes, 87 not out, and 306 for 4. That's a decent total, but I think Surrey will have to bowl well.
No, I think you're right. It's very evenly balanced indeed. Very evenly balanced.
There's the bowling figure. Thane 8 overs, 1 for 43. Snater 1 for 44 off 10. He bowled well at the top of the innings. Wesley none for 20 off 5. Bowled decently, but Porter and Snater were the pick of the bowlers, as you'd expect, really.
Well, yes, yeah. So that's it. So it promises to be a fascinating second half of the game. We'll go and have what we consider to be a well-earned break of about half an hour, which will take us to about 6:10. So if you log on then, we'll hear how Essex get on in their pursuit, needing 307 for victory. So thanks for listening this afternoon, and as I say, log on again in about half an hour. Thanks a lot.
Tom Wesley here. I'm just off to London Tilbury on my first ever cruise experience with our club partner, Ambassador Cruise Line. It was actually a lot faster than I thought. I thought it was a little bit pushed for time, but I actually got around to 40 minutes. To be honest, the whole experience has actually, blown my mind. This is the first time on a cruise ship. I don't quite know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting it to be as sort of grand and impressive as this. So I've really enjoyed it so far.
We've had a great tour of the ship, and yeah, just the service was amazing when we were having food, and everyone's really cheery, smiley, saying hello all around the ship.
From my point of view, especially of how accessible and spacious, it was easy to get on board. I can get everywhere.
The service was excellent. Yeah, the food was, I was told it was good. My brother came last time and he said the food was very good, so got a 3-course meal.
So we went into the gym and the gym was huge, not something you'd expect. I think the amount of space that's actually on this ship is just brilliant.
So one of the things we talked to with the commercial team was how we could broaden our exposure, not just to the men's team, but to the ladies team, the ability team. And one of the things we came up with was actually owning the 50 over shirt.
I think we've had a lot of response today with a lot of people seeing it for the first time. I know a lot of the players have commented already how much they like it, and I think it's certainly one that's had people talking in a way that you know, ultimately you want a kit launch. Hopefully that the performance matched the kit.
First time I've seen it, so first time I get to see a cruise ship, and then I was presented with this purple Ambassador 50 over shirt, which is, you know, blown me away. I'm a big fan of the bright colours.
Oh, I think it's, you know, it's unique. Looking forward to wearing this year.
I'd say definitely come, get on this cruise ship. I'm looking forward to venturing on my first cruise at some stage in the future.
I mean, it's superb because it shows that Ambassador are not just on board for the first team, they're on board for the whole club.
Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
And what's fun? There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself with friends old and new. Explore with us. There's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
And what's fun? There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself with friends old and new. Explore with us. There's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea.
headache got worse. So she checked herself into A&E locally and kept her in one night, gave her all sorts of tests, and we said, severe concussion.
Are you ready? Drum roll!
Yeah, don't do too
Here
much,
we go!
just rest, and if it's not better within a week, then come back. And within that week, her husband went in the classroom to find her line get on the field and go.
Meanwhile, back at the run. Here we go. Who's he going to be? Alan Anderson. Alan, come and join me. Alan, come and join me. Congratulations, sir. The big question is, who are you going to take with you? Well, my brother's up there.
Who's the Carol you just referred to? Sorry? Who's Carol that you just referred to?
Good call. Sensible call. And everybody, when you listen to him, to make the presentation, just go and stand in front of that board there.
Got no surname now, but yeah, she was a big friend of Leslie's, and they always used to go to cricket together, with or without their husbands.
And you're about to go with it. Life couldn't get much better, right?
Yeah.
Do we know what Stephen's doing now?
Oh yes, he's doing really well. He went to do that cricket event with the insurance company.
Because they have the second chance to win with
insurance broking company. Jim Follows a couple of dozen people, and he's doing
Ambassador are offering fans a chance to win a cruise in the intervals of all of our home games in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Get the cricket ball through one of these 4 holes to secure yourself 2 tickets on a cricket cruise this December. Along with the rest of the club, we're going to show you how it's done. Aaron Beard, bowler, I've got a good chance they're going to end up underarm.
Ben Allison, bowler, biggest head and best goalkeeper in the side. Robin Das, box midfielder, no chance.
Hampshire that's now owned by Delhi. Right. First up, your name's up. David, congratulations. You have a chance to win this cruise. Do you know
I'm sure I do know.
Good call. Safe bet. She's up there. Where is she? There she is. Right, in between these two, you can decide your technique under Armour over it's up to you.
Because Ravi left here with a heavy heart because he had enough of the 4-day game, but wanted a 1-day contract. Now, after all the years he played, I think a lot of counties would have given him.
Unlucky, David. Unlucky, right? Who's next up?
Past service doesn't count in any organisation now, does it?
No, well, maybe you're right.
There's no reward for loyalty in any business, whether it's cricket, insurance,
Have you done much
Well, I think
throwing
it shows how lucky they are just still to be on the books.
David Brett was saying, I went for a long walk with David Brett when he was I was on here, I just happened to be here. We went for a long walk.
Here we go. I'm not going to
And playoffs,
right, you got the range behind you, done.
and he was relating to Taylor. He just had the annual start. And apparently,
That was the closest so far. Lucky,
boss,
girl.
big
Right,
boss,
who's
said,
next?
oh, God. They didn't see you Everybody speaks very highly of him. He's done very well in this company. He's been with us now for 8 years. He said, yes, I'm very happy here. You haven't ever seen promotion even higher within this company. No, I'm happy doing what I'm doing. We realise, many of our competitors would offer you a very good package to go and join them. You've not been tempted. No, I'm quite happy doing what I am. And he said, with his every word, he could see he was becoming more and more a marked man. They don't like that nowadays. Even if it means leaving their company, you've got to appear to be...
Never mind, Neil, not to be. Right, who's next up?
It's a case of blind.
Who's next? Your name, sir?
Dave.
Dave, have you already decided who is going to be in the cabin with you?
No, it's still up for grabs.
Is it? Right. Interesting. Right, Dave. Hit the holes. One, not far out. Consistent. Unlucky, Dave. Next up. Who's next?
They couldn't actually force him out.
Good evening, sir. Your name?
Michael.
Michael, good to have you with us here. Yeah. Right. You can come halfway in. Yeah. Right, yeah. Now his right shoulder's just had an operation, so Michael is going to go left-handed, balancing on one foot and singing the national anthem. Apart from that, off we go. One. Jez, is there somebody that's already got their passport out ready for you winning this?
My wife.
Your wife, where is she? Is she with us?
No.
Good, so we'll be on the phone afterwards and then you can decide whether you want to take her or not. All right, come on then, Jez, let's do it. Okay, one down.
I think I turned up in the usual place where we commentate.
Two, you get in the range. Oh!
Well, having said that,
that was so close. Right, is that it? We had everybody. Well, let's hear it for our contestants. Not to be this time, but excellent chance. And don't forget, go and visit our friends at Ambassador Cruise Line. There's all sorts of offers there. Go and make some new friends at their stall behind the pavilion. But that's it now for the Ambassador Cruise Line Throwing Challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Ambassador Cruise Line. Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, James Best Value at Sea. Enjoy yourself.
Partnership 155 between the Centurion Josh Blake. That's a lovely shot by Nick Brown. Cover drive, just caresses it.
Forget it.
And the the Essex innings is underway. That was a gorgeous shot. Yep, so I had a chat with Josh Blake's parents, understandably very proud. As Majid tosses that one up and it's just defended. It's a lovely story with Josh Blake as well, who was working for the Surrey Cricket Foundation. Surrey needed a keeper, got him in, and well, the rest is history.
Probably a lot more.
Yeah.
Is it my imagination, or is there a thump of some...
It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. Let's just whip through mid-wicket.
Oh.
No runs. Cameron Steele. It's gone now.
It's gone. Good. As soon as... No.
There it goes again.
Oh, sometimes they have a fair or phaeton in Chelmsford in the park just over...
Brown gives himself some room and punches that off the back foot through the covers, and that's exactly the type of start that Essex wanted. Nick Brown plundering 2 boundaries off that over, and both in a stylish fashion, Dick.
Yes. Yep. Well, I hope listeners can't hear that dreadful thumping noise like I can. It'll slowly drive me mad.
We're not at a rave, I promise you, are we, Dick?
No, we're not.
No.
Well, it seems to stop and give us a little bit of respite, and then it very quickly comes back again. Anyway, we're going to see
James Taylor.
Thank you, James Taylor from the far end, the Graham Gooch end. I still hesitate just before I say one day I won't. But
he's quicker than he looks, this guy.
Yep.
Hits the seam, and I think he'll get good carry.
He moves in now, right over the wicket to the right-handed Cushy, who plays that solidly defensively. Oh no, here he goes again. And yeah, I can only apologise. It's a horrible noise. Well, to my mind it is.
Yeah, mid-on, captain for the day, Dominic Sibley. I'm commentating with Dick Davis, so we've got Dick and Dom with us today.
Yep, Dick and Dom. So Taylor, James Taylor. Seems to be a few James Taylors on the circuit. He moves in, bowls, and that's just played defensively by Cushy.
Just hits the splice there. Yeah, he's been impressive. Brother of Tom Taylor, who's been at Derbyshire, Leicestershire. He's now at Worcestershire, I think. Northants as well, was he?
Right.
Yeah, so he's now at Worcestershire, but he's...
Because there was another James Taylor who had to give up the game, little fella, because he had a heart problem.
Yeah, we saw him the other day at
Kibworth. Yeah, we see him quite a bit. That's played out on the offside by Cushy, no addition to the score of 8 without loss.
Yeah, he's now part of the Leicestershire coaching team. So sad there, isn't it? Another one who had to give up earlier this season was Ben Wells at Gloucestershire as well.
But at least they discovered it early, didn't they? You still hear of
he's still alive.
Young lads who just sort of suddenly, whatever the sport, they just suddenly keel over.
Yeah.
So sad. And I can identify with that. That's another story. Oh, and what a good delivery that was. Oh, that came back in. And, for all Cushy knew, it could have taken the outside edge, but it didn't. Reminiscent really of the start of the Surrey innings, except that one came back in, whereas they were generally beaten on the outside edge.
Yeah, I rate James Taylor. He's had a few injury problems over the years, but played in the county championship game at Worcester at the end of June, and he looks a decent bowler.
As Taylor moves in again and bowls, and that's good over this here. Getting bounce, getting plenty of bounce, and Cushy just grateful to have a look at the bowling and play it out. He's got most of a maiden over, 5 deliveries gone, all got a dot beside them.
One slip in, Cameron Steele. The 2 men out are Nathan Barnwell out a deep square leg, and I think there's probably a 3rd man down below us who I can't quite see who that is.
And Taylor moves in. And it is indeed a maiden over, just played out to mid-on. Every time you or anybody mentions the name Cameron Steele, I sort of think, wasn't that the name of a police detective or something?
It does sound like it.
It does
doesn't
sound
it?
as
Yeah.
if it's, I'm sure that some television series somewhere included somebody called Cameron Steele.
It's amazing how cricketers have sort of names that sound like places, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, I remember Middlesex having an overseas Australian a few years ago. Sounded like a hotel chain with Hilton Cartwright, and yeah, it's.
Oh well, there's a game like that, isn't there? That where you can make up a cricket side. This is the sort of thing that Paul's very good at. You make a side up, and one of them was of the names of motorway service stations. Yes, yes, skippered by Lee Delamere. Sorry,
That's just one into the onside. Sorry, no run onto the onside there. Cameron Steele at square leg does the fielding, dot ball. Majid short, and that's clipped through square leg. Geddes doing the fielding out in the deep.
there was a player who used to play for Glamorgan, and we can never remember his name, but the name really appealed to both Paul and to me, because it sounded like a sort of matinee superstar of the old days, you know. And you can't remember, oh, he's not here now anyway, so it will come to us between us.
The name that I love is a guy who used to open the batting for Cambridge University as Majid comes in. That's well bowled, just a little bit of turn past the outside edge of Cushy's bat. Yeah, the chap was called Quentin Cake, which just conjures up images of a rakish set of front teeth punting down the cam in a straw boater.
Yes. My name's Cake, Quentin Cake.
Yeah. Cushy is away, he's off the mark. Just with one nurdled into the onside. And Essex move into double figures. Yeah, you know, he sounds like sort of just, you know, one of those punts down the River Cam in Cambridge, and you know, with a couple of ladies called Philippa and Jemima in tow. Yusuf Majid around the wicket to Brown, who plays that with a bit of bottom hand out to Geddes out in the deep.
And can always be seen at the Henley Regatta as well.
Oh yeah,
in a striped blazer.
Without a shadow. Yeah. That's one out to long on, out to Barnwell, who I've been describing him as a Crystal Palace fan, and I just had a chat with him outside earlier, and he's self-confessed plastic Crystal Palace fan, as he says. So, but lovely lad. Yeah, talking of posh names, if we look up the name of Ben Geddes, his full name, which I think it's Benedict Albert Brodie, or I can't remember the actual I think it's Benedict Brodie Albert Geddes, I think.
As Taylor
Benedict Brodie Albert
moves in, bowls. That's played out on the offside. No addition to the score.
Yeah, so some wonderful names. Some wonderful names.
There was
a game of cricket conjures up.
Oh yes. There was a Sri Lankan who played for, was it Northants, who had in full his name went on for longer than a Welsh Anglesey village.
Yeah.
That's played out for Woodham Square on the offside. It goes through for 4.
Dick, do you mean Llanfair Pwllgwyngyll Gerrych Winthrop Llantysilio Gogogoch?
No. Must be one of the other ones.
Lovely
Very
four.
good. That's
Lovely 4 by Cushy.
That's your party piece, is it?
Looks a nice player, Cushy.
He is. Yep. Gets everything behind that, solidly.
Yeah.
And so much of this game, I mean, most of these players have similar-ish skills. I'm talking about batsmen. But what usually sorts out one from the other is the mental attitude and the nous. And I was saying in some piece that I was writing that there seems to be a great emphasis on coaching the technical aspects of batting. But is there enough attention paid to coaching how to build an innings, how to win a cricket match, which ultimately is what it's all about? And I'm not convinced there is. But when you see some of the ways the batsmen manage to get out, who clearly have oodles of ability. I'm not speaking about anybody in particular because it covers all too many people. And then suddenly they do something which can't really be described in any other way than brainless. And you think, oh, use your nous, it's not. But I suppose they'll learn, or maybe not. As that's played backward square on the offside.
Yeah, Ollie Sykes,
yep.
Backward point. Yeah, I think for me what the difference is, and what we saw there was someone like Ollie Sykes, he just seems to have that extra split second of time, doesn't he?
Oh yes, from the technical point of view, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, which sorts out the men from the boys, and ultimately, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly does.
I think I probably will go mad with that constant throb. And that's just...
You're not off to Ibiza this year then, Dick?
No, I'm giving it a miss this year. No, I'm missing out on this one. It'll be the first year I've missed since last year. End of the over, 16 for no wicket. I remember in the early days when I worked for BBC Essex, I didn't just cover sport, I covered all sorts, you name it, I covered it. And one day they sent me to a pop concert quite near where I live in Southend at the theatre called the Cliffs Pavilion, which I was at earlier this week. And for a group called Pulp, I think. I know it was either Pulp or Blur. I know it only had 4 letters.
It was the Britpop era. Yeah.
And I'd never been to an event like that before.
Majid, and that's just tickled round the corner. They've got to come through for a quick single. Brown was struggling for a little bit with a better throw, perhaps, from James Taylor.
And I walked into the hall once I got past, masses of gorillas dressed up as, security people, and I thought as soon as I walked in, come back to that moment.
Majid, short, pulled. That has gone away for 4 runs. I think there's a fielder down there at long on, but it was just too wide. Is there something?
Oh, perhaps we can see it on the live stream.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, Barnwell.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I walked into this concert hall and I literally for a few seconds thought I was having a heart attack because I could feel, not so much here, but feel this thumping in my chest, and it really terrified me.
That's a full toss, and Brown has to be quick, and he's gone. No, he's not. Oh, he had to hurry up there.
He did have to hurry, didn't he?
I don't know if we can see this one again on the replay, perhaps, but
I think Brown ought to have a word there because Cushy
almost barbecued him, didn't he?
He did, and I mean, with all due respect to Nick Brown, who's a lovely bloke and a very useful batsman, he's not the fastest over 20 yards.
No, he's certainly not. Umpire Bill Al-Shafia says no.
Well, I mean, we're not in any position to comment. But
no, we're not.
Only to describe because we're more or less behind the bowler's arm.
Brown drives pleasantly. Can only pick out Ryan Patel at short extra cover.
Anyway, Nick Brown lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, Surrey were quite confident. That's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Surrey were quite confident in their appeal there, shall we say?
Yes. For some reason, it's the way the brain works as you get older. You'll find out.
Majid in, played out to Barnwell at Long On.
Names suddenly come long after it was the topic of conversation, and then you feel really proud that it's coming at all, so you have to bring in the conversation again. Yeah, the player at Cardiff with the impressive name, or Glamorgan rather, was Garnet Kruger, and we always we loved the name Garnet Kruger.
Yeah.
Sounded, as I say, you could see it in lights in the West End, starring Garnet Kruger.
Nicely played, nice on drive by Cushy. Plays the ball under his head, keeps it all along the carpet, and that completes the 5th over. So Essex 25 without loss. At this stage Surrey were 19 for 2, and this is a nice start.
It is, it's steady, but it's responsible.
There's the replay we just saw of Brown, and let's have a look again. Look, here it is.
Oh, here it is.
We haven't seen it properly from side on, but here we go. Blake. Brown's not even in the frame here.
He is in, but it's not by very much, no. It would have certainly been referred. With the old square signal, yes. So let's just see if there's been any emails coming in. Yeah, there are a few. As Taylor moves in from the Gooch end, and that's just played out on the onside, no addition to the score. Extra time. I think the time has been added due to a hold up when the batsman was hit on their helmet.
Yeah.
Oh yes, of course, yes, because he was down for quite a long time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, because that was about the time we brought Paul Hiscock in to save us, yeah, it was about then. Yeah, so thank you for reminding us that, Rob. I'm sorry I've only just read your email, which you sent about an hour ago, as Taylor moves in and bowls. But attempt to turn it around the corner, doesn't meet with success. Christopher says, hi thanks for your commentary. I've struggled to understand the team selections by Essex. Are they suffering from injuries? They've so often appeared to be light by either a bowler or a batsman.
I think they're down to the bare bones, aren't they?
I think so. Am I being harsh? What's the Essex strategy for developing teams for all competitions?
No, I think Essex they've got what, 5 away with 100, and I think they've got a few injuries as well. I think they're just basically down to the bare bones. They've got a sort of thin squad as well.
No, I agree, and that's just played defensively but with confidence. Yeah, he says, do you understand what is the Essex strategy for developing teams for all competitions? Do you understand what the Essex managers and the captains are trying to do? On the positive side, I accept we have perhaps uncovered a couple of potential all-rounders in Benkenstein and Thane. What are your observations? Cheers from Chris, former paperboy for Raymond East in Braintree.
What's his Christmas tips like?
Yes, quite.
And does he still do the sawdust trick out the ear?
That's just played defensive. We'll come back to that at the end of the over. Yeah, I used to deliver papers a bit, not very often, but occasionally.
My view, and you know, I'm the away commentator here, but from an impartial point of view about Essex, I think Essex punch above their weight.
Yeah,
for the size of the county, they're a non-test playing county. Money talks in any sport these days, and you know, Essex are not one of the richer counties, and they're sitting second in Division 1. They were finalists in last year's Vitality Blast, and I think that they punch way above their weight for the size of the county.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and it's nice to hear it come from outside the county, because well, that's unfortunate. It's driven so straight by Cushy that it thumps into the stumps at the other end, and therefore no run accrues. Yes, I mean, I think I can't add much more to that. Essex are doing everything they can with a limited staff and quite a few injuries. They're certainly giving opportunities to the younger players, albeit it's been forced upon them and they haven't necessarily chosen to. I mean, and that is another great advantage of this competition, I think, because I think most counties, or many counties, the supporters would say, why don't they give the youngsters a go? And whether Essex would have intended to anyway or not, we'll never know. But but this competition has forced all counties to play players that they might not otherwise have given much of an outing to, and that can only be good for the game.
Yeah, it certainly can. Conor McCurr is going to take over from Yusuf Majid at the Sir Alistair Cook end, formerly known as the River end.
Yeah. Tony says, are Brown, Cushy, Allison and Beard leaving or at the end of the season? Are they in contract? We don't know, I'm afraid.
Here's Conor McCurr coming around the wicket. Had a very good tournament. That's a pleasant shot by Brown. He's going to get 2 there. Just got that into the pocket. And Nathan Barnwell comes round and feels the ball, throws it into the gloves of Josh Blake.
So to put a bit of flesh on that rather bony answer, Tony, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be dismissive, and thank you for your comment about the great commentary, really enjoying the match. We don't know. People are always inclined to think that the media know more than the spectators. It's quite often the case that we're the last to hear.
They don't trust us, Tony. They don't
No,
trust
they
us.
don't.
Conor McCurr in, and that's defended by Brown into the offside. Ryan Patel doing the fielding.
Don't tell the media anything, they might tell others, which is basically the purpose of the media, of course. So,
no, 80,000 viewers or listeners.
Yeah. So no, we really don't know. I'm sorry. As regards Brown, Cushy, Allison, either of them, or Beard. And as regards leaving at the end of the season, we're only just into August. I think it's a little bit soon, maybe another 3 or 4 weeks' time. Getting towards the end of August, that's the time.
Yeah, we're getting into that season though, aren't we?
Yeah, getting into it, but we're not there.
No. That's a pleasant shot by Brownie. I think he's going to get 4 runs there. Barnwell can't cut that off. And that's really good placement. McCurr just straying onto his hip. And Nick Brown just tucking it around the corner using the pace of the ball. Yeah, I think we've already seen a bit of movement, and we've seen Emilio Gay leaving Northamptonshire to go up to Durham. Sonny Baker is leaving Somerset to go to Hampshire.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're seeing we're getting into that season, and it's always then that the rumour mills start to go around, and that's caught. Brown nicks off, and Cameron Steele at slip takes a good catch at head height. And Conor McCurr again strikes. He's had a really good tournament, and yet again he picks up another wicket, and Nick Brown departs for 18. Essex 31 for 1.
Yes, the bat well away from the pad, and Brown gets out a little bit too often like that, just sort of waving at the ball. I know, as we discussed earlier on, that's the sort of thing that left-handers are inclined to do, but it was relatively, at this level of the game, I'm a bit of a harsh critic of fielders, so I don't get too carried away. Having been captain of my club for years, gosh, was I a harsh captain there. Rod of Iron doesn't come into it.
We were top thumper.
I was. Nasty piece of work, as you can imagine. And but I thought that this level of the game, that was fairly straightforward catch. It was sort of by his ear, which is a nice height, really. The difficult ones are always the ones where you're not quite sure whether to put the hands up in the air. I don't know why I'm going through this. You can't see what I'm doing. It's probably a good
fingers
thing.
up or fingers down.
Up or it's when it's that sort of halfway thing, maybe sort of chest height. You're not quite sure which way to put it, but that was higher than that, as I say, round by his ear, so it's obvious. Richard emails us, nothing about cricket, but since we've got a gap, he says thanks for the excellent commentary. Were you at the Clisp Pavilion for Pretty Woman this week? Yes, I was. We went on press night. And very good it is too. Ore Uduba is a talented young man. Yes, he is. And I agree with your last paragraph, which I won't read out. But yes, it was a good show, and it's on for another week.
Yeah. Here's McCurr looking to increase his tally in this competition. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot there, Wesley. You don't bowl there to Tom Wesley.
No, you don't.
I mean, that's where he's really strong, through that mid-wicket area, but wowzers. First ball. Big 50th happy birthday to Richard Mantell, who's a Surrey fan who lives in Southend, I think, or lives in Essex, and he's here today. So big happy birthday to you.
Indeed.
Conor McCurr. Bet this one's not on middle and leg. Wesley lets that one go. Good carry through to Blake. That completes the over. So 7 overs gone. Essex 35 for 1. Cushy's on 12. Wesley on 4. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Dick Davis.
I'll do one more over.
BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London, and on the Essex stream.
Especially as we've got an email from Jerry Wilson home in Blackpool, who became a good mate of mine.
He gets involved with Gloucestershire as well.
Does he?
He does, yeah.
Yeah, I had a very, very enjoyable week up at Blackpool last year at the cricket, and Jerry was very hospitable.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
He is. I'll come back to that in a moment. As Peel for LBW.
Too high and going down, I think.
Too high. Yeah.
Apart from that, it's a good shout.
Yes, quite. He says, "Good afternoon, Dick. Always enjoying the commentary. Thank you." As for Cameron Steele, could it be you were perhaps thinking of the American TV series Remington Steele? It could be.
Oh, yeah.
From 1982 to 87. It starred Pierce Brosnan as Steele, who was a con man, and also starred Stephanie Zimbalist. Possible, perhaps? Yep, take care from Jerry. And you, Jerry, yes, yeah, splendid time we had in Blackpool. Even I just played back to the bowler.
Yep.
And we even, because I went with my wife, as I sometimes do on these trips, and we even tripped the light fantastic on the Tower Ballroom. Not for very long.
Who said romance was dead?
Exactly. She would.
Another great name I find in county cricket at the moment is Brooke Guest at Derbyshire.
Yes.
Wonderfully named Brooke Guest.
I've got another name which always amuses me, but I won't mention it on air because it can be interpreted a bit rude. Remind me to ask you when we're off here. As Taylor moves in and bowls. Played hard into the ground, then up to backward point. It can wait.
It can wait. It can wait. Yeah, I also, going back to what you were saying about, skippers who are tough, I remember club cricket, we dropped a load of catches one game. We lost it narrowly. And the skipper gave we got a bit of a tuning in the dressing room. I'll come on to it after this ball.
From Taylor, which is played handsomely through the offside for 4. There's a good shot there from Cushy. He is a class player. And, we've been saying the great thing about this competition that it makes you realise that I've said many a time over the last 20 odd years, I'm not just a fan of Essex, I'm a fan of county cricket, and I enjoy seeing the success of young batsmen, bowlers, wicketkeepers from any of the counties really, and it's so good to see that there are so many of them on the scene. I think the future of England cricket is pretty good for the next 10, 15, 20 years, who knows, which I know goes against the general belief. And that is a similar-ish shot in as much as it went to almost through the same gap, but this time it was well stopped at cover.
Yeah, so this captain, his telling off for the side probably lost a little bit of its impetus and a little bit of its sting by the fact that he delivered it stark naked.
Yes, indeed.
39 for 1 here in Chelmsford on a beautiful day. Couple of wispy clouds in the sky.
Taylor bowls, attempt to pull it away through the leg side and threw the shot a bit early. I think, if anything, it seemed to get a bottom edge.
Yeah, it's too full to be pulling that.
Yeah, but it was. All the right shots, not necessarily in the right order, as I always say. And it went harmlessly away. End of the over with Essex 39 for 1, needing 307 for victory. The other important thing, off 8 overs, And so after a few more words from Dan, he'll be joined by Paul Newton.
Yep, keep your names of wonderfully named cricketers coming in. The email address is bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. As McCurr comes in to Wesley and just about jams the bat down on them. But we want to know why they're wonderfully named as well. So you can't just throw out sort of random names. We want to know why they're wonderfully named. So we'll accept Lee Delamere for the service station. Taunton Dean.
Newton Pagnell.
Well, I think the London Underground throws up some fine players. Yeah, you've got as Conor McCurr comes in. You've got Stan Moore. You've got Victor Rea. And Leicester Square. That's just a dot ball. Paul Newton, welcome back. How are you, Paul?
Yeah, well, I've got to give a mention to a place I used to work at in my racing broadcasting days, Rayners Lane.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that's a certain... I know it's not quite sounding like someone's name, but I think it has a certain ring of distinction to it.
Ollie Rayner,
Yes,
ex-Middlesex
exactly.
and Sussex.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, shall I do this?
Yeah, go on, you do this. Yeah.
McCurry bowls, and this ball's cracked for 4, and he's played some rather poor shots during this innings, Cushy, but there was nothing wrong with that one. He absolutely laced it between bowler and mid-off. 4 from the moment it left his bat. That was top draw. 44 for 1.
Conor McCurr was lucky he didn't get his legs in the way of that one.
Yeah. Now, it's disappointing, I think, the way Brown got out, because he played some lovely shots and then fell for, you know, what was not the best of balls, though. It doesn't mean that it didn't deserve to take a wicket, because if you go chasing a wide one, you tend to get what you deserve. And McCurr is in and bowls to Cushy. Cushy gets a single. You have to hurry here. He does. And in any case, the throw missed, but he was home. And Cushy will move up to 21. Scored a 45 for 1. We're in the 9th over. The target is 307. And although I don't expect Essex to make this target, what I will say is there's not a lot wrong with this pitch. And if you get in and make good shot selections, don't sort of chuck your bat at a wide one without getting across to it, as I'm afraid Brown did. There's no reason why you shouldn't make the sort of handsome scores 3 Surrey players did. And there's a nice shot that picks out backward point, and there is no run. 45 for 1.
Yeah, I think you're right, Paul. I think it's been a good cricket wicket. I think there's been a little bit of pace and carry there for the quicks. You've seen the keeper take it. Well, you saw Cameron Steele there take that catch at head height. And I think there's a little bit in it for the bowlers if they bend their backs, but it's a good batting surface as well. I think it's a good cricket wicket, this.
And it's good from the point of view of the spectators. They want to see some exciting batsmanship, let's face it. Not that they're averse to seeing good bowling, but here the next ball is not timed by Wesley. A remark that I'm afraid has been true a lot of the time for Essex this season. He did a great season last, scoring 1,000 championship runs. It hasn't quite come off for him so far, and there, sort of shot that I've often seen him hit to the boundary for 4. He just didn't time it, and it was easy for Sibley to field it.
Yeah, well, if Essex get this total, these fans here who turned out in good numbers as well here at Chelmsford, they're going to see 613 runs at least.
Yeah, it's a great scene, great atmosphere in the ground. I'm fresh from Scarborough 3 days ago, and that was the same, you know, a really healthy sort of crowd, lovely weather like we've got today.
Yeah.
Very good match.
James Taylor in, big appeal for LBW. Shafayette doesn't fancy it. That looked a much better shout though than the one earlier.
Because it kept low.
Yeah.
It wasn't going over the top, and I would not have been surprised to see the finger up. I think the reason he has not put the finger up is he may have felt that it might have just beaten leg stump.
Yeah, I wonder if there might have been a little bit of bat involved perhaps. I don't know if we can see this on the replay.
Yeah.
Taylor, man who hits the seam regularly, punched off the back foot out to mid-off. Nothing coming up yet on our replay screen.
Well, I think of it. Have you any news of Mark Church, who is a good friend of mine, and certainly wish him well? I know he's not been well.
Yeah, he's had a few personal issues over the summer, and yeah, I've just been covering him. They're big shoes to fill, I tell you. It's been the
stint he's put in.
Yeah, he's loved by all and sundry as that's just played off the back foot. Yeah, I feel a little bit like David Moyes taking over from Sir Alex Ferguson. You know, it's one of hiding to nothing really. But no, I mean, he's a great bloke, Mark, and you know, wish him well.
Deserves a sabbatical. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, and
all the best, Mark, if you're listening. And I would point out in your favour, Dan, that David Moyes actually made a much better job at Man U when he filled Sir Alex's shoes than many that followed him.
Maybe I'm more like Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. There's James Taylor in from. Oh, that's good bounce and carry, and Blake takes that.
Too close to him for the shot.
Yeah.
Looking to slash it, and wasn't the right shot at all. I think Cushy is too restless out there. He's played a couple of glorious shots, but he doesn't look as if he'll last.
Yeah, from what I've seen of Cushy, I always think that he's got all the talent in the world. I just think perhaps his shot selection lets him down at times.
Spot on.
Yeah. But he's a fine talent.
Oh, he is.
And homegrown, and I would stick with him. Taylor in, and that's a lovely shot. There we go. That's a much more controlled shot. Kept his shape a lot more, didn't he?
I mean,
and just caressed it off the back foot.
That looked as if he was watching the ball, didn't premeditate, just saw his opportunity and eased it to the boundary. We've seen frenetic shots from him where you've half had the idea he decided this next ball's going to go.
Yeah.
And he hasn't looked at it first, you know, and that's never a good idea.
Yeah, you don't need to go mad on this, because you look at Surrey. Surrey were 155 for 4 after 35, but managed to get 150 off the next 15 as Cushy pushes that off the back foot, and they take a single. Bit of a wild throw comes in from Sibley, and that's the 50 up after exactly 10 overs. That's Essex are 50 for 1. At this stage, Surrey were 39 for 2.
Yeah.
Essex holding the trump cards at the moment, Paul Newton.
Well, I wouldn't quite say that. I know what you mean. There's no reason why they should feel they couldn't win this. It's about people managing to get in and stay in.
Yeah.
And that's been their problem. You know, particularly the youngsters have done the club proud with the development they've made this season. But it's that turning a half century into a century that makes all the difference.
Someone needs to get in and go big, don't they?
Exactly right.
As Graham Gooch always used to say.
Yeah. It'd be nice to see him go out there, but it's a long time now since we saw the great man. It's incredible to think it's 27 years since he retired.
Wow.
Yeah. As McCurr's in. Bowls, and this ball's played back to the bowler, no run.
When we covered the 4-day game at the end of June, Surrey were bowled out for 14 here, weren't they?
They were. That was in 1983.
Yeah.
And Neil Foster took, I think it was 4 for 6. And just trying to say, I think it was Nobby Phillip actually.
Norbert Phillip?
Yeah, got about six for not very many.
Yeah.
And it was extraordinary. In the second innings, Surrey made 280 odd and easily saved the game. And as the next ball's just played into the onside for no run. And the point there was a day was lost in that game, so it was only really a 2-day game. But Surrey batted very, very much better in the second innings. I think Roger Knight got quite a few.
All I can say is, it sounds like it's a gift from God that John Lever was probably away on England duty.
Yeah, it could well be. I can't remember what happened.
He'd have opened the bowling, definitely.
I don't think he was there. And then what actually saved Surrey's Bacon from having the all-time low score. I'll come back, but here's McKerr in from the Cook end bowls, and it's just glanced down to backward point for a comfortable single. Score to 51 for 1, and that takes Cushy along to 27. Surrey were 10 for 9. And that would have been a world record low score in a first-class game. And dear old Sylvester Clark,
love him,
got one over the slips to the boundary to take it to 14 before he eventually fell.
Good old Silvers. Bar named after him.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Wonderful tales surround him. This next one goes through to the wicket-keeper, left alone by Wesley. 51 for 1 in the 11th, target 307. And one of my favourite stories is involving Sylvester Clark is of David Ackfield saying to Brian Hardy one day, and there was a similar incident when Malcolm Marshall was the bowler as well, and David Ackfield,
it was number 11, out and out.
Yes, Olympic fencing man, but he didn't fancy the really quick stuff, and he said to Brian Hardy, I'm not facing that chap for love nor money. You're going to take all of his bowling, which Hardy did, and this next one goes through outside off stump, and there's no run. 51 for 1. And just by the way, people often forget what a terrific player Brian Hardy was, and in that game I was describing against Malcolm Marshall with Hampshire, Hardy finished on 140 not out, and you know he could play.
Well, if the stories about Sylvester Clark are true, and Brian Hardy with a nickname like Lager,
yes,
they probably no doubt swapped a few stories post-play,
yes,
that evening.
I think you're right. McKerr's in. Bowls, and this ball is played to mid-wicket by Tom Wesley, and that goes straight to Ryan Patel, and there is no run. So a good over, I think just the 1 run off it, and in 11 overs needing 307. Essex, who lost Nick Brown, who was out for 18, caught by steal off McKerr, with Cushy on 27 and Wesley on 5. They're 51 for 1.
Yeah, Adam Thomas just fielding down below us, making his debut today, so congratulations to him. What a wonderful time for him. He'll remember this day for the rest of his life.
Yeah, indeed.
Didn't get to bat. Josh Blake and Ollie Sykes ruined that for him, but I think from what I'm hearing, great things expected from him as well, as that's worked out to deep square, out to Nathan Barnwell.
And let me say, you know, I think this competition isn't principally about who wins the cup at the end of the day. I think it's a great idea that some of these academy youngsters, and several of them are really outstanding prospects, get their chance in a way they probably wouldn't have done in a championship season.
Spot on. Absolutely spot on. And I love it. And also, it gives the opportunity for counties to go out to outgrounds as well.
Yes, very good point.
Taylor, that's caressed beautifully by Wesley. Oh, who's that? Sykes, I think, is out on the boundary. Saves 4 runs.
Yeah, great bit of fielding.
Yeah, fantastic bit of fielding. He's had a good day. There he is.
Yeah, they get a couple, but Wesley on to 7. It was a lovely shot, as you said.
Yeah.
Very similar to one played by Cushy.
Yeah.
A couple of overs ago, but very well saved. 35 yards he made round the cover boundary, dive full length.
Yeah, Taylor in his 6th over, as that's a little bit of bottom hand, as is Wesley's want. And again, 2 more. Wesley just getting the ball into the pockets here, isn't he? And picking up the 2s.
Wily old fox.
Yeah, he is.
As I say, he's not been in much form this season, but he was a terrific player. And even last year he was in very good form, so I'm not writing him off for a moment.
Good enough to get an opportunity with England.
Well, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so...
Unfortunately, the South Africans worked on his strength. And come back to that after this ball.
Taylor. That's cut. Oh, brilliant work again. Cameron Steele this time. Backward point. Diving away and saves a certain boundary. They scramble through for a single, but Surrey really mustard in the field.
Yeah, great shot, great stop.
Good cricket.
Yeah, exactly. No, we're seeing some very good cricket, and really, neither of these sides are going to qualify for the knockout stages. It doesn't really matter, you know, if you've got people like Ollie Sykes today playing the way he did for 87 not out, and it's getting him into the team ahead of what it would have taken, you know. I don't think Surrey would have put him in. They might do now, but I don't think Surrey would have put him into the championship side if that was the only cricket going.
And not far off a full house here. You know, all having a few beers, enjoying the ice creams, and no, fantastic. Look, got the weather. Here's Taylor in, and because she just pushes that to mid-on where Dominic Sibley is marshalling his troops from. Sibley taking over from Rory Burns. Rory Burns rested for today's game, which has given Adam Thomas his opportunity. But I think it's fantastic, and you look at Sykes has taken that opportunity. Josh Blake, you know, he's had a wonderful tournament. His glove work's been exemplary, and he's got a 50 in one of the games. I think he was at we got 26 at rugby scores against Gloucestershire at the Oval. Was that another one? He's got another catch, and Cushy feathers one behind, playing away from his body, and he departs for 28. And James Taylor has deserved that, really. He's gone for 1 for 19 off 6, and Essex 57 for 2, but Cushy probably didn't need to play at that, Paul.
Perfectly described. He didn't really move the feet, he didn't get into a good position to play it, and again, I go back to an adjective I used a few minutes ago: frenetic. He just threw the bat without proper foot movement.
Playing out there, wasn't it?
And I'm sorry, but sadly, it's not been a nice season for him, because he was found to have been using a bat in the very first game at Trent Bridge.
Durham. No, was it?
No, it was Trent Bridge. That exceeded the proper dimensions, and Essex may well have to pay a point penalty for that indiscretion. Quite how it should happen, I don't know, but it's none of my business. But the point would be, not much has gone for him since then. He fell out of favour with the team and got loaned out to Kent at one stage, and he's come back now. Last year in the T20, you may recall, he had a very good T20 tournament, and in the final match of the season, against the final group match, Essex needed 6 off the last delivery with Cushy on strike, and he got a 6. It was a little bit fortunate, but that took Essex into the knockout stages, and of course they lost in the final eventually. But he played so well in that tournament last year, but he hasn't just replicated that, and I think probably there have been other things on his mind as well. Robin Das, by the way, has come out to join Tom Wesley. So McCurr in. That was the last ball of the previous over, from which the wicket fell. Dot ball to start with, Wesley just out to steal at backward point.
Well, you must remember Alan Jones, the old Glamorgan batter. When he was a coach, he had this habit of referring to a cricket ball in the feminine tense.
Right.
And would say, when she is out there, leave her alone. And both Brown and Cushy could have done with heeding Alan Jones's advice.
No, you're absolutely right, because both of them shouldn't really be back in the pavilion. This is a good pitch to bat on. McCurr's in bowls, and Wesley plays it back to the bowler. 57 for 2 in the 13th.
I think there's a little bit of nibble with the new ball though as well. I think this is really good cricket wicket.
Yeah, it's good lift.
Good lift, good carry, and the ball nibbles about early on. But I think once you get through that and get through past 20 overs perhaps, I think the batters can then make hay, and Essex need to make sure that they've got, you know, men back in the hutch still to come.
No, really, the openers who've not had a good tournament needed to have ensured they were still there at the end of the power play. Here's the next ball. That's pleasantly driven, but straight to cover, and there is no run. The score remaining 57 for 2. Essex require exactly a further 250 to win. It's poor cricket from those who've departed, and that's what's been impressive about the younger players. They've come in off the back of these poor opening partnerships and done remarkably well, and frankly showed their seniors, and you'd like to think betters, how to actually play quite a long innings. Because
Benkenstein especially
yeah,
impressive
that's
at
right,
Bristol.
That's right. No, and again at Scarborough the other day, again he top scored. This ball's played down to mid-off and there's no run. Yes, Benkenstein's hardly had a failure in this competition. Charlie Allison's a very good player. It's a great shame he's got a hamstring problem. Luke was telling me when I interviewed him after the game at Scarborough, you know, he said yes, he's out with a hamstring problem, and that's a shame because he really is a fine young prospect.
If Benke Jr. is anything like the old man, he'll score a lot of runs.
Well, I think he's got a good head on his shoulders, and that counts for so much. It's no good just having the batting talent. You need to have a good head on your shoulders, as McCurr is in bowls, and this is good bowling from McCurr, good line just outside off stump, and just that back of the length that means the batsman can't come forward to hit it anywhere without taking a heck of a risk, and Wesley just has to drop the ball sedately into the offside, and the score remains at 57 for 2.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. Crowd lapping up the sunshine though. Been a gorgeous day here. Out in the east.
Yes, and of course if the game goes the full distance and Essex don't get skittle, it'll be dark when we finish, as this next ball is punched away nicely, only be a single into the cover region, and score 58 for 2, and that's the first run since Cushy was out.
Yeah, and you can go and pick your car up then from somewhere, some street in Colchester.
From the station car park.
Oh, station car park. You didn't just dump it, you didn't just turn the engine off in the traffic jam.
No, I was tempted, but no. I didn't think that would have helped much. But no, it was a very good decision I took, because once I'd freed myself from the traffic and headed back in the opposite direction, it's a very good train service, and even though I would have been here nearly half an hour earlier, but the trouble is the express train, the 3 o'clock from Colchester, doesn't stop at Chelmsford, so I had to wait for the stopper.
Taylor in, and Wesley just covers up, plays the ball out to mid-wicket where Geddes does the fielding. Colin Dale, he'd get in my cricketing London Underground 11 as well.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Now, interestingly, that is where I worked for Ladbrokes at one point, and that's where their, I think, postal address is, Colindale.
Right, yeah.
The actual place we broadcast from into the service in the betting shops was based at Rayners Lane, which is why I mentioned that one.
Yeah, so send them through. Oh, little fiddle at that from Wesley. Taylor just bowling good areas. Yeah, so keep them coming into Paul Newton, Dick Davis, or I. We want your service stations. We want your. We want your. You know, we could have that double-barreled man, Leicester Forest East, in there, couldn't we?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
And there's one or two like that. Good bowling this from the current Surrey bowlers, really keeping the runs down, good line and length.
Taylor in, and that is sumptuous from Wesley. That's not even a half volley, he's just hit that on the up and timed it all the way to the extra cover boundary. What a shot.
It was. He looks in his best touch that I've seen this season so far, and it wasn't a bad ball, that was a super shot.
Do you know what I mean? Dominic Sibley had this reputation as well, and Wesley, both being, you know, a bit of a leg side Larry perhaps, you know, and they're very strong as balls around middle and leg.
Wesley's a superb cover driver,
but through the offside they're very fluent. They're just good cricketers.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Wesley gets up on his toes and defends that.
The point I was making earlier is that when Wesley had his chance in the test team against South Africa, the South Africans worked on his clipping the ball off the pads through mid-wicket, but they noticed that he tends sometimes not to get over it, and that was his undoing.
Janet Mind has been in touch.
She's got a good one. Sheridan Gums, who played for Surrey a couple of years ago, actually. He's now moved on, you're right.
I didn't hear of him.
And
good one.
I know, it's from Doug in Shooters Hill. Taylor. Oh, that's a nice shot as well. That can only pick out the fielder this time. Picks out Ollie Sykes. Just one. But no, it's Doug in Shooters Hill, actually, who sent that through. So thanks, Doug. Yeah, we will remember Sheridan Gums. What a name. Great name.
Well, yeah, very popular in the dentist's chair.
Do you remember a chap at Sussex back in the day as well? Courtney Ricketts. Yeah. He could have done with a bit of vitamin D in his diet, perhaps, but yeah. James Taylor. Oh, that's well bowled. Das has a fish at that one outside the off stump, and that completes the over. So we have had 14 overs, 63 for 2. Wesley's on 16. Das yet to get off the mark. James Taylor 1 for 24 off 7. It's parsimonious.
It is. No, it's done well. I suppose you can always have a brother with a double-barreled Christian name to Sheridan Gums, which would be Roundtree's Fruit.
Very good. Very good.
McCurr, as I hastily try and get out of that one, and this ball is pulled savagely but without timing by Wesley. Just be a single. It looks as if, from the way he played it, as though it might well be a boundary, but not so. It wouldn't have in fact reached the boundary, but goes to wideish mid-on. 64 for 2.
Other pastels are available, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or gums, yes.
Wine as well.
Yeah, they're a big family, these
Wine.
Gums.
Yeah. Always like to tell Josh Shaw at Gloucestershire that I know his brother Rick quite well. So.
Yes. Yeah, you've hitched a lift from him many a time.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a slip brought in for Robin Das, who hasn't been able to lay bat on ball very often in his short stay so far. He's been playing very well, but he's finding it quite taxing out there at the moment.
Yeah, Barnwell's come into backward point, Cameron Steele into slip.
And McCurr bowls. This time Das does play it convincingly, the backward point, and there is no run. 64 for 2.
He's a good fielder, Nathan Barnwell.
Yeah, you always find a good fielder in that position. It's one of the key positions, whatever form of cricket actually, even Test cricket, you know, you want a good man at that backward point position.
Where John T. Rhodes used to patrol.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Wasn't he a legend?
Yeah. Well, it helps often if you've got a left-hander there as well, because a lot of cuts go backward, don't they?
Good point, yeah.
Yeah.
McCurr bowls to Das, and that's a slightly loose delivery. It may just be a leg by, because Das was trying to glance it, just waiting to see if there was any bat in that. Was certainly pad involved, but it is a run to Das, and he'll be glad of that, because he's been in a while without getting off the mark, and he just did. 65 for 2.
Yeah, Conor McCurr, South African born and bred. He's been over here a while though, and he's had a very good Metro Bank One Day Cup. I think he's picked up 11 or 12, maybe 13 wickets now.
Yeah, he's had experience in the championship side. I remember him playing at the Oval when I was there a couple of years ago. This ball's played back to the bowler and there's no run.
Yeah, went on loan to Yorkshire earlier this season and did well there. I think that's helped him.
Yes, it probably did, but having at one time been a teacher in Yorkshire and took a lot of cricket teams, and the club leagues in Yorkshire are phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I'm puzzled as to why they really seem to be struggling to produce good quick bowlers.
Well, the one that really surprised me is Kent. I don't think Kent, I'll come on to it after this ball.
Yeah, McCurr bowls. And, well, we very nearly saw a third man out, flailing outside off stump. And again, he didn't make it anything like enough ground across towards the ball. I can understand why his eyes opened when the ball came and it was nice and wide and at a nice height, but he's missed it. And it's fortunate he didn't just tickle it through.
Yeah, I don't think Kent have produced a quick bowler since Matt Coles.
No.
I can't think of anyone they produced, anyone since Matt Coles.
I know, it's
and that's
poor.
12, 13 years ago.
Yeah, played for Essex for a bit.
Yeah.
Matt Coles, remember that game at the Oval about 3 years ago. Dot ball to end the over, just played by Wesley, out into the offside. But even the very experienced Wesley was guilty from the previous delivery of just flailing outside off stump without real foot movement. He's got 17, Das 1, and 65 for 2 is the score with 307 needed. It's been good bowling, good tight bowling from Surrey in the last few overs, and I don't think it's becoming a critical point for Essex, but what they can't afford to do is become anxious and throw wickets away by fretting over the fact runs haven't come very freely. There'll always be a bowler who can turn up, who does bowl with a little bit of width, give them a better chance. And just looking, it's Barnwell who's now into the attack. Nathan Barnwell, the man whose praises Dan was just singing. Dan Whiting, who makes way for Dick Davis here. Welcome back, Dick.
Thank you, Paul.
And well, I was hoping you were going to commentate, but I'll do it.
Well, I'm not a mind reader. I realise I need to be when I'm on air with you.
I gestured, but you missed the gesture.
It's a bit like being at home. I have to be a mind reader. Right, well, yes.
Dot ball into the covers.
Thank you. That was a dot ball into the covers.
I can only agree. Which you know I don't like doing.
No, I know you don't. No, I know you don't.
You leave me no option.
It really goes against the grain, doesn't it? Yeah. Next delivery worked away. Well, only straight to the man at short mid wicket. Played off the hip by Das.
Gorgeous evening. Lovely, refreshing breeze.
It's been I don't like to say it's been a pleasant afternoon, because your natural rejoinder would be, not if you've spent 2.5 hours sitting in a car, it's not, but going nowhere. So I won't go on about how pleasant it was earlier on this afternoon. As Barnwell moves in, and that squares Das up, and looking again to turn it on the leg side, finishes up, bounces out on the offside.
Yes, he looks useful, Nathan Barnwell.
He does.
And got a bit of movement there, and as you say, squared him up and took something of a leading edge. It went straight to ground, so it wasn't nearly a wicket, but even so, it was a moral victory for the bowler.
Born in Ashford, Kent, went to Caterham School. Bowls, so that's worked on the leg side as well, but no semblance of a run.
He's really finding it difficult to get the ball away, Robin Das, and as I say, he is in very good form. He played very fluently at Scarborough the other day for 67, but at the moment double figures would be something he's looking for, because he's only a couple of times managed to play the ball from the middle of the bat.
Barnwell into Das again. That one's from the middle of the bat, and indeed played down to third man for 4. So a nice shot there, just placed the bat on the ball really. Not a lot of effort goes into it, just look at the replay to confirm that. Yep, just played down into that corner.
Nice late cut, and that's a shot he plays very well.
Apparently. I presume it goes without asking, you had a good time up at Scarborough?
Oh, a great time.
When the sun's shining, it's a difficult place not to have a good time, isn't it, really?
No, that's right. We were so lucky with the weather, because the next day, I obviously stayed overnight, and the next day was nothing like that day.
Really? Yeah.
I did, however, break the habit of a lifetime. I went to a course where I very rarely escaped alive, and actually finished up in profit, and the name is Pontefract, of Pontefract Cakes fame.
Yes.
So, yeah, very enjoyable trip, and actually came out on the right side at the races as well.
I thought you'd given up.
Yes, you were right. 11 years and 3 months, and then I've never bet between 2012 and 2023, and then I quite rightly thought, go on.
Is there no hope? Oh, dear.
Well, let me tell you, actually, I only made a modest profit at Pontefract, but I did make an immodest profit on Spain to win the Euros. I had a nice,
Right.
a nice good amount on that.
There seems to be a delay for some reason. It can't be the lost ball because it was played along the ground.
Yeah, strange. Oh, well. Yeah.
No, perhaps it would have thumped into the brick wall. Maybe it.
Maybe it suffered an abrasion.
Yes, indeed. Anyway, all's right in the state of Denmark now, apparently. And Seagull goes fluttering by. And that's down the leg side and signalled wide. Please don't email me telling me there's no such thing as an Seagull.
And Billy Chaffee really enjoyed signalling that wide. he didn't just, most umpires do the cool signal of a wide,
yes.
Just reluctantly shoving each hand out and perhaps extending it a little bit along the way. But Billy there, he just opened like someone opening their arms to welcome a lost friend back who'd been overseas.
How very well put. Unsurprisingly. It's just played out into the offside, complete the over, which conceded 4 runs off the bat and that one wide. 5, and at the end of that over, Essex have moved on to 70 for 2 wickets.
Yeah, they're certainly not ahead of the rate, but it's all comparative. And I do remember when I finally managed to arrive at the ground here, that Surrey at that time were 128 for 3 when I had a first look at the scoreboard, and that was in 26 overs. Now that is a rate at just a fraction under 5 and over, and at the moment Essex are not that far under 5 and over. They're sort of 4.5, but it could easily be made up if they were able to take advantage of this pitch. But I do have to say the Surrey bowling so far has been commendably tight, and it's not going to be easy for Essex to reach 307, which they need to win.
Well, according to the snake which they just showed on the live stream, then Essex are a little bit ahead of where Surrey were at this stage.
Just a slight delay while Dom Sibley, the acting captain, does some impressive traffic signals to send various players this way and that, and we're going to see Ryan Patel, who made a very fine 83 at the head of the Surrey innings, demonstrate his versatility by taking up the ball initially from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Comes and bowls to Wesley. Wesley drives very pleasantly but straight to cover, and score remaining 70 for 2 with 17 to Wesley and 5 to Das. Cam Steele fielded that in the covers, and he made a terrific start to the season in the Championship. I think he was pretty much player of the campaign in April. Here's Patel. Comes in, bowls, and Wesley, not at all what he was trying to play there. He was looking to force it through the covers, but I think he tried to hit it too hard, got there a little bit soon, and ended up the inside of the bat, directing it to mid-on. 70 for 2.
Thank you, Martin, for your email, which was a little while ago. It came through when I was off air. He says he's a Lancashire fan tuning in tonight. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. We'll come to you in a moment. This is a nice shot. It's going to be quite possibly 4 runs, but certainly 2. And in fact, it's disappearing to the boundary, a much-needed boundary. Wesley up to 21, 74 for 2. It was a back foot force through the extra cover region, and well enough timed to go all the way.
And he says, I've been thinking about the naming of the ends, Cook and Gooch. How was it determined which end was given to each? Well, now that is, thereby hangs a tale, as they say. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Dick will answer that after the next delivery, because there was a great deal of thought that went into it.
Indeed.
Here is the next ball from Patel, bowls, and a nice shot from Wesley. Only going to produce a single out to Ollie Sykes, who batted so brilliantly. He's on the mid-wicket boundary. 75 for 2, 22 to Wesley.
Well, bearing in mind the vast majority of cricket grounds, the wicket runs more or less north to south, as it does here, more or less north to south, fractionally southwest by northeast. So with that in mind,
as Patel comes in again, bowls, and this ball's forced off the back foot, but straight to Barnwell at backward point. There's no run.
We're told that the reason is that Gooch is an East End lad, which indeed he is, and that end is nearer the East End. I rest my case.
Yes, it's the keen awareness of geography that enabled Essex to name what used to be the Hayes Close end, the Gooch end. Now here is a lovely late cut for 4 from Robin Dass. There's a fielder down at third man, but this is the deep backward point. Beautifully played, and he will... 8 of his 9 runs have come from that shot, 2 boundaries, and score 79 for 2 at the end of that. The 17th over, and the target to bear in mind all the time is 307.
And no, Martin, it's nothing to do with the Cook River in New Zealand, but thanks for sending us all the information about the Cook River. I mean, it begs another question. Not that I have any objection to the ends being called that. I hasten to add first, but who decides that they should name ends after players anyway? I think it's a very unenvied position to be in, because Essex, as with all counties, have had so many good players, and you know, people can argue in the pub or anywhere else, well, you know, why is such and such not get a mention? That's gets a bit of bounce there, but Wesley gets on top of the bounce and plays it out on the onside square leg. They go through for a single.
Yes, I think if you think of Lancashire, one end's the Brian Statham end and the other the James Anderson end, so Essex aren't the only side to do that.
Oh, good Lord, no.
I do.
Somerset's been doing it for years, haven't
Yeah,
they?
I do take Martin's point. I don't think anyone should feel obliged to name ends after their great players.
No, well, Martin wasn't asking. That's pulled away to the leg boundary, but there's a fielder there, so they go through for single. But he wasn't really making a point, he was just asking a question.
Yeah.
Fielded by Yusuf Majid at the long leg boundary. So, yeah, according to who happened to be your favourite players, you could always say, why isn't he mentioned somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, as Martin says, you know, Essex have had some fabulous players over the years.
Well, no, I said that he hasn't. He doesn't. But anyway, that's the answer to your question, Martin. So it's near the East End, which it probably is by all of 2.7 yards, I should think. So Wesley 24, Das 10, Essex 82 for 2, needing 307 to win. They now need to go at more or less 7 over, 6.92. We also had another email about names, which I read off air to myself. Oh, and the leading edge lands in no man's land, but purely because Lady Luck was smiling benevolently on Robin Dass. Could have bounced anywhere for all he knew. Yes, Stuart emailed some time ago saying, thanks for the fabulous commentary. A not terribly cricket related story, but anyway. Your mention of Quentin Cake reminded me of a bloke I used to work with called Quentin Lear. One day he and I were talking about what names we would give our future children. That's outside the off stump, so far outside the off stump that umpire Quentin, again, somewhat joyously signals wide. Looks a little bit like the angel from the north, or...
Yes, it does. It's a good description.
And... yeah, I used to work with this fellow called Quentin Lee, and they were discussing the names of their future children. Quentin was quite adamant that if he had a son, he'd call him Peter Quentin. When asked why, he said because in his name, I must admit I had to read this 2 or 3 times.
Peculiar.
Oh, very good, you've got it first time. I had to read it to myself several times before I saw it. Yes, that's played out on the onside for a single. Mid-on throws the ball to stumps, but Wesley had made his ground quite comfortably. Yes, peculiar. Names. What are names? Wonderful. My apropos vaguely of that, I've referred to this as well before. Warwickshire used to have I think he was an overseas player, or maybe in the old days of Colpack. Come back to that in a moment, as this delivery is played back to the bowler. And I'm not sure if that was a drop to the bowler, if he played it straight back, or if it was
a bounce. Yeah, from the reactions, maybe it was a difficult chance. He did very well to stop it.
There's a replay now. we couldn't quite see because the ball was obscured by Wesley himself.
Yeah, I think it probably did carry, but
Yeah.
blimey, you know, when you're bowling, you're not expecting that. I thought he did well to stop 4 runs, basically.
No, the lights have just come on. Yes, there was this fellow, I think he played for Warwickshire, called Zondecki, and it was Jonathan Agnew, I think, who gave him the nickname All Hands.
Very good.
All Hands on Decky. I just think that's so much more inventive than just putting a Y sound on the end of a player's name to give him a so-called nickname.
That's brilliant, yeah.
Of whom there are so many, you know.
Well, we see a new over from Ryan Patel begin from the cook end.
Oh, that's out,
and
surely.
That's a stumping. That's a brilliant bit of work. And it's the end of
It's
Robert.
a wide. Oh, you would still be out.
Yeah, you can be stumped by in a wide. Yes, that's right. Great bit of work by Josh Blake, who's had a terrific afternoon here with 100 not out exactly. And Das departs very slowly, and he's sort of just undone by a great bit of wicket keeping, basically.
Yes.
Stumped by Blake, off a wide, bowled by Patel, and Essex are 84 for 3. I'd just like to, while I think of it, something you've just said, put it in mind for me that there's, although the man of whom I'm about to speak died back on July the 12th, but his obituary is in the Times today, and it used to be a bit of a favourite of mine, Billy Ibadullah.
Oh yes.
Who died in July and enjoyed his career. He was the first Pakistani, I think, to be a regular player, played for Warwickshire in the county championship, going back to the days when I was first interested in cricket, and it's one of those names we were talking about, interesting names of cricketers earlier, and Ibadullah is another name with a real ring to it, Billy Ibadullah.
Yes. There was a name I used to like. Going back a long time, my dad used to take me to cricket and play for Glamorgan, I think it was. I think that was the era. I get these eras confused. Rodney Ontong.
Oh, indeed.
I love the name Ontong.
Yes, South African or Zimbabwean. He was one or the other, yeah. Yes, that's right. I think he had an unfortunate car accident at one point of his career that almost stymied it. But yeah, Rodney Ontong indeed. And of course, there's always a great Basharat Hassan,
yes,
who became an umpire actually at one point. Played for Nottinghamshire.
So yes, a very good piece of stumping. Piece of wicket keeping, stumping there from Blake off the bowling of Patel, who's already contributed well to this match by getting at 83. There's a slight delay for some reason.
Yes, it's been several minutes actually since the stumping. I don't know quite what the delay is about.
Gareth Batty just came on the pitch. Who's on the says it has a word with a fielder, who then talks to the umpire at this end. The nature of the conversation we know not. What?
No, it's
can't begin to fathom what this is all about. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. And anybody else?
Well, Luke Benkenstein has made his way out to the middle, taking middle stump guard, and I think he has had a terrific 50 over tournament. Top scored on Tuesday at Scarborough, 68. Ooh, I think he's a bit lucky there. The ball moved, and the bowler, I'm not surprised, clasps his hands to his head. It goes down for a single to third man, but it just took the edge. It pretty much went straight to ground, so I don't think it would have been a catch had there been a slip. And score up to 85 for 3, 86 for 3 in fact. And Benkenstein, who wears the number 99, is off the mark. He's had a great tournament, and I have to say I very much enjoyed interviewing him the other day. He's got a very shrewd head on his shoulders as this next ball is played to deep backward square leg, should be able to come back for a second. Tom Wesley is the man who's played the shot. It's very well fielded out near the boundary, and they get 2 runs, take the score to 88 for 3. And I liked his honesty, Benkenstein. You know, he said, it's time I turned some of these 50s and 60s into hundreds, and he's quite right about that, but it's good that he recognises the fact, and he really has played well in this tournament. And I think I haven't given up on his bowling for a moment as the next ball's played to mid-on, although he has proved expensive and hasn't bowled in either this game or the one at Scarborough, but he's a leg spin bowler, and if he cuts out sort of this habit he has of dragging down at the moment, which basically presents batsmen with easy pickings on the leg side, if he can eradicate that tendency, I think it will be a terrific value for his extended contract of 3 years. A dot ball, but a very good shot from Wesley, and a very good bit of alert fielding from Dom Sibley to dart across from mid-off and pick that up cleanly. Was hit far too well for it to be a single. So it's 88 for 3, target 307, and Wesley has 26, and Benkenstein's just faced the one ball and got a single. Patel bowls to Wesley, and Wesley has hit this hard. Sibley blocks the copybook there. He dived right over the top of the ball, and it's disappearing to the wide long off boundary for 4. 92 for 3. Wesley moves up to 30. It was a good shot, but Sibley on that occasion just dived over the ball at mid-off. It should probably have stopped it.
Yes, I think he probably should.
Wesley just asking Patel to wait a moment. Not quite sure why, but he's ready now. Lovely evening here in Chelmsford. Patel bowls, Wesley clips off the pad, straight to short mid-wicket, no run. The over ends, the 19th of the innings, with Essex needing 307 in total, 88 for 3.
Thanks, Wagsy. He gives himself the moniker. Wagsy in Tenerife, sitting in the sun in the theatre bar. Great place to watch all sports. And they put the match on for me. So thanks to the owner, Mick Lynch. This is going to be close, but Essex need Tom Wesley to stay there. Yes, they certainly do. He needs to play the sort of innings that Ryan Patel played.
Yes, I think this is only going to be close if one of these two makes a very sizable contribution.
Yes.
And when I say very sizable, 150 would come in handy.
Yes. Well, Hammond's got 150 today for Gloucestershire.
Oh, yes, indeed.
They won by 7 wickets, which means, I think, according to...
as Barnwell bowls and...
How many...
sorry, Shaw's,
if you want
typical of me.
If you want to do both ends, that's fine by me. I'll just sit here and pay the check-in.
No, I've no wish to do one end, to be honest with you, but...
Yes, Gloucestershire won, so I think our colleague Nick Gledhill assures us that means that Essex now, whatever happens today, can't get through to the next stage as Barnwell moves in and bowls, and that's just played out on the onside. No addition to the score. So thanks very much for the emails. We really enjoy having them. I think the word is interactive, and we like to talk about what you want us to talk about rather than what we want to talk about, which is a bit self-indulgent. And the email address is bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Cricket from Essex Crickets, Surrey Cricket, Club Cricket, schoolboy cricket, a lot. That's just even the other version of cricket that is going on this month.
To come for Essex, Noah Thane, Shane Snater, Jamal Richards, Simon Fernandez, Ben Allison and Jamie Porter, and that's a pretty long tail. It's not to say that they're not capable of making useful contributions, and sometimes this season it's been the lower order who've come to the rescue, but they might need to here.
Barnwell in again, bowls, and Benkenstein goes up on his toes and plays that down to third man for a single, where it's fielded by Conor McCurr. It's a good Scottish name, Conor McCurr, or something like that. Probably doesn't speak anything like that. He says Conor McCurr. Barnwell. Long, well, not particularly long, but very straight run. That's outside the off stump. And as I've mentioned a few times, well, I expect Paul and Dan have also. We're right behind the line here. We're in a very good position, and you can see Well, it's almost the perfect position, actually. I can't think of a better one, apart from umpire, perhaps.
Yeah, Wesley there just shouldered arms, and Nick Brown and Feroz Kouchi, I hope you're watching, because that's what the two of you should have done. Wesley himself has been guilty of flashing outside off stump.
Yeah, Barnwell pounds in and, completely straight run. No idiosyncrasies about it, or wandering around, or jumping over imaginary molehills or something. Tamal Mills' run-up always amuses me. Just after he's got a couple of paces, he seems to leap over an imaginary, I don't know what. Looks a bit as if he's terrified of treading in something. But, yeah, as I say, they all, well, most of them have some sort of idiosyncrasies, but Barnwell just perfectly orthodox.
Yusuf Majid looks as if he's coming back to the attack. Bolt the first over. We'll call Dan back after this over, and Dan Whiting and join Dick Davis. Just a delay while a very different field is set for Yusuf Majid. 93 for 3 on the board. Another 214 needed in 30 overs. There's exactly 20 gone at the moment.
So the rate has clicked up to 7.13, we're told.
Indeed, yeah, just over 7 and over needed for Essex, and it was that about half an hour ago, so they've reasonably kept pace with the situation. Brown out for 18, Kouchi for 28, Das for 11, and still the bowler not quite happy with where the backward square leg fieldsman is placed. And Majid's slow left arm comes in, and this is levered away by Das stylishly, but just for the single to deep cover, and scored a 94 for 3 in the 21st.
Das is out, by the way.
Indeed, can't have been him then, it must be Benkenstein.
It is.
Thank you for that. He's now got quite possibly 3. Yeah, 94 for 3. I say quite possibly because as we look out on the only scoreboard I can see, they're always about a ball behind what the actual score is. And it's now shot down to long off for a single by Wesley. 31 to him, 95 for 3.
Yep, Das was out. Stump Blake bowled Patel for 11 when the score was 85.
And a brilliant stumping it was as well.
Outstanding.
Off a wide. Yeah. I don't think Das could believe it at first.
No.
It was a horrible shock to him when he found that he was out. Great bit of work by Blake as this ball is played to backward point. Nathan Barnwell, and there's no run. 95 for 3. 21st over being bowled. 2 runs off it so far, halfway through this over. Now that's a little bit short, and the batsman will probably feel he missed out on that one. Benkenstein gets a single, but the opportunity was there. He was looking for something rather more ambitious than that, but he didn't time it, and Sibley was able to field it quite comfortably. Next ball from Yusuf Majid, and this will produce another single out to deep mid wicket, and 96 for 3 takes Wesley to 32 and leaves Benkenstein to face the final delivery of the over. The ground, the pitch, just a sort of just over half of it now in sunlight, the rest in shade. It's a dot ball to end the over. So needing 307, Essex have got 96 for 3 in 21 overs, with Wesley on 32, Benkenstein on 4, and Dick Davis will now be joined by Dan Whiting.
Thank you, Paul, very much. And it looks as if it's going to be Barnwell to continue from the Gooch end as a very noisy vehicle goes by through the main road in Chelmsford. And Essex skipper Tom Wesley will be down at the business end with 32 to his name out of Essex's 97 for 3. With the rate required now creeping up to 7 1/4 per over, as he's worked off his toes and played straight to the fielder at short mid wicket, who is Cameron Steele. And welcome back to Dan.
Good evening, Dick. Good
evening.
A little bit of consternation, I think, with Sibley and the umpire, whether Geddes out on the family stand side of the ground, who's looking directly into the sun, can actually see anything.
So let's just play down the onside. So the point being what?
The sun might stop play. I think the sun's dropped now.
No.
I think it's all right.
I think the sun only stops play if on the batsman can't see the ball, is it? I can't think it's ever. They could say, well, you don't have to put him there, you could put him somewhere else.
I don't know.
No, I don't. I am of the view that you can't stop play because the sun will be in fielder's eyes. It's
normally glares off windows and stuff like that, isn't it?
Yeah, but there again, it's more or less the batsman. Well, I'd have thought it's always the batsman who has the real problem, because he can't choose where he stays. The fielder can move sometimes only a yard away either side.
Yeah, I think light comes into it is when one side has a distinct advantage over the other, but that sun's dropping now. I don't think we're going to see any sort of issues with it.
No, I think that would happen at all sorts of grounds, personally. But
yeah,
well, that shot through a little bit, seemed to keep low, and take Benkenstein a little by surprise. Sorry, Wesley. No, it was Benkenstein. Yes, Wesley Benkenstein.
Yeah. So
I mean, there've been a couple of times when it's been stopped at Canterbury because the sun shines through a window at the back of the stand, the Frank Woolley stand, into the batsman's eyes. It happened when Essex were down there not so long ago. That's pulled away, and he didn't miss that one. That was straight out of the sun and straight into the fielder's hands.
It's
and
Geddes,
Benkenstein is out. Well, a bit of a sucker punch, really. Yeah, this is where I keep saying, batting is a game of nous and brain, not just, technical ability, and that was imprudent at best. You might ask, if I were a coach now and Benkenstein got back into the dressing room, I would say, well, Luke, what actually were you trying to do with that delivery, other than give the fielder batting practice? Because it came out of the middle of the bat. It's inexplicable to my mind.
Yeah, I think with the boundary being 90 yards there, you've got to roll your wrists over it, haven't you? On the other side, no. I mean, that would have ended up deep into the car park, wouldn't it?
Yes, oh yes.
So on the other side, no, you can hit it on the up, and you don't have to keep your roll the wrists on it. But there's the scene, isn't that a beautiful scene? There's the worm as well.
Yeah.
On your picture.
Essex more or less level now.
Yeah, it's level pegging. I know after 20 overs that Surrey were 84 for 3, Essex were 93 for 3, so there's not a lot in it, but whether those 4 Essex wickets will come back to haunt them, I don't know, but there's a lot of pressure on Tom Wesley's shoulders.
It certainly is.
Noah Thane is the new batter, and Nathan Barnwell, good to see him in the wickets. And they're bringing in a slip.
So, sorry Dan, who did you say caught that?
Ben Geddes.
Ben Geddes, thank you.
Yeah. Juggled it.
Yeah. Barnwell, that very straight run, moves in, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and duly signalled wide by the umpire. Just see if we've had any more emails.
Yeah, let us know your service station cricketers or your London Underground cricketers.
We've discovered over the many years that there's nothing more inclined to get the emailers coming in than non-directly related subjects to cricket. And remember, I think it was last season or maybe the season before, I just played out mid-on. we somehow wandered down this little avenue of this little cul-de-sac of conversation about sitcoms, and I think the words Towers and Faulty were mentioned, and the emails came flooding in.
There's the Essex 100 up in the 22nd over. Now a Thane getting off the mark as well, bringing that up. Any emails coming?
Yeah, one more about white balls, but you see, I think, the fact that we have a lot of emails about not directly cricket-related subjects, I think in a way, well, more than just in a way, that in itself sums up a day at the cricket, because you've been to a day of cricket when you haven't been working. I've been to more days at the cricket when I haven't been working than when I have, and you go with a mate or two, and you sit and you talk, and your conversation isn't always about the match at all, it's about all sorts of other things, and so I think these emails reflect that sort of spirit, as does the live stream.
Yusuf Majid stroked to Dominic Sibley at extra cover. This is a gorgeous scene here. Not quite late summer yet. Majid in, and that's pushed into the covers where Barnwell does the fielding. They come through for one. It goes into the gap between Barnwell and Sibley. Yeah, it's not quite late summer yet, but it's a beautiful sunset, and it's been an absolutely gorgeous day here in Chelmsford. That might get two there. He's just got that past Sibley and to the right of Geddes out on the deep cover boundary. Wesley moving on to 35 or 47 balls, but Essex need him to go big. Majid. Wesley just works that one off middle stump to mid wicket. Ryan Patel patrolling there, and that's played nicely out to long off for a single. Wesley looks in decent touch here.
He does.
It's another happy birthday. There's about 5 people's birthdays here. Must get cold here in November. Oh, that's well bowled. Majid just tossing that one up a little wider. Thane following it. And Blake with those fast hands whips the bails off. That completes the over. 104 for 4 at the end of 23. Wesley's on 36. Thane just a couple. Listening to Dan Whiting, Dick Davis, BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, on the Essex stream, BBC Sport apps. Where else are we on, Dick?
I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know either. I think I've got them all in.
Cocoa tins and bits of string, or I don't know.
Well, we're in the home of radio here.
Yes,
Marconi.
That's right. Marconi, wonderful woman.
Yeah.
Wonderful woman.
So it's a privilege to be making radio.
Yes,
here.
you're reminded of that as you come into the city. Well, if you come in by car. Oh, and that's
Blake.
Bit of a bit lucky there was Wesley. Looking to play down the onside. He got a bottom edge, which didn't hit the stumps, but could have done. Didn't go for a catch, but could have gone for a catch, but didn't because it bounced. So
Blake saving 4 runs there.
An email from. I'll come back to that after this delivery, Nick.
Yeah, good athletic work. He's had a good game, Josh Blake. Catch, stumping, and 100.
That's played defensively out into the onside. Our how shall I describe him? Eastern Mediterranean correspondent, Nick the Greek, as he describes himself, from Hania in Crete. He doesn't say he's from Hania in Crete, but I know because he's been emailing us for a long time. He says, "I've been saying for a long time it's wrong being given out off a wide. It's an illegal delivery. After all, it has to be bowled again. And if a man is given out, there is still an extra delivery. Is an extra awarded?" And that's nudged down to fine leg for a single they'll think about, but would be ill-advised to take a second one.
It's one of those things, isn't it? Because you can't be out stumped off a no ball.
No.
So, yeah, it's just one of those.
I'm fairly ambivalent about it, really, as with so many things in life. If that's the law or the regulation, I just accept it and don't question it. It drives my wife mad. She says, "Why don't you put up a fight?" Well, because I'm not particularly bothered one way or the other about a lot of things. That's just played out to mid-on.
She doesn't specifically go mad about being given out off a wide, then, no?
Oh, it's her pet subject. Get her onto that. Oh, yes. God, a whole stable of hobby horses. Oh, yes. What is interesting? Well, I'm sure it's the answer's quite simple, but I've never been quite sure or able to remember what the answer is, as that's played out square on the offside for a single, takes the score on to 106 for 4. If a side has the last two players at the wicket, so they're 9 down, they need 1 to win, and the batsman is stumped off a wide.
Yeah.
Which counts first, the one for the wide?
The one for the wide.
Or that counts before the wicket,
yeah, it
does it?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So how'd you like that one, Nick?
Yeah, having done my ECB ACO level 2 umpiring course.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And that's played out backward square on the offside. Okay, another one. Sometimes it goes for an apparent leg bye, and they go through, and then the umpire decides, no, that wasn't a leg bye, and he makes a signal to say no.
Yeah.
It's a dead ball, so the batsmen go back to their respective ends. Now, what happens if you're run out off a leg bye that wasn't a valid leg bye? Is that out or not?
You're run out. The umpire only signals dead ball once the run is completed. So you're technically out. So then it will send the batter back to their respective ends. But you can technically be run out in that situation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You said it with a degree of authority that I almost feel cowed by it.
Yusuf Majid. Yeah. No, it came in very handy last year. I covered a game between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire where Louis Kimber of Leicestershire, as Majid comes in, and that's just played nice. He's going to get a couple here. He's got that into the gap. Geddes doing the fielding. Louis Kimber of Leicestershire handled the ball, and it's been, the law changed a few years ago to obstructing the field. Yes. I don't know why. I don't know why handling the ball, because it's still out. It's just under a different way of getting out. And I managed to actually get that across. That could be in trouble here. Oh! Shy at the stumps from Ollie Sykes, which just misses, and Wesley, I think, was toast if that had hit. The day Ollie Sykes is having, wouldn't surprise me if he did hit, but just missed. Gloucestershire won easily at Nottinghamshire. Miles Hammond got 158 off about 100 balls. Yusuf Majid, a little bit of turn there, just straightening. Well bowled. I do like Yusuf Majid. I like it when he tosses it up as well. He spoke to him about the way he has been bowling. Let's just punch out to Sibley. In the power play, when he's been opening up, Surrey have used him to open up quite a bit, and he bowls flat, and he said the wickets don't really turn if you toss it up. You know, these are good batters, they'll whack you out the ground, as that's played up to long off for a single. But he said when he comes back on, like here, he bowls a lot slower, gets it above the batter's eye line, gives it a bit more air, gives it a bit of loop, and we're already seeing he's managing to get some purchase off this pitch. We're here at the halfway stage, 25 overs gone, 111 for 4. At this stage, Surrey were 114 for 3, so it's pretty much even Stevens so far. I think, honestly, I mean, there's a air of pessimism amongst the Essex fans, but I think this is going all the way. Dick Davis, what time's your bedtime?
Oh, well, at my age, about an hour's time.
Yeah, likewise. I'm normally having my boiled egg and soldiers by now.
Yeah, and it's time for Horlicks. Other bedtime drinks available.
You know me, I'm about an hour's time. I'm always tucked up in bed with a good book and a cup of Horlicks.
Yeah, and the band played Believe It If You Like.
Yeah.
Bill, a Surrey member in Sutton, you're very, very welcome on board, Bill. Thanks very much for taking the trouble to put fingers to keyboard. Just to say that Josh Blake, is the current Sutton County Cricket Club wicketkeeper, and Jamie Smith used to be.
Yeah.
Sykes plays for Reigate Priory.
Yeah.
They play against each other tomorrow.
Oh.
Conor McCurr turns out for Sutton now and then.
Yeah.
Reigate include Monday of Somerset and Oliver of Worcestershire. Also both young Elams. Tommy has already played for Surrey, but I think he's injured at the moment. I hasten to add you're not losing any cricket there. It's got their half-time break. After 25 overs they have a drink and a chat. And,
good cricket in the Surrey Championship, really is. It's always been
it sounds
strong.
like it.
But Ollie Sykes, although he's at Reigate Priory now, he came up through Dulwich Cricket Club, about a mile away from the Oval, maybe 2 miles away from the Oval. So that was his club growing up, where he played in the Surrey Championship Division 1, where he's 13 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy what I do and have been doing for somewhere between 20 and 30 years, commentating Essex cricket. But I also played club cricket for 40 seasons, and to my mind, there's nothing beats playing the game. And as I say, much as I enjoy what I'm doing now, it's a real great pleasure. Nevertheless, when asked, I unequivocally say no. Playing, nothing beats playing. Not just the actual playing, but the camaraderie.
What does your club do?
Well, I played for 2 or 3 clubs in South Essex, so Hadley and Dundersley, who have an international day today against PCA 11. That's just played out on the side. Well, I hope it took place, because with there being so many dreadful traffic delays on the whole of the A127, you wonder if some of the players will have got there. I do hope they did, or at least enough to form a quorum. Yeah, and then I also played for the old boys of my school in Westcliff.
Is that old South Indians?
Old Westcliffians.
Okay.
Old South Indians were the arch enemy.
Ah, good. I don't like that.
They wore green, we wore blue. That's a ballooning bouncer, which isn't indicated as a wide. Maybe batsman could have just about reached it. And yeah, I mean, I suppose the more sociable of those two, in a way, seems to go with old boys clubs at anything, whatever the sport. I mean, I played rugby for them as well, and it's the sociability is a bit of a euphemism, which we won't go into too much, but yeah, the day is always gone long after stumps are drawn or the final whistle's blown. That's worked away on the onside, as anybody who's played that sort of club cricket knows in those days. Not so much now. It's all taken a bit too more. Well, I was going to say too much, it's up to them. It's all taken a lot more seriously now.
Yeah, the jug has gone out of cricket, and I lament that.
Yes.
It's really, and what happens is, they say behaviour's getting worse, and I don't think it was, but I just think that things got sorted out between the two sides over a jug of beer. Now
yes.
They have a quick energy drink, glare at each other, and report each other to the league.
Yes, that's right. That's played out to the mid-wicket area, but the only part now that has the sun shining on it. Yeah, I mean, I used to open the batting, and for a long time it was always the same opposition you'd played, and you'd look in the score, what do we call it, fixture card, see who you were playing the following week, and you think, oh, that bloke, he'll try and take my head off all afternoon, and then try and get me drunk in the evening. So yeah, it was great fun. Not that he ever succeeded in the evening, I hasten to add, of course. That's just played out to mid-off.
I open the batting as well. I'm sure you, like me, Dick, have had many a game over by 1:32 p.m.
No, happy days. But these days aren't so bad. Aren't so bad at all.
No, it's we're very lucky to do what we do.
We are. As excellent, shorter length. Oh, and it's gone down for 4 runs, I think it is. Yes, it has. But it wasn't that far away from the fielder at backward point.
Yeah, Adam Thomas on debut.
Yeah, we weren't really in a position to see how close it is, although the replay on the screen might give a better indication as to how close or otherwise. No, it's all a bit too quick to see, but anyway, the bottom line, as they say, is that 4 runs accrue, and Essex have moved on to 117 for 4, needing a total of 307 at more or less 8 and over now, 7.92.
Yep, Surrey are back here at the end of September.
They are.
4-day game. Will they be celebrating 3rd county championship in a row? The three-peat, as they calling it, as Yusuf Majid comes in, and that's just pushed into the offside. Will Rory Burns become the first skipper since Brian Close back in 1968, when Yorkshire won it 66, 67, 68 to win it 3 years in a row? It's a long time, 55, 56 years. Oh, that's well bowled, Yusuf Majid.
There was one Mickey Stewart who won it for rather more seasons than that.
In the 50s?
I can't remember. Well, I don't mean I can't remember, I mean I don't know. Yeah, I think it was 50s.
Yeah. That's just driven up to long off. His son retiring as Director of Cricket after 11 years at the end of the season.
A couple more emails, excellent. Jonathan, entitled Stumpings.
Majid.
From Cleethorpes, wonderful, on the east coast.
Oh, good haddock and chips up there.
The bracing east coast.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka played Nottinghamshire there, and they were not very happy to be stuck out at Cleethorpes rather than being at Trent Bridge in early May, but these things happen. Majid just coming in past umpire Simon Widdop. So that's worked into the onside. 120 now in the 27th. 1 ball left of the over. Majid gets through his overs pretty sharpish. Thane about to face, who's just got into double figures. That's played into the offside. That's the end of the over.
There's a... John says, I'll read it verbatim. A no ball is an illegal delivery, but a wide is a penalty of runs. Hope this helps.
Nicely put.
Yeah,
yeah, nicely put.
But it's... Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much for taking the trouble to email us. All the way from Cleethorpes. The magic airwaves came all the way down the east coast. And via Peterborough and places like that. And landed here in Chelmsford.
Yeah.
What did we ever do before internet and all the allied advantages?
We just enjoyed life. Cameron Steele is coming into the attack. Man who picks up wickets regularly with his leg breaks. Can be a little bit expensive, as leg spinners can be, can't they? They can go for a few, but he's an attacking leg spinner.
Yes.
And he does pick up wickets.
An email from George, long time no here. George, come back to that in a moment. As Majid, no, it's not.
Steel.
Steel, sorry, it's now come up on the screen, yeah. A man of steel. Bold
Remington.
Yeah, Remington.
I'll tell him that later, he'll laugh. He'll laugh at that.
Yes, close shave and all that. Other shavers available. Anyway, the first delivery's worked away on the onside.
Shame we're not playing in the Gillette Cup, isn't it?
Indeed. The first of the one-day competitions.
Yeah, 1963, wasn't it?
When the first round was always against a minor county away.
Yeah.
As Steele moves in and bowls. Oh, and that Well, the replay will be interesting because it was obscured by the batsman, by Thane, but it went through him somehow.
Sharp hands again from
Yeah,
Blake.
let's just, oh yeah, just see what that did do. Oh well, he played inside it. And,
Yeah, I think he's played for the googly.
Yes.
He's got a good googly on him, Steele.
Steele moves in and bowls, and Thane comes down the wicket several paces and gets to the pitch the ball and pushes it back to Steele, who has a ball wiper stuck in the back of his trousers. Looks a bit like a bunny rabbit, and that's just played backward of square on the offside. No addition to the score.
He does. He looks like a sommelier in a posh restaurant.
Oh, I
doesn't he?
like that, a sommelier.
Asking, you know.
Well, let's do
would
some.
Would you like the Sauvignon Blanc or the Muscadet today, sir?
Well, have you not got a better vintage? Good Lord. I told you the 1949 is excellent. Steele, that's the word of the day, I think, sommelier. Doesn't often creep into cricket commentaries. It's pushed out on the onside for a single down to long on.
Well, 2 bounces. They won't be happy with that. Sykes throwing the ball in on a double bounce. Shafiat just having a little word with him there. They don't mind 1 bounce, but 2 they consider.
Oh, do they?
Trying to rough the ball up a little bit.
That's worked away on the onside for a single. So sometimes they try and rough it up. Seam bowlers will try and polish it highly. It's all very complicated.
Yeah, 123 for Ford in the 28th. Who's the other email?
Right, yes, I will come on to George's email now. First of all, it's splendid to hear from you, George. His PS, I remember Scarborough in the Grand Hotel in 2017. Yes, we met and had a few glasses of refreshment in the rather sad Grand Hotel. It's a wonderful building. I mean, it's iconic in Scarborough, but it's one of those, well, I know exactly how it feels because it's seen better days. And
Yusuf Majid in from, just remember, Dick, that we're still 55 minutes to go to the watershed at 9 p.m. here before you tell this story.
Yes.
Just a single there.
What did I say then?
No, nothing. I'm just.
You got me worried now.
Yeah. Majid around the wicket to Thane, who pushes that into the offside for a single. So George, what's George?
Yes, what's George? That's going to weigh on my mind now. What did I say? Oh.
Just talking about some night in a Scarborough hotel back in
it was very, very demure. Do you not know the Grand Hotel at Scarborough? Even if you haven't stayed there, you must have. Every picture of Scarborough features the Grand Hotel.
Is that on the cliffs?
Looking over the bay, yes.
Yeah. That's just held back there by Majid. Well bowled.
Oh no, it wasn't that sort of evening in a hotel, no.
Oh.
You're thinking when I was in Warwickshire, but that's a different story.
That's nicely bowled as well. This time Thane gets it out to Barnwell, out on the cover boundary.
Anyway, I will get on to your email, George, but when there are 2 slow bowlers bowling, there's not an awful lot of time. At the end of this over, which is only 2 deliveries away, I will address your email and give it all the attention it quite rightly and properly deserves.
Yusuf Majid tosses this one up, played nicely by Thane out to long off. Run rate creeping up though. Essex needs some boundaries.
They do, up to 8.5 now.
Yeah. Yeah, but Wesley on the cusp of a 50. Majid. Oh, Wesley trying to manufacture something there. And Majid completes the over, 127 for 4.
Right, George says, hello Dick, I must say that this is the best pitch I've seen for a long time in any format. Well done, Stuart Kerrison. Isn't it wonderful? We were just alluding to the joys of, the manifold joys of the internet. Some of them, there are drawbacks as we know, but here he is, and he says all the best from Argyle, and there he is. There's our listener or viewer in Argyle commending the wicket. I think it's just wonderful. What's that? 400 miles away? 300.
Yeah.
He says it's 13 degrees here with thundery showers.
Ooh.
Ooh. So Steele continuing from the far end, that's swept away 4-4 down towards the scoreboard, and that takes Wesley on to 48 out of Essex 131 for 4. So thanks, George. Yes, good to hear from you.
Yep. Meanwhile, Dick Davis
as
and
it
I are
is-
mulling over the cricket. If we're talking Hebridean Islands.
Oh, very good. It wasn't wasted, I hasten to add. Feel for a stumping. Doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire.
Conor McCurr fancied that backward point. Josh Blake fancied it as well. Noah Thane just lifted a foot here. Let's have a look. No, it's
No, it didn't.
Moves.
No.
It doesn't move.
No. Looks to me as if
goes back.
he lifted a bit afterwards, but by that time the bails had been removed.
But Blake's sharp, isn't he?
Mm.
He
is very sharp.
Yeah, he's a good keeper.
Steele. In again, bowls. Play and a miss outside the off stump. Again, wicketkeeper removes the bails out of enthusiasm on that occasion rather than any genuine thought of getting a wicket.
Yeah.
But nonetheless impressive for that. Steele in again. Bowls. Nudged down to third man who misses it. And it's a short boundary each end, and it trickles along and just crosses the rope for 4 runs, much to the unfettered acclaim of the Essex supporters down there.
Yeah, they enjoyed that one.
They did.
James Taylor just sort of went across the turf quicker than he expected, I think.
Yeah, Billy Mells again. That's just worked away on the offside, just backward of square. No addition to the run, no addition to the score, which is 135 for 4, needing a total of 304 with Wesley 48, Thane 21, and
at this stage, let me just point out there, Surrey were 136 for 3, so nothing in this
at all, no.
whatsoever.
But that partnership, you know, at the end, well, you do know, between Blake and Steele was so impressive. Blake and Sykes, wasn't it? Yes, Blake and Sykes.
Yeah.
So Bill's follow-up, Bill from Sutton, that is. Every time I drive around the M25 now in that neck of the woods, which I should be doing next Tuesday, or Wednesday. I'll think of you, Bill. You'll be touched to know that. It says, just to add club cricket, at our last home game, Sutton versus Weybridge, we saw the following dismissal, which I'll tell you about in a moment.
Conor McCurr has come back into the attack, and Wesley moves to his 50 with a dismissive off-drive.
It was, wasn't it? Yes.
Just walking down the pitch to McCurr and planting him over mid-off. 1 bounce for 4, and 67 balls there for Wesley.
Yes, an interesting dismissal Bill talks about. It's the grandsons of 2 very, very famous players, and the scorecard or the scorebook reads Compton LBW bowled Cowdrey. Brilliant stuff, absolutely brilliant. Thanks, Bill, so much.
McCurr. That's played out to point. Was that? I thought the umpire shouted no ball. Maybe it's someone in the crowd trying to be amusing.
Very bad form.
I don't know. But sun does funny things to people, doesn't it, when it's been beating on their heads?
Oh, yes.
McCurr. That's glorious.
It is.
Sibley can't get to that. And Wesley looks like he's in the zone here.
It does, doesn't it? Yes. Yeah, I haven't got the figures in front of me, but this may well be his highest score in this competition this year.
2 drives of the highest quality. Tom Wesley. What's McCurr got in response? Wesley sort of turned, the bat turns in his hand a little there.
Yeah, finished up hitting it with the inside half.
Yeah, wanted to hit that through again, through sort of either straight or through mid-off, and the bat turns and goes out with no great power out to Ryan Patel at mid-on. I think this is going all the way.
Yeah, so well, Paul pointed out that Essex have got a bit of a tail, but you've got to get to it first.
Yeah, that's worked through. That could be 4. No, it's not. That's Adam Thomas there, quick across the ground, keeps that down to 2. But what's that? 10 off this over? Off 5 balls?
4, 5, 6. Yes, 10.
Yeah, and you wonder if Wesley's
screen tells us.
Wonder if Wesley's made a conscious decision to put his foot on the accelerator pedal.
Well, they do have to sometime, don't they?
Someone's got to go.
It keeps slipping back by a decimal point or so. Well, that's slightly improved, because I remember saying it was 8.5. It's now 8.45. But
McCurr in. Wesley in the air. Oh, just out of the reach of Ollie Sykes.
Only just out of the reach.
Think about a second, but Thomas is quick across the ground, but that wasn't a million miles away from Sykes.
No, it wasn't.
146 for 40 into the 31st. Wesley's on 59 from 72 balls. Noah Thane 21 from 29. And it's game on here in the East.
It is. So
not the David East, not the Ray East, but the East of England.
Very good, very good. So, yeah, there's nothing on this game now. We know that Gloucestershire won, so that's it. But, you know, there's... Yeah, people talk about pride. It's more than pride. It's just
a game of cricket.
It's a game of cricket. They're in the entertainment business.
It's a game of cricket. There's a decent crowd here who are all enjoying.
Yeah, they haven't
Friday night.
No, I mean they knew when they came that it was highly unlikely that this was going to have a material effect on anything, but they still turned up in large numbers. So I'll complete this over, because this is the last home game. Still to come there, out for a Stringle there. Nottingham on Sunday, and then Hove, which I'm doing on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm off to Hove on Sunday.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be 29 degrees on Sunday.
And then that's it. Then there's a temporary break for a week or 2 before Championship returns. I'm taking advantage of that break, if that be the word, to go into hospital, and that's all. No, it's not out. Bump ball.
Bump ball.
Bump ball. I thought it was out.
Oh, they're going to square leg. They're having a conflab. Sibley's appealed here. Conor McCurr fancies it. Josh Blake looks discombobulated.
They seem to be getting on with it.
Let's have a look at this again on the replay.
We probably
can't really tell.
You can't really tell because
the umpire thought
the batsman obscured the. No, the fielders don't seem too aggrieved by it.
No.
Yeah, so as I say, I'm going into hospital in just over a week's time, which I'm really looking forward to, which sounds an odd thing to say, because I should be able to enjoy the remainder of the season after that all the more, because I'm going to have a second cataract operation. And then, oh boy, he's out.
He's given him
a long time making up his mind, was the umpire.
Yeah.
But eventually he came to Thane seems less than enamoured with the decision, but you know, when was a...
Yeah, how many times do we see that when you've had an appeal which everyone thinks is out, and then it's not, and there's a big hoo-ha, another big appeal, and they get given then, don't they? I mean, it looked pretty adjacent, and there's no, you know, it looked fairly straight.
Yeah.
Shafe, there we go.
So,
yeah, I think that's plum.
but I mean, when does any batsman, appealed against or say, oh yes, good decision umpire, yes, I'm definitely out for that, yes, well done.
Yeah, 147 for 5. It's the end of Noah Thane. Simon Fernandez walks out.
So ahead of on the menu. On the menu, he was down at number 9. He's coming in at number 7. So that wicket fell at 145, 147. They put on 49 runs.
Yeah. I think Paul Newton's going to come and join me, isn't he?
Yes.
Dick Davies is going to get his clobber on to a visit to Duke's nightclub in Chelmsford later on. That's long gone, isn't it? Duke's nightclub, I believe.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll start off there and then move on, and then who knows, Could be my lucky night.
You never know. You never know.
I do know.
No, you never know.
All right. Well, that gives me hope. Oh, Jeff has emailed just come through this point. Come off air. Nothing to do with cricket, but I always liked Detective Chief Superintendent Proven Sharp, who hailed from Devon or Cornwall. Back on cricket, though, you'll like this as a Gloucestershire commentator.
Yeah, he's a Gloucestershire man.
Jeff is, yes. That's pushed out on the offside. You are aware of Jeff Leonard then?
Yeah.
Yeah, pushed out on the offside for 1. Back on cricket though, Gloucestershire's win today gives them a chance to progress in the One Day Cup, having managed to get away with losing only a couple of senior players in the 100. They will now lose another 3 to an England 11, getting too near the rugby season, match next week. Great for the players, I know, but not quite so much for the supporters. Thanks, Jeff, very much. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Always.
Yeah, I believe that quite a few are going into this England sort of Lions training camp or whatever, which could be 3 of, or at least 2 of the bowlers, which could be a bit of a blow. Big game against Leicestershire now for Gloucestershire in this group. Winner takes all for 3rd place, possibly. I don't know how Yorkshire. I think Yorkshire have still got a sniff, but yeah, it's heating up nicely. Conor McCurr in from the Alistair Cook end, and that is going to run away as Ollie Sykes hauled that back. No, he can't quite get there despite his valiant effort, and it is a pleasure, a privilege and an honour to welcome back Paul Newton into the commentary box.
And likewise to join you, Dan. Well, I don't think Essex are going to get near the target, but if they can at least bat the 50 overs out, I think that would be a bonus for the crowd.
McCurr in, again pulled. This time Sykes gets to it at mid-on, but they get through for a single. Wesley moves on to 66.
Yeah, he's really got his skates on in the last sort of 2 or 3 overs, and gone past 50, quickly moved into the mid-60s. But he needs someone at the other end to give him a hand here, and hasn't really had that. There was a decent effort from Noah Thane, who is a big hitter of a cricket ball, but never quite found the bowling such that he could clobber a few 6s.
Yeah, McCurr in to Fernandez, who works that one backwards square on the offside, and they'll pick up a couple there. I mean, you guys seem to think that the Essex tail is longer than Diplodocus, don't you? Is that correct?
Well, it's they can all bat a bit,
Okay.
There was a game, I think it was against Glamorgan here, which Essex lost, but the last 5 wickets more than doubled the score of the first 5. It went from 122 to just over 250.
Well, there you go.
And they all got well into double figures, but you wouldn't get a major innings from any of them, I don't think.
No. Oh, that's a good delivery, and that is the end of Fernandez, who tickles one behind into the gloves of Josh Blake, and Conor McCurr strikes again. Fernandez departs for just 3, and I think we can have a look at this tail now, aren't we? It's 156 for 6.
Yes, I mean, I think, to be honest with you, the tail begins
Just
more or
followed
less, when 4 or 5 are down. But well done to McCurr. But yeah, they're struggling. The 156 for 6. As I say, not beyond the bounds of possibility. If Wesley survives, that the remaining batsmen might be able to keep him company for a few overs each.
Yeah, so Ben Allison marches out to the wicket. I bumped into a chap down to our right in the commentary box position known as Kitman Dan.
Yes, indeed.
And he said Ben Allison's big Ipswich fan like him. Ben Allison's from Colchester, up that neck of the woods, your neck of the woods.
It is, and
yeah.
Back in the day of Sir Bobby Robson managing Ipswich, I would go along myself whenever I could.
Not down to Layer Road?
Yeah, they are my side, Colchester United, for my sins, which with every season that goes by I fear are getting even greater and less forgivable, my sins. But for 6 years Colchester have just managed to stay in the Football League, and they really did cut it fine this year, 22nd place.
Not the same at that new out-of-town ground, is it?
No, you're so right.
Yeah.
The last time I actually went to a match, and I used to go to all the home games, was the last ever game at Layer Road in 2008, and I did object to the move.
Conor McCurr into Allison, and just a little bit of shape away there, rolling his fingers over it, and that's a dot ball. I think you guys had a little visit to Wembley at our expense. My side, Barnet, back in 1998, possibly.
Yeah, Colchester have actually had 3 days out at Wembley that all came in fairly quick succession.
Yeah, massive foul in the penalty area, which would have given us a penalty, and the ref gave an indirect free kick.
You was robbed.
We was robbed. McCurr in. Yorker, good Yorker, speared in, and Allison just about jams the bat down on it.
Yeah,
33 gone, 156 for 6.
I don't know what Allison was doing there, darting 3 paces down the pitch, because there was never a run there, and Tom Wesley is not the quickest between the wickets now, never was.
No.
It's not his forte, no reason why it should be, but he would have been run out by half the pitch if he'd answered that call.
Well, especially when he's been batting for the best part of a couple of hours.
Well, yeah, and he's played very well today.
Yeah.
But sadly, he just hasn't found anyone to be much of a permanent partner for him. Cushy is the man who got the next most number of runs, but that was only 28. And if you look at the Surrey scores, 83 from Patel, 100 not out from Josh Blake, 87 not out from Ollie Sykes. It does rather tell its story as we see a new over from Cam Steele begin, and it's a wide. It's a fairly strict one, because I think it didn't miss by all that much. As ever,
again, sharp hands from Blake.
Exactly. Just going to say, his wicket keeping is absolutely lightning. And Steele bowls, and Wesley gets 1 run as he plays the ball. Not quite sure if he was aiming towards long on. I thought more long off, but anyway, it did go to long on. And Sykes fields and score up to 158 for 6, and Wesley to 67.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a miserable campaign in this one-day cup for Surrey, but they are showing signs of improvement.
Yeah, they certainly are.
The youngsters have learnt, and they're actually coming through. I mean, the attack's been carried by Cameron Steele and Conor McCurr a little.
Steele bowls, and this is something of an edge that goes down to short third man, so there is no run there as Taylor fields.
And James Taylor as well, but it's the batting, having a look at Josh Blake and Ollie Sykes, and Ben Geddes has had a good one as well.
Yeah. Here's the next Steele delivery, this time to Ben Allison, who digs this one out. And Ben Allison, for instance, talking about the Essex tail, the other day they were losing going to lose by a hefty margin. They lost by 32, and Allison and Beard put on 68 for the last wicket, of which Allison got 20 odd. So there's that sort of contribution, but it wouldn't enable Essex to get particularly close to 307. Balls played into the covers, there's no run there. But it's nevertheless, I don't regard it as meaningless if players can get there and keep Wesley company and keep the match going up to the finishing line.
Yeah. Do you not have home to go to, Paul? I'm joking.
But I don't believe in this line they've got nothing to play for.
No.
I think you've always got, if you're a professional sportsman, you've always got something to play for. Single here to Allison down to long off.
Completely agree with you, because I think, there are contracts to be played for at the end of the season, or, put yourself in the shop window so other counties can pick you up, say, if your contract's not about to be renewed at certain counties.
159 for 6 as Wesley picks up his 68th run to deep mid-wicket, 160 for 6 at the completion of 34 overs, 16 overs to go, 147 needed. And yes, what Essex haven't got really is a pair of really good sloggers to come in late on and hit a few sixes. That might have still kept the door ajar. But no, on top of all the things you've mentioned, personal pride, if you don't have that well, to be honest, even as an amateur sportsman, but as a professional, you should always be demanding getting the best out of yourself, or otherwise I don't think you've got the character to be worth signing on.
Completely agree. Yusuf Majid is about to come in from the Sir Alistair Cook end. The moon's come out to play as well.
We've seen it all.
Yeah, nice crescent moon.
Yeah.
Out in the distance. Well, moon's always out in the distance, isn't it? That's a big heave. That's gone up in the air. Who's under that? No one. It's gone in the middle of 3 fielders, and Wesley gets back for a second. Geddes, Sibley and McCurr all converging on the ball.
It was almost geometrical perfection there, because it trisected the 3 of them to the very inch.
Do you know what? I thought it was very well bowled by Yusuf.
Yes, indeed.
Just tossed it up and held it back a little bit.
Did him in the flight.
Yeah. Here is Majid. Wesley keeps that one along the deck. Out to Geddes.
Yes, I tell you, if I were Wesley, or put differently, what I'd like to see from him is not to worry about 307, get himself 100. He hasn't had much of a season so far, do him the world of good and get him in good fettle for the return of the championship at the end of the month.
Yeah, big game here in September. Essex v Surrey.
Not half. The worry would be what the weather might be like at that time.
Well, it's often been good in September, isn't it, in recent years?
In the month, but right at the very end it can be pretty savage.
Yeah, we'll be here. Majid fires that one a little quicker. Goes out to Geddes.
In the COVID year, in the COVID year of 2021, Essex and Somerset were in a sort of playoff game to win the Shield, and it was right at the very end of September, and it was fearful. The weather, it was freezing cold, often pretty wet with it.
That was the Bob Willis Trophy, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah, absolutely right. And Sir Alistair Cook played brilliantly for his 172.
Yeah, drilled out to long off, and good arm from Geddes keeps them down to 1. Yeah, I remember that. It was pretty miserable. Essex and Somerset don't like each other very much, do they?
There has been just a vague impression that there's something in that.
Yeah, it might be Pitchfork Gate and all that sort of malarkey. As that's punched by Allison off the back foot. Yeah, Pitchfork Gate, when Essex thought Somerset had prepared a... Well, I'll keep it polite. Not the best of wickets.
Well, they were penalised for it, actually, subsequently.
And then Somerset moan that Essex produced green tops for Cook and Porter, etc. Anyway, enough of that. 165 for 6 at the end of the 35th. Essex are 10 runs ahead of where Surrey were at this stage of the innings. They've lost 2 more wickets, though. I think we're still game on.
Yes, I remember commentating with my good and long-suffering friend Anthony Gibson, and he said to me at one point, fairly early in Alistair Cook's great innings, he said, so Paul, how badly do you think Essex want to win this? And I said, oh, very much. And his face slumped because he was hoping I'd say, oh no, they're not really bothered about this, only a tin pot competition. But Somerset certainly have beaten Essex plenty of times down at Taunton, but not on that occasion because the weather intervened as this ball is played away for 4. That's clubbed away there by Tom Wesley to the mid-wicket boundary, and that takes the score along to 169 for 6 and Wesley to 76.
I mean, to think Somerset have never won a county championship. I mean, even Prince Harry had a title once.
As Cam Steele's in, bowls, and Wesley will get possibly 2 here because he's taken all the way off the ball, and this time he sort of divided 4 fielders there with perfect placement, and he moves along to 78 and the score to 171 for 6. And
yeah, he's a clever cricketer,
there
Wesley.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a head on his shoulders.
Well, he got 0 up at Scarborough on Tuesday, so he'll be very pleased to have put the record straight here. As Steele bowls to him, he steps away and he's caught extra cover, and Wesley can hardly believe his mistake there and makes his reluctant way out of the middle, and it was just a ball that didn't really, I think, do very much. He tried to force it away off the back foot, didn't get over it, straight to extra cover, Dominic Sibley, the skipper, and that is possibly the beginning of the end here. 171 for 7, but for all the fact that I haven't exactly enthused about the Essex tale, they're all capable of hanging around for a bit, but I don't think there's any chance in the world, even if Wesley had survived, that they would get terribly near 307.
Yeah, warm round of applause there for Wesley. 78 off 84 balls, really good innings, but comes to an end in a bit of an abject fashion, really, just punching that to Sibley extra cover, and he doesn't make any mistakes with his hands.
No, you could see that Tom, who's a very self-critical character, I remember once he got a magnificent innings of about 150 odd here in one of the tourist games. I forget who the tourists were, but it may well have been Australia. They were a very good side. And so I went up and interviewed him at the end of the day's play, and I said, well done, Tom, magnificent knock. He said, well, I'm glad you think so, I didn't. You know, as I say,
it's not all you can say as an interviewer today, is it?
Believe me, it was a magnificent innings. I mean, he played some terrific shots, but he will have been duly self-critical for the way he got out there, and rightly so. Shane Snater's come to the middle.
Cameron Steele, we spoke about him earlier. He just picks up wickets in this competition. He goes for a few runs, as leg spinners do, but he picks up wickets.
Well, Essex have one, a leg spinner who has this happy knack as well, in Matt Critchley, who of course is away at the 100. He did play one game in this competition, as here we see Snater probably off the mark. I say probably because a shy comes in down at the bowler's end, and Snater was just about going to get there.
Doesn't Benkenstein bowl leggies as well?
Yes, he does. No, absolutely. And he, as I said, was saying earlier about Benkenstein, he just needs to stop his habit of once or twice and over dragging the ball down and giving away boundaries. But Critchley bowls very steadily, and I don't think batsmen have generally worked him out yet. As we see Steele in again, bowls, and then Allison stylishly plays the ball away to deep cover, and I thought that would be cut off. It was a noble attempt to do so from, I think that's Adam Thomas, is it, down there? But he doesn't manage it, and they get 4, and score along to 176 for 7. Allison 6 and Snater 1. Now Snater, he hasn't been in much recent form with the bat, but he can bat very well. and has done on a lot of occasions for Essex. So appeal for LBW here. I thought there was bat in that. Oh, we almost have a run out. It's all happening there as Allison, who has a bit of a habit of taking a few steps down the pitch without apparently realising that there isn't the remotest possibility of a safe run being taken, and thankfully Snater just about managed to tell him to get back in time.
Yeah, Cameron Steele, the sommelier there with the towel hanging out the back of him.
Well, do you know, it's lovely to have the word sommelier on the show tonight, and rest assured I will look it up in the dictionary the moment I get home.
It's a wine, Wayne.
I know what it is, yes.
It's, yeah. So, Yusuf Majid's going to bowl his last over. There's Cameron Steele's figures on your screen. 2 for 29 off 5.
Very handy, not particularly economical, but very handy.
Yeah, I've noticed though the ball runs away very fast down towards the pavilion. Is it slightly down the hill?
Yes,
there
I
as
think
well?
you're right.
Yeah.
And, of course, you know, we've had a dry period now, and these outfields are very quick.
Yeah.
Same in that game you and I both saw at Bristol.
Yeah, Bristol's very quick, considering it's
not
so
half,
wet.
yeah.
Yeah, there's just one there to Snater. This is Addison's last Yusuf Majid's last over.
0 for 45.
Yeah, 0 for 46 at the moment off 9.1.
He's bowled quite well though.
Yeah, I think he deserves a wicket actually. He's been
Yeah, he
unlucky.
might well have had one.
He's been a little unlucky. I like the look of this lad. I think he's got a little bit about him. I think he varies it. I think he thinks about it. That's just work to Conor McCurr at long on for a single. 178 for 7.
In case you hear some thumping in the background, dear listener, there's a sort of fair going on the other side of the river.
Oh, he's bowled him. There's the wicket he deserves. And Snater trying to engineer a shot, misses it and gets his leg stump just pushed back by Yusuf Majid. It's not actually a fair. It's Paul Newton and Dick Davis. They like a bit of drum and bass here in the commentary box at Chelmsford. But Snater departs for 2.
Yeah,
there it is on our screen. There's the replay and just trying to make something happen.
And failing, I'm afraid. Yeah, it wasn't a good shot at all. He needs to play himself in really before trying that sort of shot across the line. And yeah, he was in magnificent form a couple of years ago, but he just hasn't quite recaptured it since. And it's a pity because at his best, I mean, a couple of years ago in the Championship, he had about 4 50s, and including a magnificent effort up at Headingley, where Essex needed 160 odd to win. They were 65 for 7, and Snater came in and made round about 70 brilliant runs. It was a fantastic knock, and the way he kept his head under the pressure. And it was with Ben Allison that he put on a really good partnership. But again, Allison not quite in the form he was then.
This lad can give it a whack though, can't he? Jamal Richards.
He can.
Yeah.
I can tell you 2 years ago he averaged over 100 at one point in this competition because he kept being 20 odd not out.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Always like a red inker. Oh, there's one from Yusuf Majid. Goes past the outside edge of his bat, just grips in the pitch. I think this has been an excellent cricket wicket.
Yes, has.
Yeah, we're going to see 500 odd runs on it. That's a big appeal for LBW. Umpire Simon Widdop having none of it.
No, I think that was
angling down.
Yeah, going down.
Yeah, I mean, it had to probably pitching leg stump and had to really grip and turn that one. But always worth asking the question.
Yes, absolutely.
You don't ask, you don't get. As that's just defended. As an old bloke up at my cricket club always used to say, if you don't buy a ticket, you don't win the raffle. So there you go. Yusuf Majid finishes 1 for 47 off 10, and he's bowled well. He's bowled with a little bit of flight and guile, and I think he's had a decent tournament, and I'm sure we'll see him at Hove on Sunday, where any Surrey fans tuning in, then bring your sun cream down there, because it's due to be 29-30 degrees at Hove.
Yes.
A few people just filtering out now. I think they realise that the end is nigh.
So Steele again from the gooch end, and there'll be several runs here, quite possibly 3. It might even go to the boundary, and it has done. So 4 runs onto the board as Allison moves into double figures on 11, and that was a good uncomplicated shot, and a good one because he watched it onto his bat. It went to deep mid-wicket, but it wasn't really a cross-batted slog. He got in the perfect position with the weight correct, the balance right, and deserved his boundary. Steele will try to get his revenge here, and nearly does. He beats Allison all ends up, but the ball goes over the stumps and into the gloves of Josh Blake.
Steele's a real crackerjack, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes, you could easily be tempted to think that you fancy him for some easy pickings, and you'll probably have another thing coming, as this is a quicker delivery. Well played by Allison.
Yeah, no, he's better than that. He's at one point this season he was leading the wickets in first class cricket.
Yeah, made a great start, didn't he? He was more or less player of the month for April, I think.
Yeah, he was.
He and Dan Lawrence did an incredible number of overs for Surrey in those early matches, as here Allison gets a regulation single to long off.
He's a great bloke though as well, Cameron Steele. He's Californian born, Australian raised, and played all his first class cricket in the UK at Middlesex, Durham, and now Surrey.
A true cosmopolitan. And,
yeah.
183 for 8 on the board, with Allison on 12 and Richards about to take strike to Steele. I think it's the first time he's faced Steele. And here comes Steele now, and that's a little bit edgy down to James Taylor at short third, and no run, 183 for 8, just a notional target now of 307. I think Essex had to get a lot more runs out of their top 3, even allowing for the fact Wesley was one of those and made a very good 78, but the openers needed to make much more of a contribution, and in this tournament they simply haven't been doing it. That ball's played back to the bowler and completes the over, so we've now had 38, and Essex are 183 for 8, still 124 short of the target. If they'd sort of got 2 batsmen well set and only 3 down, they'd still be in with some sort of a chance, even though they'd be wanting a very high tariff per over. But obviously 8 down, they have no chance.
Yeah, I think the 2 openers both chasing the ball way outside the line of their head will be disappointed with the manner. Both Cushy and Brown.
Yeah.
And just sort of nothing shots really, weren't they? They were just
You're right, and I think their undoing was their success the previous delivery. Certainly Brown had just hit a handsome 4 and then chased the next ball, kind of got drunk on his previous shot, and it wasn't long after Cushy hit that magnificent off drive or straight drive that he chased a wide one as well.
Sounds a bit like Dick Davis and Dick's nightclub in Duke's nightclub later on.
Yep.
Yeah. James Taylor is back into the attack, and that's just defended by Allison. What do Essex do here? Do they just have a bit of batting practice?
Yeah.
Or do they have a whack and see what happens?
If it was me, I mean, I was a difficult man to get out, but tended not to get the ball off the square very often unless it was behind the wicket. But I would delight in this situation. Look at the board and say, 12 overs, I'll see if I can still be there after 50.
You're a bit of a Trevor Bailey type.
Exactly, yes. And I had the great pleasure of commentating with the man on many occasions.
Taylor in, and that's gone up in the air. That could be out. Dominic Sibley. Oh, the ball just arcs away from him. And Allison lives to fight another day.
Yes, it needed One of the trampolinists I've watched in the Olympic Games during the week they'd have swallowed that one all day long, but you needed to have been truly athletic.
Yeah. Is it me, or when I say the name Allison, I just think of fedoras, cigars and Malcolm
Yes,
Allison?
indeed, Malcolm Allison.
Yeah.
Yeah, more of him in a moment.
Taylor in to Big Mal, who crunches that through the offside for a single.
Malcolm Allison was a manager who never had any significant success in this country, but did wonders when he went out to Portugal. And I always thought, or had the suspicion, the reason he did so well abroad but not at home was abroad nobody understood what he was saying. And when he insulted players for not playing well enough, they wouldn't have understood quite what he meant. But he was one heck of a character with the fedora and the big cigar.
Crystal Palace, was it?
Yes, indeed.
Taylor in, and that's cut. Just watching the ball onto the bat there, Richards, and cut to Cameron Steele at backward point.
Well, one thing we have in common, I can tell from listening to you, you're a genuine sportaholic. You're not just a cricket man. And
Sport Billy.
It's been a wonderful summer of sport. I think everybody would agree with the Euros in football. There's been some great racing as a horse racing addict, and lots of good cricket, and it doesn't even end there. The Olympics.
Richards just playing that back. Yeah, where else was that? He got the Man City job at one point as well, didn't he?
Yeah. No, very much so.
Yeah. Was he at Middlesbrough as well?
I don't know about that, but he certainly was. I mainly associate him in this country with Man City. Didn't have huge success there when he was all right when he was in partnership, but on his own there he didn't cut the mustard, as I remember.
No, not many did. John Bond as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. James Taylor in. Cut again, only to find Cameron Steele. That completes the 39th. 186 for 8 here as this game is drifting a little bit here now. Ben Allison 15 off 19 balls. Richards has yet to score off 8, and I think they are using this as a little bit of batting practice.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And you've just brought up a name there that always brings a smile to my face. John Bond, formerly manager of, amongst others, Norwich City, and I think he was from Norfolk, and he had this wonderfully local accent.
Yeah.
And when anything had gone wrong and they interviewed him after a match, he would always say, "I honestly don't know what I've done wrong. I must have offended God, because the referee's never given us anything all game."
Yeah, I don't think he was very popular in Burnley. I think he nearly took Burnley out of the Football League.
Yeah, that's right.
I think he took them down about 2 divisions.
Cam Steele again from the gooch end, and elicits a forward defensive shot from Ben Allison. The ball back with the bowler, 186 for 8, and we've had 40 of the 50 overs.
John Bond, John Barnwell.
Correct myself, it is the 40th over being bowled now.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Barnwell, of course, there's Nathan Barnwell out there now.
Yeah.
As this ball's played to extra cover, there's no run, Sibley Fields.
So we've got John Barnwell.
And John Barnwell used to play for Arsenal.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, it's the first time I've come across the surname since with Nathan, since John Barnwell, as this ball was played to long on, which I particularly remember because in, I think it was 1959, Colchester played Arsenal in the FA Cup and drew 2-2 at Layer Road, and John Barnwell was playing for Arsenal, who were 2 up with 10 minutes to go, and Langman and Evans got the 2 goals, and we hit the crossbar, Colchester United, with seconds to go. We could have won it. Needless to say, we lost the replay at Highbury. 4-0. Steele will distract you with a bit of cricket, don't worry, every now and then. And here is Jamal Richards on strike, and he's going to get a single to long on, and that takes the score to 188 for 8, and that takes Richards along to 3.
Yeah, if we're talking 70s and 80s footballers out there, we've got Peter Taylor, David Geddes, and Graham Wesley.
Indeed, yeah. I misled you there. That was the first run for Richards, not to. Said he was on 2. He's just off the mark with the 1. Allison here has played the ball for 1 run to backward square leg, And that takes him along to 17, score to 189 for 8 in the 40th over still. Lovely floodlit scene here now.
Yeah, gorgeous, isn't it?
And Richards just defends the last ball of the over. He is a well-organised batsman, Richards. He can hang around for a bit. Has a good technique.
Yeah, he's no fool.
But game's gone as far as any hope of getting to their target for Essex. But as I said, when I finally arrived, it was glorious sunshine at the time, and I said, well, it's going to be dark by the time we finished, and it will be as well, with the nights now drawing in quite sharply.
Yeah, 189 for 8 is the score after 40 overs. Surrey also had 189, but they'd only lost 4 wickets.
Yeah, gosh, was it this? Yeah, so those last 10 overs produced a further 118. Yeah, good stat from you there.
Big hoik, big hack by Allison. James has been in touch on cricket. He's tuned into the Essex live stream. Great comms from the middle stump and all the team. Looks a gorgeous evening. Well, it is a gorgeous evening, isn't it? It's lovely.
Very nice. It's a nice breeze and been a really pleasant day. I think, as Dan was alluding to a few minutes ago, I think it's going to be a bit uncomfortably hot over the coming days, but this is just nice.
Taylor, as this rave continues in the background, slower ball, just rolls his fingers. Martin Searle has been in touch. He said, my fedora off to us lot for managing to mention Big Mal, sommeliers, and forum timing controversy. What was that? What was forum timing controversy?
Yeah, I'm not up to that one.
No, I can't remember. I don't know what I've done where, Martin. I hope you're well, Dr. Martin. Doc Martin.
Yeah.
And he said we've got it all in the same commentary.
Physician, heal thyself.
Yeah, that's smashed out to long on. Just one though, that's well fielded. I have not got a clue who that is below us here. I reckon it might be Adam Thomas.
Yes, that's just who I was going to suggest. It doesn't mean we're right, but I suspect you are.
Or Ollie Sykes. Who's that out deep backward square? That might be Thomas at deep backward square, actually. Might be Ollie Sykes down below us.
Well, they're going 4-1 the field.
Here's James Taylor, and they take Sibley on if he hits. Richards was struggling, drops his bat.
Yep, sort of comedy of errors in some ways there. The risky old run, the throw missed, although to be fair, it's not that easy hitting the stumps. But anyway, actually there could easily have been an overthrow. It went all the way out to the man backing up on the boundary in the distance. But I think partly because Richards had dropped his bat, there was never any chance of Essex actually being able to take advantage.
So, Graham Taylor to Malcolm Allison. Sorry, James Taylor to Ben Allison here at Chelmsford as that screamed out to Geddes on the edge of the discs. And they'll just amble through for a single. This game is possibly done as a contest, I think.
Oh,
it's
definitely,
just
yeah.
drifting, isn't it?
No, it's academic. The very good crowd today has thinned out considerably, and you can't blame players. I mean, if I had a convenient train about to depart, you know, I probably would go myself, although I don't like leaving games early.
Taylor in, and that's played through mid-wicket. Conor McCurr doing the fielding, and it was Yusuf Majid down on the boundary, down in front of us. Sykes is down at third, actually. That's who did the brilliant bit of fielding earlier in the year.
Yeah, well done him.
Yeah, I like him. I've got a lot of time for him.
He was on offer at 11-1 there, so No, he did very well. The ball was really clobbered down there at great speed. But yeah, I was saying I don't like to leave games early, and I might add, especially when I arrived 2 hours late. But there we are. I couldn't do much about it. And
I'd be getting paid a day rate, Paul.
Oh,
not
yeah.
an hourly rate.
Yeah. No, it's. I wish I could have been here. It wasn't much fun. Here is Steele in. Bowls, and Richard steps away and heaves this one across the line out to deep mid wicket for a single. He moves up to 4 and scored to 194 for 8. And you know, Essex, I think they've got over 200 in every game this season, and I'd like to see them at least reach that lowly mark.
Yeah.
So Allison prepares to face Steele, and he too has hit the ball in the same direction as the previous shot from Richards, but this time in the air most of the way out to the boundary. Fields are there at deep mid wicket, and it's a long way. I reckon that at that angle it's a good 100 yards from the batsman to the fieldsman.
Yeah.
And they get the 1 run, 195 for 8. Allison 20. Richards 4. Richards is on strike to Steele. Oh, that's a lovely shot actually, and it's gone through the fieldsman there for 4 runs, and it should have been stopped, but nevertheless it was really travelling. I think it might be Sykes out there, but I may be wrong.
Thomas.
Oh, sorry, Thomas.
Yeah.
And 199 for 8.
It went like an exocet, didn't
it? Did. No, I mean, sympathy with the fieldsman. Just somehow got through his hands. He did get hands to it as Steele is in, bowls to Richards, and there is the 200. So they've taken 1 more, they're coming back for a second. Shy goes in at the bowler's end, but good running. 201 for 8, and Richards moves along to 10 from 15 balls. Allison 20 from 28. And
quite entertaining now.
Yeah, a little bit of self-respect, you know, to get to the 200.
But you never know. I tell you what, if they, smash 50 here.
Well, yeah, that'd be terrific if they got another 50.
You never know. You never know.
And just waiting for the next delivery. Oh, and that is the end of Richards. Done in the flight, came down the wicket, head high in the air, missed and bowled. 201 for 9.
Yeah, Steele strikes yet again. So he picks up his 3rd wicket. Blake picks up his 4th victim of the innings to add to his 100. He's had a pretty reasonable game, hasn't he? Look at that turn there from Cameron Steele. The authentic leg break. He's got a really good googly up his sleeve. And I'm going to make way for the dulcet tones of Dick Davis.
Thank you very much to Dan Whiting. Great to share the mic with you here. I was going to say meeting you for the first time, but we did actually meet up at Bristol at the start of this competition. It was actually game 2 to be precise, but great to be on air with you. And Dick making his way down, 201 for 9, with Jamie Porter. Delighted to see him back after his broken, I think he broke 2 fingers in the championship game at the Oval, and he's back, bowling well, got a couple of wickets at cheap, good economy rate, and well, I think the crowd have had a decent day here, Dick.
Yes, I think they have. Yeah, I think they probably have. Yeah, they've enjoyed themselves. It's been fairly good entertainment, but it's all a bit frustrating.
Steele bowls to Porter and just plays the ball out to extra cover. Yes, Essex haven't got close enough to make a game of it, but 201 for 9. But I think if I were a paying spectator a day like this, I'd have enjoyed the just the sheer atmosphere and obviously the great weather.
Yes, quite. Oh, good Lord, yes. Which has been the weather has just been about perfect.
Yeah, here.
Because there's been that breeze.
And mid-20s suits me down to the
yes,
ground.
And me, yes.
30, I don't like, it gets too hot.
Oh, grief, no. And now here we are at more or less stroke of 9 o'clock. There's a moon in its last phase, I think that is. Not quite sure what that is. It's It's sort of on the way out, isn't it? Or is it on the way? Or no, is it on its first?
Well, there is an expression, I've never understood what exactly it means, but a gibbous moon, Gibbous.
Never heard that one.
Oh, yeah.
There's a harvest moon. And
Yeah.
But that moon, there's the right-hand side of it. Does that mean it's sort of waxing or waning?
I don't know, but we've just had an offer there from Dan that there's a Keith moon.
Oh, yeah, indeed.
And I'm almost tempted to say to him, who?
Oh.
Harvey, yeah. Who shines on.
Or a Harvey moon.
Yeah, Keith Moon, of course, drummer with The Who.
Yes.
He used to go absolutely tearing hotels apart.
Allegedly. Is that me?
Yeah.
That's played out to mid-on. And one further run a cruise. I've said it before. Maybe, given the chance, I'll say it again, although I hope it won't be necessary, but it probably will. What I think is a little bit frustrating is that all these young batsmen are very capable technically, but a lot of them don't show at all times. They've got to be careful, don't want to upset anybody, but that's a bit of flirting outside the off stump goes through to the keeper. They don't sometimes show a lot of nous about how to build an innings and ultimately get their side to a large score.
No, well, you're right there. I do think that the youngsters generally, they've not had a good game tonight with the bat, but on several occasions Benkenstein, Das and Allison have batted very, very well and have actually shown a much better appreciation of how to build an innings, because in 50 overs that's what you need to be doing. You don't need to chase after it in the early overs.
As that's played out into the covers. But you mentioned the name Benkenstein, who is clearly one of the better up-and-coming young players. But his dismissal, he was caught on the square leg boundary. It came out of the meat of the bat, and the fielder literally did not have to move. So, which suggests that Benkenstein did exactly what he was intending to do. You know, a coach would have every right in saying, well, Luke, what were you actually trying to do then?
Yeah, no, well, you're right there, but having said that, that's just about his first failure in this competition.
I agree entirely.
He's generally batted very well. Today was an exception.
But he did bat well, which makes it, to my mind, all the more frustrating.
Well, it's disappointing, for sure. But when you see the examples of, for instance, Nick Baum and Cushy, both much more experienced, getting out to balls that should have been left outside off stump, and runs had come quite freely at the time. It wasn't as if we were sort of hopelessly marooned on, you know, a low score. We were very much matching what Surrey had been, and obviously they haven't had the best of examples set by the more senior players.
But not to be browbeaten or bullied by you, I'll still make my point.
Oh, what a disappointment. I was hoping to do that.
No, I thought it was, like so much of life, you enjoyed the contest as much as the result. And that's just played out on the offside. I think a lot of young players could benefit from having a session of an hour or so with a coach or somebody, not in whites, not in the nets, but just in any room, and for an hour or so, I don't know however long it would take, somebody would tell them, you know, how to go about building innings, how to go about getting a match-winning score, and just how basically, you know, to use the mental side of the game as much as their
yeah, I couldn't agree with
ability.
you more. I think it would be good as well if whoever was this guru had some film of,
yes,
of
exactly.
the player.
Oh, yes, very much, yeah.
And saying, you know, you obviously know what you did wrong there, but so why did you do it, and why have you repeated it since? As here is Allison helping himself to a single out to deep mid-wicket, and that takes the score to 205 for 9. Allison on to 23.
And point out to them that the best players don't do that, and it's a very apposite time to mention it.
Yeah.
But, you know, the likes of Graham Thorpe, you know, that was But what he did, he didn't make mistakes, did he? Well, they all make mistakes eventually, but I mean, he never gave his wicket away.
I'll give you a great quote from the absolute maestro in my eyes, Graham Gooch, after this ball from Steele, which is almost the last of the innings. As Porter stretched forward and almost as if he were wearing a blindfold, misses it, it goes through the keeper. And Gooch's statement is, don't let other people score your runs.
No.
Once you get to the middle, you've got the chance to score your runs. Don't get out and then someone else scores the runs that you could have been getting. Porter, a single out to cover Adam Thomas, and that takes the score to 206 for 9, and Porter has 2. And I mean, like most of the things Gooch said, he's not a man of many words, but a very accurate insight there, and that's what these players need to be taught.
Yeah, it is.
As the ball's played back to the bowler, and I just slightly amend that statement, rather than need to be taught, it's what they need to learn, because
well, yes.
When I was a teacher, a fellow teacher sat proudly down in the chair next to me and said, that's the best lesson I've ever taught. And I said, how do you know? As this ball has taken the batsman on the pad, it goes to short third and there's no run. He was really upset. I'd sort of ruined his day for him, because I said, when you think of it, you've no clue at this stage whether they learnt anything. The fact that you and I stand in front of a class and think we've put the points across well doesn't actually mean anybody's learnt anything. Here's the next ball from Steele, in and bowls, and Addison plays it to Barnwell at deep square leg, gets a single, moves up to 24, 207 for 9, and obviously, particularly when we're talking about batting, the acid test will only come when the player, hopefully after this hour with the guru, goes out and looks as if he's learnt something.
Yes. Yeah, you're spot on. Thanks for 2 emails have come in. Simon Allen says it's a waxing crescent moon. Thank you very much. Waxing because it's growing, and crescent and crescent because it's less than half a moon. Yes.
Good stuff. Thank you.
I really ought to know at my time of life.
But I think we'd have to say, if we don't know by now.
Actually, yeah. There are some things we go to the grave never having learned.
Yeah. Most things, if we're honest.
Yeah, of course.
Conor McKerr back into the attack at the Cook end. A little bit of a delay while McKerr sets his field.
Oh, had a call from, it's me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Outside the off stump, just played back to the bowler, although I'm not sure he meant to play it back to the bowler, probably looking to hit it in the offside. Matthew from Braintree, or Matt as he signs himself, what a thoroughly disappointing one-day campaign this has been. Brown, Cushy and Das have particularly let down, in my opinion. Nevertheless, unlike my fellow Colchester United supporters, I will not be heading to Wimbledon tomorrow, but preparing for the trip to Trent Bridge on Sunday instead. Always nice to have the potential to get one over Moneybags Knots. Great coverage, guys. Thank you. That's
thanks, Matt.
Play and a miss, a swish goes through to the keeper.
Yes, I share that with you, Matt, that I won't be going to Wimbledon tomorrow either. I felt I got the best out of Wimbledon in that fortnight that we had about a month ago with the rackets.
Yes.
Always a great tournament for me, Dick, the Wimbledon fortnight.
Oh yes, I agree entirely. McKerr in to bowl, and that's swung away straight for 6 runs, just to the onside of straight.
I must ask David Jackman, is that the first of the innings? Yes, it is, and it's a belated gesture of defiance, and I applaud Ben Allison for it.
Indeed. I didn't realise it was the first 6 of the innings. Dear oh Lord, to bring up 207.
Short leg side boundary as well.
So yes, so McKerr to Allison, plays that out into the covers for 1, and score moves on to 214 now for 9.
Yes, Just to finish off about Wimbledon, the BBC has magnificent coverage of sport, but I always think that their coverage of Wimbledon is the best of all, just as I see it. I thought it was outstanding.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly difficult to compare sometimes.
Well, it is, that's true.
Yeah. It's played out. Backward of square on the offside, straight to the fielder, no addition to the score.
Yes, Jamie Porter there, he stepped away to leg, and for a moment all three stumps were looking very hittable, but he produced the bat in the way at the right moment. And Jamie Porter, in a mainly defensive way, is quite capable of lasting a few overs.
Oh yes, well, I mean, before his finger injury, he was regular night watchman, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Whether you like them or not, which I know you don't, nevertheless he was.
Oh, he's a good one.
A good one, yeah. Full toss. Not quite an illegal one for over waist height.
And they eschewed the single.
So they did, yes.
Time we brought the word eschewed into play.
Yes, it used to be fairly popular.
Yeah.
In fact, we even extended it to the noun eschewment. I can remember some years ago we came up between us with the phrase of a surfeit of
Yes.
Yes. A surfeit of eschewment.
Of eschewment, yeah.
Nobody knew what the hell we were talking about.
So it's presumably in aid of Allison keeping the strike, as Steele will continue this long spell of his. Very good one. Bowls, and it's hit back to the bowler, and there's no run there. 214 for 9, and this is the 46th over. So once again, if nothing else, Essex have gone most of the way through their 50 overs without getting bowled out. Steele bowls again, and flail at this and misses,
and if you want to really to grasp at straws, they're going to lose by fewer than 100.
Yeah, well, that's a straw I shall cogitate upon as I go back on the train. Here's Steele again. Bowls and takes Allison on the pad, and Allison didn't want the leg by, but Porter does, so it makes the eschewment of the single at the end of the previous over all the more strange. But anyway, 215 for 9, and Essex will take anything that's going here. 92 short of the target, 91 actually behind Surrey's score. And here Porter steps away and hits it very pleasantly down to wide long off for a single. Moves up to 3 and score to 216 for 9.
Quite a surprisingly large number of people have still stayed for the final right. So it is the final home game of this competition.
Good on them, as here Allison chips this one away in the air, but perfectly safely to deep mid-wicket. Picks up his latest single to take him to 32.
The next home day of county cricket, as the scorecard reminds us, is on Thursday the 29th of August for the visit of Worcestershire.
And this ball is hit in the air down toward long off and taken.
And that's the end of the game.
That's the end of the game. 217 all out are Essex in 46 overs exact. Oh, it might be 45.5 actually. No, it is 46 exactly. So their innings finished is 45.5. There are all sorts of offers coming from all angles here in the box. But thank you to our scorer David Jackman for his usual good offices. 217 in 45.5. 25 deliveries left unfaced. A very decent 32 from Ben Allison, and 3 not out to Jamie Porter.
And they lose by 89 runs. And, well, there's nothing really much we can add to that, I don't think, is there?
Well, one thing I must add, I suggested Allison was the man caught. It was Porter caught on the long off boundary for 3. Allison 32 not out, and he deserves to have that not out because he's, apart from Wesley, Allison is the second highest scorer in this Essex innings.
Yes, indeed. So our warmest thanks to the technical people, both behind the cameras and tucked away in their room over the opposite side of the ground. You do a splendid job, which is very much appreciated, though sometimes I think not often enough. So we really do appreciate it. The coverage, the pictures are wonderful.
Yes, indeed.
And also great thanks to Dan Whiting. I think I texted him or WhatsApped or something yesterday to see if he was coming, and he said he was, and that lifted the spirits. I thought, well, whatever the cricket's like, we're in for a good commentary session, and inevitably that has proved to be the case. So thanks, Dan, very much.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
Have a good trip back up to the London area, and thank you to the listeners and the viewers for watching and staying with us, and the emails, of course. We always love having the emails. So from just gone 9:15 on a very dark night with the moon shining brightly from over the pavilion, it's good night from him and from Paul Newton, and it's good night from me, Dick Davis. And our next commentary, and from Dan, of course, and its next commentary is on Sunday at Trent Bridge, when David Brett will be your host as regards the BBC coverage. So please tune in to him on Sunday. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you.